Thank you to everyone who came for the proclamation this morning. This committee meeting is being convened in person and by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw. City of Vancouver electronic meetings, and as such, committee members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. Video of committee members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. In case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I'd like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits beyond the glass doors and to the left. If the glass doors are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in this chamber. And please use the stairs and not the elevator. If you require accessibility assistance, please remain at your location and wait for a security staff member to guide you to a safe location. I would also like to highlight that there is a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside the council chamber. I would like to acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land, and we look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. City Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councillor Meisner in the chair, Mayor Sim. I see Mayor Sim there. Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato. Present. Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Fry. Councillor Klassen. Councillor Montague is on a leave of absence for personal reasons all day. Councillor Joe.
Present.
Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney. This meeting has quorum. Chair Meisner.
Thank you very much. So plan for the day. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website, and a link to that form will be posted on X at Van City Clerk. I would like to note the City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind the committee that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. So today we have 1 administrative item, matters adopted on consent, 4 reports, 4 council member motions, and 2 items of unfinished business on the council meeting agenda following the standing committee meeting. So the plan for today is to break at noon for lunch and return at 1 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda. If needed, recess at 5 p.m. for dinner break and reconvene at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda. And if we don't complete all the items on the agenda today, we'll reconvene tomorrow, May 8th at 6 p.m. So the committee will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have reports 2 to 4 on the consent agenda for the committee's consideration. And we'll hold report 1 to hear from speakers. The committee may adopt the recommendations for reports 2 to 4 on consent. Does any member wish to hold any of the items for debate or questions to team members? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone on the queue. Before we consider the consent agenda, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. If you have a conflict of interest to disclose, please make that known now. Okay, would someone like to move adoption? Moved by Councillor Dominato and seconded by Councillor Klassen on the recommendations contained in the report. All in favor say yay. Okay, any opposed say nay. That carries unanimously. So the following have been approved on consent. Report 2, approval of contract amendment to professional services agreement, number PS 201-181-561, consultant for Canby Bridge rehabilitation. Report 3, contract award for the supply and delivery of traffic marking materials. And report 4, contract award for construction services Memorial West Park trenchless sewer upgrade. So we'll now move to report 1, which is the update on youth safety and violence prevention strategy 2023 to 2026 and building safer communities program sustainability plan. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. So this item has a presentation, and we have team members here this morning to present the item. Good morning.
Pleased to be here. I'm Margaret Witkins, General Manager, Arts, Culture, and Community Services. I'm here today with staff from Social Policy and Projects to provide an update on the Youth Safety and Violence Prevention Strategy, as well as the federally funded Building Safer Communities program. Through the Building Safer Communities Fund, Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness Canada provided funding to municipalities to develop youth violence prevention strategies, including a coordinated approach to support community-based interventions that address the risk factors associated with youth gun and gang violence. With this funding, the City has led, together with youth-serving agencies, public partners, and young people, a multifaceted program guided by the priorities outlined in the Youth Safety and Violence Prevention Strategy, which was adopted by Council in November of 2023. Vancouver's BSCP program has positively influenced young people, the youth sector, and the City's ability to lead upstream community safety initiatives. I'm pleased to introduce Lanny Libby, the lead planner for this work, who will provide a brief presentation on the work to date related to the Youth Safety and Violence Prevention Strategy, as well as outline the recommended approach to the sustainment of these activities beyond March 2026, when the federal funding is scheduled to end. Thank you. Over to Libby. Lanny.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Lani Levy Jimenez, social planner with Social Policy and Projects with the Grants and Youth Safety team. I'm very grateful to have an opportunity to provide an update on the Building Safer Communities program, also referred as BSCP. I want to acknowledge that our work takes place on the unceded lands of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territories, and I'm grateful for the First Nations for the stewardship of these lands. I also want to highlight that today we're also celebrating the end of Youth Week, where we recognize and celebrate young people's contributions, accomplishments in the community. And I thank all the youth and community partners that are joining us here. For today's program update presentation, I'll be providing a high-level overview of the federal program, including the objectives and eligible activities. I'll go over the Youth Safety and Violence Prevention Strategy, including key achievements, learnings, deliverables from the program implementation plan. And primarily, I'll be focusing on the grants, highlights from our youth engagement program, research projects, and some of the network building and strategic planning work that we have undertaken over the last 3 years. Lastly, I'll be sharing some key points for Council's consideration regarding the sustainability plan. BSCF is a federal contribution agreement program funded by Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness Canada that provided municipalities with funding to coordinate community-based efforts to address the risk factors associated with gun and gang violence. The City of Vancouver received $4.2 million in 2022 to implement the program's activities over 4 years. As part of these programs, municipalities were required to develop local strategies and plans to guide the delivery of the youth violence prevention efforts. Funding supported also the creation of data systems, research, sharing best practices related to the prevention of gang violence. Eligible activities also included outreach, public awareness, education campaigns, network building, integration of initiatives across sectors, as well as the development of a sustainability plan. This funding has provided the city with an opportunity to renew its approach to working on citywide youth policy and planning in a more comprehensive way. And this is important because the last youth-related policy that the city developed for young people was over 25 years ago. In our first year, and with the support of over 800 youth and the endorsement of 40 youth-serving organizations, the City Council adopted the Youth Safety and Violence Prevention Strategy in 2023. This strategy laid the foundation for the program activities for BSCP and And as a vision, it focuses primarily on upstream, community-level, early violence prevention efforts that centers collective community supports as protective factors. Through this strategy, we have embedded a life course approach by recognizing the importance of understanding the needs of children and youth along critical developmental stages and transitions. And as such, in our strategy, we put a strong emphasis on prioritizing prevention efforts with children in the middle years and adolescent youth. In our vision statement for our work together with young people, community partners, and public partners, we established that through this program, the city is best positioned to promote early violence prevention, and doing so by focusing on addressing the root causes of violence, creating safer spaces, and empowering and mobilizing young people and the sector to collaborate to implement solutions. As part of the BSCP implementation plan, we structure our work around four core work elements. The BSCP grants program. Through this grants program, we established a $2.7 million community granting program to support violence prevention programming and projects. We also set up a project team in social policy and projects to lead the policy implementation and community mobilization initiatives related to this project and related to youth planning, supporting also the integration on all the program activities. In alignment with best practices and to ensure youth participation in all aspects of BSCP, and that we had a peer-to-peer model, we established a youth engagement program that is led for and by youth. Lastly, a key aspect of our work for the BSCP project team is to lead citywide strategic planning and network building initiatives to work together with stakeholders in the community safety and the youth services sector. Over the next few slides, I'm going to quickly share some highlights for each one of these four program elements in hopes to illustrate some of the incredible work that we've been able to achieve and done together collectively with our community partners and young people. As part of the BSCP granting program, we included a multi-year funding stream and two project-specific funding streams for time-limited projects. For the BSCP multi-year program stream, we identified 9 organizations to deliver early youth violence prevention programs across the city. These agencies were chosen based on their on their expertise on upstream violence prevention work, their reach, and their ability to work with priority populations. Through a strategic granting approach, these 9 organizations were identified as implementation partners to lead specific activities within the key programmatic areas as outlined in the focus areas of the strategy. So City Hive is currently delivering workshop series throughout the city to explore the connection between civic engagement, public spaces, the built environment, and child and youth safety. They're leading some of the efforts in focus area number 1. Red Fox and Yo Bro, Yo Girl are program leads coordinating the middle years violence prevention programming through community-based, out-of-school, recreational, and cultural activities, centering their efforts on some priorities in focus area number 2. Thunderbird Community Center Association, Collingwood Neighborhood House, South Vancouver Neighborhood House, and Mosaic are delivering citywide youth programs that are focusing on life skills building, community connections, and leadership development programming, engaging primarily young people between the ages of 13 to 18 and connecting them with targeted social supports when required. These 4 agencies are supporting the work of implementing positive youth development programs across the city. For our 4th focus area, the Youth Club Society is delivering an intergenerational program engaging Indigenous and racialized male-identified youth and connecting them with elders, mentors, cultural knowledge keepers through culturally reflective practices and vocational skills. For our last focus area, the Progressive Intercultural Community Services Society is coordinating a program that is addressing adverse childhood experiences through individualized family supports and trauma-informed care that aims at reducing risk-taking behavior. To respond to emerging local, neighborhood, and community-specific priorities, the BSCP granting program also provided project funding through two smaller granting streams. Through our organizational and youth sector capacity project stream, 11 unique projects were funded to support capacity building for organizations to deliver evidence-based approaches to addressing youth violence. An example of some of the work includes Chevalesco's work with the Landing Youth Center, where they're piloting the Safe Minds program. And through this, they're delivering and training staff that are working with children in the middle years to teach developmentally appropriate emotional regulation, empathy, communication, and boundaries during socially complex situations. Through the Youth-Led Violence Prevention Project stream, youth groups from throughout the city have led initiatives that creatively and interactively are promoting a sense of safety and belonging among young residents in the city. An estimated 150 young people were involved in leading a total of 24 peer-to-peer neighborhood-based action projects, mobilizing an additional 1,100 peers in the process of identifying challenges and solutions for the community safety issues that are important to them. Now, I want to introduce my colleague Edison Fan, youth community developer, currently leading the third cohort of the youth engagement activities for 2024-2025. Edison will be sharing with you highlights from our youth engagement program and key accomplishments from the last 3 years.
Good morning, Council. So my name's Edison Fan, and I'll briefly just talk about the Youth Engagement Program under Vancouver's Building Safer Communities program, also known as the BSCP for short. So this initiative over the span of 3 years was led by 15 youth community developers with the support of 72 youth leaders. So Over the span of 3 years, they held citywide dialogues with local youth and community organizations that directly shape the youth safety and violence prevention strategy. So this ensured basically that youth voices were embedded in the policy. Youth leaders informed strategic priorities and allocated youth engagement grant applications. And each forum, so it's over a span of 3 years, and we had a forum each year. Each forum, we saw a trend of increased number of attendees from the previous one, averaging over 100 attendees each year. So this proved the youth's growing interest in violence prevention initiatives and across Vancouver, and the need to keep supporting these youth-centered spaces. They led assessment and research activities with other youth to measure the impact of these BSCP-funded programs. And youth involved in this project created digital stories, a tool for change, to amplify youth perspectives on violence prevention and what makes the bond of supportive communities important. So, as someone who's been a part of this project, the BSCP, since 2022, I was lucky enough to attend the first forum 3 years ago, and had the chance this year, earlier in March, to lead the last forum. So overall, over the 3 years, I've seen how small youth ideas can turn into big impact. Thank you, and I'll pass it back to Lanny now.
Thank you, Edison. Now moving to community-based action research. This has been an important function and ongoing function of our work since year one. We have supported a total of 17 projects that have integrated data-driven insights with community engagement to gain a deeper understanding of perceptions of safety in local neighborhoods and communities, and the required Vancouver-specific targeted strategies and supports that are needed. Research findings have helped us prioritize citywide youth programs and interventions, and they are informing neighborhood-based action projects. An example of one of our research projects is the CRAVE Education Project, Collingwood Rent-Free Anti-Violence Education Initiative. This is led by a youth group associated with the Collingwood Neighborhood House. As part of this research initiative, young people participated in a series of dialogues and conducted a safety audit of the area of the neighborhood, identifying the need to reclaim as a youth space the area around Gaston Park. In this area, there has been some incidents of serious youth violence and reported gang recruitment. As a result of the research, young people working together with Collingwood Neighborhood House, they're organizing themselves to host activities to reclaim this space. They want to change the reputation of the area, and through community engagement, slowly and more visibility in the area, slowly converting the park as a key youth community asset. We know that effective youth violence prevention requires collaboration and coordination among multiple sectors, and through BSCP strategic planning, network building, and sector development work, the city has played a key role in convening and facilitating sector-wide conversations that aim at breaking silos and strengthening community connections. Through the Vancouver Youth Collective Networks Project, the city commissioned a study that looked at the way that youth-serving organizations coordinate efforts through established service networks, joint programs, youth hubs, and multidisciplinary teams. Informed by this study and through a series of roundtable discussions involving the leads of 25 networks, and in partnership with MCFD, the VPD, Vancouver Coastal Health, and Public Safety and Solicitor General's Office, we came together to discuss the trends and challenges for how to promote collaboration and facilitate access to collective supports more proactively. This is an important conversation because we estimate that about 80% of our collective resources from these networks are serving 20% of the youth, usually addressing acute elevated risks and operating in crisis response. Through our roundtable discussions, we hope to identify small shifts so that we can make so that our collective resources can support more upstream interventions and more preventative efforts. And we want to be able to support children and youth that are navigating challenging circumstances but are not yet in an organization's database involved in the system, charged with a crime, or experiencing acute elevated risks. Through the Keeping Youth Matters on the Table process, we have also led an internal visioning exercise where, for the first time in 20 years, again, municipal leads came together to discuss how and share our particular experiences providing supports to youth. We invited the library, the Vancouver Park Board, the Vancouver School Board, the Vancouver Police Department, Fire and Rescue Services, ACCS, Engineering and Planning, to participate in a high-level visioning exercise that explore how the city can begin to embed safety and well-being into a youth-centered and coordinated approach to addressing youth issues. This initial brainstorming process look at the BC Healthy Communities Child and Wellbeing Framework, which outlines that the city has a direct impact on 4 protective factors, mainly play, participation, safety, which we're covering with BSCP, and social connection and belonging. Mayor and Council, as you can see, since the launch of the program, we have run a multifaceted initiative. We are excited to report again that BSCP is positively impacting young people, the youth sector, and the city's ability to do upstream community safety work. We have been able to reach over 33,000 children and youth in the city through our granting program and through our different direct engagement efforts over the last 3 years. This extensive reach has been made possible given the strategic partnerships and contributions that we have leveraged through our program and project partners. I'd like to highlight that we have been able to have a citywide programmatic reach facilitated by a partnership with the Vancouver Park Board by working directly with youth and community development staff, supporting 23 community-centered associations to deliver youth violence prevention programming that is consistent across neighborhoods. BSCP funding has also allowed us to set up an in-depth program evaluation framework where all our grant recipients are collectively tracking and documenting progress on outcomes and indicators that we set up for the program on year 1. And preliminary outcomes show really promising results for the approach that we have taken for our work together. BSCP program participants are showing statistically significant better outcomes than youth in the broader community with regards to sense of safety, belonging, their ability to engage in complex situations, youth voice in decision-making, and connection to positive role models and peer groups. We know these findings are significant because when young people feel safer and more supported and empowered to participate and contribute in the cities, they are less likely to engage in risk-taking behavior. when young people experience ongoing positive childhood experiences on an ongoing basis through relationship building, skills building, and through by participating in spaces that provide structured guidance, which is what they're being exposed through our BSCP programs, they are less likely to be impacted by negative influences, and they're better able to navigate social challenges and use their time proactively. As we've mentioned, this program has allowed us to renew the city's approach on youth policy. And more importantly, through the work with the youth sector, we have been able to test a prototype for a citywide community safety approach to addressing violence. This project is demonstrating that violence prevention and community safety is not the responsibility of police alone. And instead, we need to focusing on working with our partners and to addressing the structural conditions that create inequities, facilitate access to coordinate services, and guide and fund strategic engagement efforts that foster a sense of safety and belonging in the city. Now that we are in our currently in our fourth and final year of implementation, our project team is prioritizing the sustainability plan, which is a requirement under our contribution agreement. In the plan, we need to outline the prevention and intervention activities that will continue beyond the expiration of the current funding term, which ends in March 2026. The sustainability plan will incorporate a learning program achievements from the BSCP, including considering our current funding landscape and the city's role in community safety and youth well-being. More specifically, staff are proposing that the plan explores the funding and financial sustainability of current BSCP activities within existing resources or with new external funding. We are recommending that in order to outline what will be included in the sustainability plan, we consider first and foremost the overarching context for how the city plans and delivers programs, designs amenities, and engages children and youth more broadly in municipal affairs. Lastly, we're also recommending that in alignment with the Healthy City Strategy, life course lens on the social determinants of health, and similar to the Aldersperson strategic framework, we're proposing that future works articulates a shared vision and goals for how the city can address the well-being needs of children and youth more broadly, including establishing a collaborative approach for working together with internally with city partners and with our external partners. To conclude, we have 3 recommendations in front of you, Mayor and Council, looking at having you receive this program update for information. Also, kindly ask that Council directs Mayor to write a letter to Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness Canada to extend the current contribution agreement. And lastly, we hope that you consider the proposed approach for creating the required sustainability plan, prioritizing using existing resources and incorporating an overarching approach for how the city can work, engage, and support children and youth more broadly. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll now hear from registered speakers for this report. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition to the recommendation. Yes. Oh, apologies. Sorry, we're going to go to questions. I got a little excited. Sorry about that. Okay, thank you. So committee members, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. And if you have any questions, please add yourself to the queue. Councillor Joe, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, thanks, city staff, for preparing this report and also for all the amazing works along with our committee members. So I have a question regarding one of the slides was seeing that the program participants showing statistically significant better outcomes than the broader community. But I didn't see any stats, any statistics in this presentation. And also, I know in the report, in the appendix, but not in the main report. Can you talk more about these statistics? From an outcome-driven, evidence-based perspective. Oh, sorry. Yeah, there we go. Yeah,
Sorry?
the mic is on. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Zhao. Appendix 2 of the Council report includes the preliminary finding from our external consultant, which outlines preliminary findings from the data compiled to date based on a sample study of 400 young people and a control group of 200. And is looking at the statistically significant points of difference between how young people experience the BSCP programs versus how young people experience the city and how they feel about their safety when they're not part of the BSCP programs. So a more fulsome overview is there, and as you can see, there's been statistically significant differences in outcomes related to feelings of safety, of belonging, connection to positive role models in the community, and positive peer relationships and friendships as part of these programs, which we know that are important protective factors to address gang violence.
Okay, can you also talk about the evaluation? I'm assuming there will be a comprehensive evaluation report coming to council before the program ends?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, Councilor. So this is just a preliminary
Yeah.
overview of the data compiled to date. We are hoping to do, we're on our second data point collection. So these results only reflect 2 years' worth of programming. And when we come back to council, we can provide a more fulsome assessment of the impact of the program on the individual youth attending.
Thank you. And for those statistics, do we have set up a target for each of these indicators?
We don't necessarily have a target, but we just want to see the difference between young people that participate in programs versus those that are not. We do have a set of collective indicators that we're tracking based on our Healthy City Strategy goals and targets and indicators for what we want to address collectively, short-term, medium-term, and long-term.
Okay, thanks. Last question is when the next report will be, present to council?
We are anticipating to come back to council in Q2 2026.
2026, okay. But that's after the program ends? Program finishes?
Program finishes on March 2026, so it'll
Okay.
take us about a month or so to get all our reports and wrap up the program to date.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you,
Thanks, Chair.
Councilor.
That's all my question.
Thank you, Councillor Joe. Councillor Kirby on.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks very much for the presentation and all the work. I'm looking, similar to Councillor Joe, I just want to delve into some of the details and sort of understanding where we are and recognizing that this has been funded or is partly through support from the existing operating budget and the recommendations as well as the federal granting program. Can you give us a breakdown on budget in terms of how much is going into, I know a lot of work supporting research, but what's sort of the allocation as to what's going into getting direct to organizations on the ground versus administrative or research operations?
Absolutely. So our direct we have $850,000 on annual funding for direct violence prevention programs that has been allocated to grants. Project-specific funds, including research and one-time projects, it's a $200,000 granting stream. But on an annual basis, approximately $1,050,000 goes directly into community-based programming.
1.1 million goes to community programming annually. And how much is the city expending anything additional, or are we just doing it within existing resources? Like, I guess what I'm getting to is what's sort of the in the current construct and with the federal funding, like what's the percentage if you need to split it in terms of what the city is spending versus what's going directly into community, into outreach programs or actual programs for youth?
Mm-hmm. Everything is federally funded. All activities that I've outlined today is federally funded.
How much are we spending on administration?
On
versus
administration,
it's going to
we
community?
have for the equivalent of $264,000 goes towards the project staff team.
264 annually?
264 annually, yes.
And then you said a total of 1.5 is into grants?
Yes. Our youth engagement program is approximately $90,000, and we set approximately $50,000 to community engagement.
Okay. So it's an effective model at this point?
It
in
is.
terms of getting funds to
It takes
community?
$1.5 million to run the program annually.
All right, just to clarify, you said it takes 1.15 to run it annually. I thought you said the 1.15 was going to
$1.5
community.
million to running annually together.
All together?
Yeah, all together,
Okay,
yes.
okay, but
And $1,050,000 goes directly into programming, community programming through grants.
so that federal funding support is really essential to being able to continue that grant investment.
Yes, Counselor is currently funding staff team engagement, network building, and evaluation efforts.
Okay. And then what to Councillor Joe's point, and I know it takes time to sort of see results, but how are you measuring success?
So we've developed a detailed program evaluation framework that has identified short-term, medium-term, and long-term outcomes. We are tracking quantitative metrics in terms of reach, number of youth, number of events, number of training opportunities, and we also are tracking longer-term indicators related to sense of safety. If we can see a noticeable change in young people's perceptions of safety, if we can see that we made a difference in having young people access adult supports and make a little bit of change in the medium term through the program, that is success to us.
Okay. And then is there any data available that would sort of bolster our funding request with respects to if there are positive interventions for youth and they don't end up in other situations, right? They're related to violence and sort of punishing consequences there and demand on social services, right? Courts processing, that kind of thing. Are there any metrics around position the benefit in terms of the preventative value, I guess, in terms of investing early versus dealing with sort of recurring demands on social service challenges later on?
Yeah, we haven't, it's something that we're starting to explore to make our case for potential future funding. We do know that it takes $1.2 million to have a young person incarcerated full-time in a Burnaby correctional facility. Our program is $1.5 million and reaches 10,000 children and youth on an ongoing basis, providing ongoing supports through our partners. So we're definitely looking into this closely to make that economic argument and social argument for the long term.
Yeah, thanks. I think that provides a compelling rationale addition, obviously, to the qualitative benefits. So thank you. Appreciate the work.
Councilor Carpillo.
Thank you. Councillor Maloney.
You were mentioning at the end of your report that the program was considering overarching policy in designing amenities. Could you give me some more detail about what that encompasses?
So currently, our civic engagement policy that we have for the city is outdated. It's about 25 years old. We don't have a current policy that looks at youth well-being more broadly outside of the safety domain. So what we're hoping that as part of our sustainability plan, we're able to consider the different domains that young people contribute in the city, including participating in designing their own spaces, making sure that their voice is embedded in all of our decision-making processes, looking at play, looking at recreation, looking at how we can have those supports, social supports in the city. So that's what we hope to kind of develop an approach or have and consider that overarching context for how the city works with children and youth currently.
Yeah, I'm particularly interested in the aspect of providing spaces for activities for children and youth, given the city's clear role in allocating public space, and sometimes adult voices are louder than the voices of youth, given participation in public consultation processes, for example, and in our role in funding the park board. So, what do you see as the where this work might involve itself in those things?
Yeah, yes, thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think that's an excellent consideration as we move this work kind of out of its current context focused on violence prevention towards an overarching framework that enables us to set in place kind of how we collaborate with other departments within the city as well as other agencies to ensure youth voices are heard. And so I think that one would be one for us to take away as we plan out the next steps and would certainly be something we would bring forward as part of the sustainability plan considerations in Q2 of 2026.
Yeah, thanks. I think it plays a huge role in prevention.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks, Lanny, for the presentation. And thanks, everybody, for joining us today. And hi to Joe Calandino over there. I just want to frame this question around, obviously we had this proclamation earlier about Child and Youth Mental Health Awareness Day, and there was language generally around, addressing mental health issues, and I felt, and I'm saying this for the benefit of everybody as well, that I felt that it, on some level, almost kind of stigmatized mental health as something that happens as a congenital or trauma-based kind of activity, where in actual fact, I think every single one of us in this room, in these chambers, has fragile mental health that, we're just one bad experience away from like our own mental health crisis. And I think it's important to acknowledge that mental health touches us all, and it's not just an other thing. So I'm curious, the strategy or your report touches on mental health interventions in various capacities. What are we doing? Because from my context still in the youth services world, I'm hearing that there still are like post-COVID mental health, stressors on young people today, and a lot of anxiety in there. How are we holistically addressing mental health in a proactive way and destigmatizing mental health through this strategy and bringing folks together to not stigmatize it and recognize that we all have challenges?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Fry. Yeah, we know that young people are mental health are experiencing a lot of mental health challenges. They have gaps in supportive relationships, and they're struggling in the city. And with regards to how we are incorporating mental health in our strategy, our fifth focus area, lessening the impacts of serious violence and crime on children and youth, is a little bit of our downstream strategy that looks at how we can provide community-based supports, including counseling supports to address kind of adverse childhood experiences, these traumatic events that young people feel. We are doing so and in this work, we feel that the more we promote community connections through our programs, that's something that we can directly influence. Mental health services is kind of outside of the scope of professional mental health services, outside of the scope of our strategy, because it's just, there's only so much that we can support, but we are certainly raising awareness. It is a topic that is top of mind for young people. They bring it up in our youth forums. It is discussed in our community tables. And for us, it's about providing support to community-based organizations that can proactively work with young people and identify when youth are struggling and when they require additional supports.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that answer and the role for professionalized, sort of focused mental health supports. I think I was talking more about a generalized, proactive, like, hey, mental health touches us all. How can we all sort of support each other, and where are the opportunities to recognize where you need help, and so it's really more of a general, and I would love to see that sort of inform the ongoing work as like an underlying proactive approach. We all have struggles, and we all can like support each other by talking about them and being more open about them. And anyway, thanks, Lainey. I appreciate the answer.
Thank you, Councillor Fry.
Great, thank you both. Okay, now we will hear from registered speakers for this report. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it's not indicated on the speakers list. So our first public speaker on this item is Emma Sutherland. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor and Council, and a greeting to our new councillors. Very nice to see you. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you today. My name is Emma Sutherland, and I'm the founder and executive director of Red Fox Healthy Living Society, and I've been a resident of Vancouver almost my entire life. And with me are several members of the Red Fox team, both youth leaders and staff. Would you rise and say hello, please?
Good morning, everyone. And just, Emma, before you begin, I understand you're a representative speaker, so we will give you additional time.
Thank you. I don't think I'll need it, but, and on that point, I know there's been recent changes where in the past, someone who's speaking on behalf of an organization could have other members with them. And I know I've been coming to council for years, and for youth, when they get the opportunity to stand beside me and and say a couple of words, it transforms them. They talk about it forever. And, just that change makes it hard for them to do that because it's intimidating to sign up as an individual speaker and come up. It's a lot easier for somebody to come as part of a group. So that's all I want to say about that. We are here today, myself and the Red Fox team and all the other youth organizations, to thank you for your support through the Building Safer Communities initiative. It has been an amazing experience for the youth and for our team. Thanks to you, we are running weekly programs promoting safety, life skills, and pro-social behavior in Musqueam and East Vancouver. We are mentoring youth to be junior leaders and help deliver our active play and drum group programs. We held our first Youth Safety Forum, Safe and Sound Day, that brought together over 50 youth ages 10 to 14 to learn about self-defense, online safety, and bullying prevention. Love BC and Yo Bro Yo Girl were part of this event, and it was a great success. We brought youth together for a 3-day retreat at Loon Lake Lodge. With BSCP funding, Red Fox is saying yes to community partners who want our active play and drum group activities at their special events. On Saturday, we will be at the Mother's Day powwow at Trout Lake, and we are planning a day to honor the Filipino community and help them heal through play. Some members of our team are from the Filipino community, and they requested that we do this. Because of the BSCP funding, we're able to say yes to that. I know that the 8 other organizations that are doing important work through BSC are making a real difference in their communities, as are the organizations that have received short-term project funding. There's momentum, and we all want to keep this up. So we are asking you to accept the recommendations of the report, specifically recommendations B and C. B, that Mayor and Council write a letter to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness Canada requesting the extension of the Building Safer Community Fund contribution agreement to support the continuation of the Youth Safety and Violence Prevention Strategy and Implementation Plan for 2026-2030. Our new Prime Minister has indicated that he will be focusing on increasing safety for Canadians. This is so good to hear. For many of us, we feel safe in our homes and in our neighborhoods. I live in Renfrew Heights and have for 26 years. I have always felt safe there. Many of the youth that Red Fox works with live in the downtown east side. They want to feel safe, but they often don't. Changing the neighborhood is a complex and long process in the downtown east side. While that important work is being done by council and the police and many community groups, it is vital that we do what we can to equip the youth who live there with skills to help them feel safer and to be safer. By asking our Prime Minister to extend the Building Safer Communities Agreement, you would be taking a vital step towards helping youth in Vancouver feel and become safer. The next recommendation, C, that Council approve the proposed approach to creating the required Building Safer Communities Program Sustainability Plan. This plan would prioritize using existing resources and incorporate an overarching approach for the city's work to engage and support children and youth in Vancouver. When the BSCP funding wraps up in 2026, we may not be able to do the scope of the work that we are doing now. We accept that. However, I think it is so important that the connections that have been forged between youth-serving organizations are nurtured. Seniors in Vancouver have staff dedicated to ensuring their well-being and that senior-serving organizations work together. Youth in Vancouver would benefit so much from having the same support at the city level. When meeting with staff from the other BSC-funded organizations, one sentiment is clear. We are loving working together for the good of youth in Vancouver. We are seeing our efforts and resources maximized. Lani and her team are integral to this. She and her team bring us together to share and to strategize. We are collaborating together in new ways. The city does such an amazing job of providing youth-serving organizations with funding, both for core operations and projects. Imagine what would be possible if there was a youth team in place for the long term to leverage this funding and keep this momentum going. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Emma. And I'll just ask people to refrain from applause. I know it's it's a little silly to ask that, but we just have to follow the procedure bylaw. Emma, I just want to note, thank you for your comments, and I just conferred with the clerks. They're not aware of any change to the procedure, so you are welcome in the future to have youth come up to the podium with you, just as long as they identify themselves. So no worries, but thank you for bringing that to my attention, and thank you for your comments. We'll now go on to our second speaker, Mary Martin, here in person. Good morning. And Mary, I understand you're a representative speaker as well, so you'll get more time, and if everybody at the podium could just identify themselves.
I'll introduce them if that's okay.
Sure, that'd be great.
Okay,
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, Acting Mayor Meisner and Mayor Sims and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you here today. My name is Mary Martin, and I'm representing Yobro Yogirl Youth Initiative Society, or YBYG.
Sorry, Mary, to interrupt you. I've just been informed that in order to be a representative group, there has to be 3 people with you. So I don't know if you have another individual.
I don't think there's anybody else with us today.
Yeah, is
Yobro.
Brenda with you today, or
Pardon me?
is Brenda with you? I saw Brenda on the list.
Brenda is unable to be here this
Okay,
morning.
No worries. So they're welcome to stand with you, but we'll just have to treat you as a regular speaker. So apologies about that. Just
Okay.
procedure bylaw.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
So I represent YBYG, which began here in Vancouver, in East Vancouver, 16 years ago. And the Yo for Youth Hub, a youth violence prevention program made possible through building safer communities. I also serve as chair of YBYG Board of Directors, and I'm a retired member of Surrey City Council of 14 years, where I had the privilege of helping to plant the early seeds of this initiative. Today, I continue to advocate for prevention and community safety. I'm joined by a colleague whose experience and commitment underscore the urgent need for sustainable support. Kevin Torvik, a retired Vancouver police officer and vice chair of YBYG, he was a lifelong Vancouver resident. He spent his career on the front lines, witnessing the devastating outcomes when young people aren't reached in time. And of course, our executive director, Joe Calandino. Together, we represent a cross-sector alliance, community, law enforcement, education, and government, coming together to say early intervention matters, prevention works, and our youth are worth this investment. In the past year alone, YBYG's Yo for Youth Hub has provided direct services to over 105 youth, ages ranging from 11 to 18, many of whom are facing serious risks, disconnection from school, exposure to violence, and recruitment into negative peer groups. Through school-based mentoring, community outreach, and consistent support, we meet youth at pivotal moments. We help them build leadership skills, resilience, and meaningful connections that change the trajectory of their lives. In addition to direct service, YBYG has reached over 500 additional youth through school and community presentations, helping to build awareness, foster positive relationships, and prevent risk before it begins. Thanks to BSC funding and the partnerships it's enabled, we've been able to collaborate with other community agencies, significantly expanding our impact. For example, at the Welcome Center and Immigration Services Society, we're supporting immigrant and refugee youth in their adjustment and integration. With Red Fox Healthy Living Society, we're building shared leadership opportunities and community engagement. With Foundation for a Path Forward, we are fostering belonging, inclusion, and hope for youth facing systemic barriers. In partnership with the Britannia Community Services Center, we're extending our reach to youth in East Vancouver, supporting them through localized programming and outreach. And through close collaboration with the Vancouver School Board, we're connecting with students directly in their school environments, providing timely interventions and long-term mentorship. These partnerships are not only effective, they're essential to ensuring that no young person falls through the cracks. As Kevin Torvik has said, he has seen what happens when it's too late. He has attended too many funerals and spoken to too many grieving families. But he's also seen what happens when we reach youth early, before they make the decision they can't come back from. Brenda Calandino, co-founder and director of operations for YBYG, who has worked tirelessly to reconnect youth to school and community, has shared this. This program is reconnecting students who have stopped showing up, who have given up, who have felt they didn't belong. We're seeing renewed engagement, not just academically, but socially, emotionally, and how they show up in their communities.
Mary, I'm so sorry. We have to leave it there. I did give you an extra minute and a half.
So we're just asking, please, and we must never forget stories like Joe Calandino.
Absolutely.
We all probably know who Joe is and what he was. Joe is living proof. So we're here today not asking for temporary relief, but for a sustainable commitment to prevention. Thank you very much for having us this morning.
Thank you very much for being here and for your comments. We'll now go to speaker number 3, Rowan Gentleman Sylvester. Rowan, I believe.
Okay.
Is that Rowan?
Are you able to hear? Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead. You have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Councillor. My name is Rowan. I'm the Executive Director of City Hive, a local youth-centered organization working to support young people to engage in shaping their cities and communities. And I grew up in Vancouver, and I now lead a Vancouver-based organization. And I'm really honored today to follow Emma and Mary's comments as I come today to speak in support of the report recommendations. Thank you so much for having me join you here today virtually on Child and Youth Mental Health Day and at the end of Youth Week 2025. Our team at City Hive have been proud partners of the city's Building Safer Communities program in 2 key capacities and have seen firsthand how important and timely this work is in our community. First, we've been working as program delivery partners through the grant stream, specifically focused on creating safer and protective community environments and public spaces for youth. We've delivered workshops with youth all across Vancouver, supporting these young people to understand, connect with, and take ownership of the public spaces in their neighborhoods. Second, we were also really grateful to be facilitators for the Keeping Youth Matters on the Table planning process. And it was through these cross-departmental conversations that we were really able to identify so much potential for ongoing improvements that would continue to serve young people in our schools, our neighborhoods, and our streets. But we also work in our organization with youth and community members throughout the city of Vancouver in all of our day-to-day operations. And we keep hearing again and again how much we need a new, comprehensive, coordinated strategy to support youth. Not just youth safety, but also well-being, their role in decision-making, and belonging. Without additional city support, youth-serving organizations are finding ourselves working in silos, attempting to collaborate using very limited resources and capacity. You've heard that mentioned and the importance of this BSCP funding. But if we want to see real change that's going to lead to a more economically vibrant, safer, and resilient city, we need a strategic vision and city leadership to make that happen. And we know that this works. The city has already developed an older person strategic framework to support the citywide integration of policies and practices that support our older residents. We now need to see the same dedication directed toward our youngest residents. Many municipalities across our region have adopted similar strategies over the past decade, and while Vancouver is a leader in many, many ways, our youth strategy is lagging behind. It's critically important for us to ensure that our communities are as safe as possible for the well-being of our city's children and youth, and we've been really grateful for the amazing multi-pronged approach of the Building Safer Communities program. We've begun building that sectoral capacity. We've expanded services to the middle years. We're building new relationships with youth communities across nonprofits and government, and we're really, really grateful for the city's commitment to youth safety. We know that countless of hours of work have gone into developing and designing this program, and a special shout out to Lanny and her team to make the most of the federal funding that has been available. We're hoping that this comprehensive program and more youth supports are going to be continued to prioritize in the coming years. But we also know that research shows that cities that engage young people are more resilient, they're more sustainable, they're more innovative, They're more livable, not just for young people, but for all generations. So we strongly encourage the cities to support the recommendations in this report, but to also go further. Together, I think we need a meaningful strategy designed to support all of Vancouver's children and youth for many, many years to come. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks very much, Rowan. We'll now go to speaker 4 in person, Athena Yu.
Good morning, esteemed members of the Council and Mayor. My name is Athena Yu, and I stand here today in support of the strategy as someone that has grown up in Vancouver and has participated in the programs under the strategy. When I first joined the Youth Action Collective through the Building Safer Communities program, truthfully, I had not yet experienced assault or other forms of serious violence that I knew many youth in our city faced. And it was with much gratitude and privilege that I knew that this was the case. But I quickly learned that this didn't make youth safety a distant issue. Throughout our discussions and at the BSCP Youth Forum that I had the chance to help facilitate, I heard many peers give voice to experiences and thoughts that they had never had the opportunity to share with trusted adults before. From them, I learned that youth violence and violence against youth often occurs in the cycle, which is why youth awareness is so critical. I also heard from peers who also steeled themselves every time they took the bus after dark due to repeated instances of harassment, or walked extra minutes after school to avoid streets where they felt threatened, or, like me, also experienced harassment from adults in our classrooms. Their fears mirrored ones that I also had, but thought were personal and insignificant. And realizing that my fears were shared made me realizing that feeling unsafe and youth violence were prevalent and thus very real issues. So for me, this strategy matters because it makes youth more aware and it makes us more connected. And it also matters because it empowered us to act. Amongst peers that care deeply and trusted adults who guided and supported us, I felt empowered because I felt capable and safe to make change. And I also saw the Youth Forum and other events that we organized create tangible impacts. So I stand here knowing that youth safety is a very real and present issue. And because of this strategy, I will now always care for the community around me, and I will always seek to be more aware, and I will always choose to act. And I believe in the possibilities that will arise when more youth my age feel empowered to do the same. This strategy truly amplifies, connects, and actualizes youth voices, and that is why I stand so strongly in support of it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for speaking today. I will now go to speaker number 5, Samantha Unyon Lee. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Samantha Lee. I'm a grade 11 student and a resident here in Vancouver. Today I'm here as a Youth Voice Ambassador with the Building Safer Communities program in support of all of these recommendations. Before I became actively involved in BSCP, I had the opportunity to attend the Youth Forum for Violence Prevention in Youth. That experience had a profound impact on me. It was the first time I truly felt heard, not just listened to, but respected. I remember city leaders and community members taking notes as I shared my thoughts on how we as youth can contribute to making the city safer and more inclusive. But what really stood out was hearing other young people's experiences. I learned how the Building Safer Communities program had already impacted their lives, helping them find their voice, develop leadership skills, and create change within their communities. It was inspiring to realize that the program wasn't just about improving youth safety, but about empowering youth to take charge of their futures. This realization motivated me to get more involved. As a Youth Voice Ambassador, I've had the opportunity to create a digital story that reflects my personal experiences and the topics that matter to me. For example, improving the coordination and delivery of positive youth development services and programs. Through the Building Safer Communities program, I've learned new concepts like allyship and developed leadership skills that I know will help me navigate my future. This program has truly opened doors for youth like me, providing opportunities to grow, learn, and contribute in meaningful ways. One of the most powerful things BSCP has done for me is show me the importance of youth engagement. It's not just about giving us a platform to speak. It's about involving us in the decision-making process, showing us that our opinions matter and that we can be part of the solution. Through workshops, community building activities, and leadership training, I've learned how to advocate for myself and others, how to take initiative, and how to lead with empathy and understanding. These are valuable skills that I know will help me and other youth thrive, both now and in the future. In conclusion, I support the proposed sustainability plan for the Building Safer Communities program. It ensures youth continue to access opportunities that empower us to lead, create change, and build safer, more inclusive communities. Supporting this plan is an investment in youth leadership and a better future for Vancouver. Thank you.
Thank you very much for speaking today. Next speaker is Sean Lai. Morning, Sean.
Morning.
I do need to ask if you're a resident of Vancouver.
Of course. Good morning, Council and Mayor. Thank you for having me
Are
today.
you a resident of Vancouver?
Yes, I am not a resident of Vancouver, but I was as a child, and
Thank you.
I've been going to school in Vancouver.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So good morning. My name is Sean Lee. This year, I am a youth community developer for the Building Safer Communities program this year, and I'm in support of all the recommendations. So this year, I had the pleasure of working with a research team to collect youth voice regarding the effects of the Building Safer Communities program. So we surveyed over 400 youth in the programs from across the city, and we found a correlation between being in the programs and increased safety, feeling of belonging, satisfaction in the city, and also likelihood of long-term commitments. And I can personally attest to those findings, as the first time I volunteered in my community was at a program that received funding from the BSCP at the South Vancouver Neighborhood House. And before then, I was pretty scared of talking, and it honestly changed my life being in that program because I got to gain skills like communication, leadership, all while serving the community. And that really did improve my sense of community, sense of feeling like involved in the community. And what really amazed me was the quality and the accessibility of all these programs. They were all free, and any youth in Vancouver could go in for a very minimal price, if not for free. And not only did those skills apply to being in those programs, but it also carried over to a lot of different parts of my life, like relationships, my schoolwork, and other involvements that I eventually became a part of, like sustainability initiatives, hospitality, medical research, and cadets, of course. And I don't think any of that would have been possible if it weren't for the funding provided to those programs that initially got me started. So eventually, because I liked volunteering so much at the South Vancouver Neighborhood House, I had the privilege of becoming the president of a community service club there, where I got to work with a team of youth. It's all youth run, and we plan community events and fundraisers. And I've firsthand seen the impact that youth can have on the community. So we all work together to plan events like cleanups, fundraisers, and also support other community programs. And I saw it was really fun just working with other youth and seeing what they can do. And of course, I got the privilege of working with the BSCP this year. And early this year, I had the pleasure of working to plan the youth forum hosted at Van Dusen Gardens. And there I got to meet over 100 other youth with similar feelings and also appreciation for the BSCP. And I also got to present some of the research with my partner, which is something I never thought I'd ever do. So I'm just very grateful for the program. And I also met many friends along the way, and I'm sure that they have very similar stories as I do. And the 400 people that we surveyed likely also have very similar stories, and all these stories and positive externalities might not be so obvious in the report and the data, although very comprehensive, which is why I thank you so much for the opportunity to come here to share our personal stories and promote this program's continuation. And thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day.
Great. Thanks, Sean. We'll now go to speaker 7, Rofeda Eldeep. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Rafat Deep, and I do live in Vancouver. I'm here today as a Youth Voice Ambassador to speak in support of the Building Safer Communities program, BSCP, and the city's Youth Safety and Violence Prevention Strategy. As someone who has worked closely with youth voices across Vancouver, I've seen firsthand the challenges many young people face, like anxiety, isolation, peer pressure, and not knowing where to turn for help. I've met youth who've experienced racism in schools, others who searched for support at community centers and neighborhood houses, but didn't know where to turn for help. I've heard stories of violence, whether on streets or while using public transit. These experiences inspired me to create a digital story that not only highlighted these struggles, but also showed that support systems do exist, such as neighborhood houses, community centers, caring adults, and other safe spaces that are available for youth. A big part of my job was to raise awareness among youth about the resources available to them and to make sure they know they are not alone. The reality is many youth are suffering silently, not because they don't want support, but because they don't know what's out there or just feel uncomfortable asking for help. And that is where BSCP plays such an important role. It doesn't just provide programs, it builds trust, it helps create safe environments where youth feel seen, heard, and supported. As youth, we are the future of our communities, but how can we grow, lead, or contribute if our needs are ignored? If we don't feel safe, if we don't have spaces to express ourselves or people to guide us, the risks grow and the opportunities disappear. And that is why prevention, awareness, and connection are key. The message that I want to deliver to the council members today is that the Building Safer Communities program is not just another initiative. It's a lifeline. It is something that can truly change the path of a young person's life, just as it did for me as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for coming to speak to council today. Our next speaker is Speaker 8, Rovan Eldeep. Morning.
Hello, my name is Rovan Eldeep, and I'm a resident in Vancouver. So I'm here today to speak in full support of continuing and funding the Building Safer Communities program, especially the Bloom program for newcomer youth, girls, and non-binary individuals, which is a youth engagement program funded by the BSCP. My position is clear. I believe this program should not only continue but expand. The Bloom program provided me as a newcomer girl with something that many youth like us struggle to find, and a sense of belonging, safety, and community. Bloom changed my life. When I joined Bloom, I was still trying to figure things out in a new country, far from everything I once knew. Through the program, I met girls just like me, newcomers, unsure at first, but all looking for connection. That's how I found my best friend, someone I still talk to every day. We bonded through shared stories, activities, and laughter, and now we support each other, far beyond the program. This program introduced us to the beauty of South Vancouver through field trips, workshops, and safe group outings. We got to know the places we now call home. I learned how to safely cross streets and understand traffic signs and follow local pedestrian rules. Simple things, but essential for safety and independence. That one pedestrian safety workshop still sticks with me because it made me realize how little I knew about the place I was living in and how grateful I was to be taught with care. This is important because for newcomer girls, programs like Bloom aren't just about having fun in summer. They shape her first memories in Canada. They show us that we are seen, valued, and supported. They make us feel safe, and when youth feel safe, they begin to thrive. I want the council to know that this program didn't just give us summer activities, it gave us community confidence and a place to grow. It made us excited to live in Canada and to meet new people and to discover more about ourselves. If you fund this program again, you're not just investing in a few weeks of activities, you're investing in our future, in creating safe spaces for youth to feel included, and helping newcomer girls grow into strong community members. And if there is one thing I want you to remember today is Bloom didn't just help us feel safe, it made us feel like we belong. Thank you.
Thank you very much for speaking to council today. We'll now go to speaker number 9, Aaron Zhang. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Aaron Zhang, and I'm here to speak in favor of continuing the Building Safer Communities program. This isn't just a recommendation on paper. It's something that I've lived. I've been involved with the BSCP since its very first youth forum in 2022, and over the past 3 years, it's been a huge part of my growth. I've become more confident, more thoughtful, and more willing to speak up, not just for myself, but for others. In 2023 and 2024, I've had the opportunity to help decide where grant money should go. As a youth, it meant everything to know that my perspective actually shaped the outcome. My input wasn't just heard, it was considered, discussed, and taken seriously. Together with other youth and city staff, we made difficult decisions about what would be funded and what wouldn't. It felt real, democratic, and it felt like I belonged in that process. I also served as a youth voice ambassador, where I was able to express my experiences creatively to a room of over 100 people. That moment pushed me out of my comfort zone and into a space where I felt seen, capable, and respected. I've taken those experiences with me into school, into leadership roles, and into how I show up in my community. What makes this program special is that it's not just a one-size-fits-all. It listens, it adapts, and it makes space for youth to speak, and then acts on what we say. That's rare and it's powerful. But I'm just one story.
Participants join, this conference will end in
Sorry about
5
that.
minutes.
Please continue.
There are so many young people across the city who are looking for a chance to be supported, challenged, and included. BSCP offers that. It creates real opportunities, whether that's through mentorship, creative expression, skill building, or just being in a space where they feel safe and heard. I know Council has the report and the data, but what I'm offering is a lived experience, the impact that doesn't always show up in numbers. If this program continues, it won't just support more youth like me. It will help create the kind of city we all want to live in. One where young people are not just talked about, but talked with. Where we're not just included, we're invited to lead. If there's one thing I'd like you to remember today, it's this. Programs like BSCP don't just support youth, they trust us. And when you trust youth, we rise to meet that trust. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Speaker 10 has withdrawn. Speaker 11 is Matthew Provost in person. Morning, Matthew.
Okay, Idamix Ganatani. I am a resident of Vancouver. Nadanako, Matthew Provost, Gitsiksi Matsitsi, Muslims Kahomishle with Tooth. Thank you, Vancouver City Council, for taking time to listen to me this morning. My name is Matthew Provost. I am from the Dudes Club Society and the Next Up Youth Coordinator. So I think a few things that, when I come in to do this work or working with the other programs that come in is we always do this work with an open heart and an open mind. And the work that I do supporting Next Up is focused on supporting young men from ages 12 to 24. And I heard a comment just around measuring success. How do we measure success? What does this look like? And with the young men that I work with, I've definitely seen a growth, and that's because of the direct impact of the BSCP. I think step one is keeping that door open so that we can allow our youth, but in particularly the group that I work with, young men, access to connecting with healthy adults, role models. And what we do with the Dudes Club Society and also with Next Up is we're committed to supporting culture and growth and mental wellness. And those are all really important aspects of that holistic benefit that creates that prevention and upstream approach for our young men in our community. And when we look at space, and in comparison to that, we are located closer to the downtown east side. We're just off of Hastings. And so providing that space for young men to come in allows that opportunity for safety, access, and also connection to who they are. All of the young men that come in our group are either Indigenous or immigrant, refugee, and what we try to do is to connect them through different methods of like decolonization, indigenization through that holistic space when they come in there. And they know that when they come in that's a safe space. And through that, I've seen a lot of growth and awareness and providing those opportunities, whether it's vocational training opportunities or even just providing that safe space to come and meet peers that are in support of that work. So I think that when we look at funding opportunities or, sustainability plans, and maybe we don't see it in this room because we're here, but just know that people like me see that when I see these boys grow. And that's something that I want to continue to do. And that is something that is really important and really sets the foundation of what we want youth safety to look like. And also that peer-to-peer support, because we're helping these young men turn into role models to then continue to support their peers. And without programs like this, none of this would be possible, because those are our leaders. And I'm hoping that I'm not up here, that they can come up here and speak, but I want to make sure that I'm there to support them as someone who is connecting them to those spaces. So I just wanted to share that, and thank you so much for your time.
Thanks very much, Matthew. We'll now go to speaker 12, Crystal Yang. Good morning.
Good morning, members of this council and everyone present. My name is Crystal Yang, and I'm a grade 10 student in the city of Vancouver. I'm here today to speak in support of all listed recommendations. As a current youth community developer with the Building Safer Communities program, I've had the privilege of engaging with my peers and community members to address issues like youth violence, mental health, and safety. These experiences have shown me the critical need for youth's perspectives in shaping city policies. The reason I support this recommendation is simple. Youth are directly impacted by the policies you create, and our lived experiences offer unique insights that might otherwise go unnoticed. Through the BSCP, I've witnessed how involving youth leads to transformative outcomes. Last year, as a participant in the BSCP Youth Forum, I learned the importance of engaging young people in conversations about community safety. This year, I had the honor of co-leading the forum with my peers, where I facilitated activities and discussions that empowered other young people to share their stories and perspectives. This transition from participant to leader shows the impact that youth involvement can have on individual growth and community outcomes. During my time with the BSCP, I've seen how access or lack of access to supportive environments significantly shapes a young person's sense of belonging and safety. The Students' Commission of Canada survey report, where my research team and I was able to reach 400 youth, highlights that youth who have access to structured programs and mentorship are more likely to feel secure and connected to their communities. This also inspired me to take initiative. When I organized my own workshop on youth violence prevention, I saw firsthand how fostering a supportive space encouraged honest dialogue and empowered youth to propose real solutions to community issues. This is a perspective that I believe must inform how policies are designed and implemented. If this recommendation is adopted, I believe it will lead to significant positive changes. Youth can feel more connected to their community, empowered to participate in activities, and motivated to contribute to a safer and more inclusive city. For me personally, this would mean continuing to engage in meaningful discussions and initiatives that drive real change. For my community, it would mean fewer instances of youth violence, stronger peer support systems, and a city that truly listens to and values its young people. Before I end off, I want to emphasize one thing. Young people are not just the future of our city, we are also the present. By including our voices now, you are not only addressing the needs of today, but also laying the foundation for more inclusive and an innovative Vancouver. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Great. Thanks for coming to speak to council this morning. Next speaker is speaker 13, Michelle Louis. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Good morning.
I have to ask, just because it's not on the speakers list, but are you a resident of Vancouver?
Yes, I am.
Great. Awesome. So you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Council. My name is Michelle Louis, and I'm the Director of Youth and Settlement Programs at South Vancouver Neighborhood House. I'm not representing other people today, but it's so heartwarming to see a lot of youth who live in our community are also here. I would like to acknowledge the great work we have been able to do under the support of the BSCP funding. Every day from Monday to Saturday, we have at least 3 to 5 different unique programs for middle years and high school youth running at the same time to meet the need of the large geographical area of South Vancouver. The BSCP is a step forward in the direction of developing more youth-focused strategies in Vancouver. This is important because we need platforms and youth workers at the decision-making level who are familiar and knowledgeable with the mindset, habits, and trends of youth to know what a safe community means to them and to help them co-create this together. Many South Vancouver Neighborhood House programs for youth and children are frontline upstream prevention measures. It's important to recognize that it's more than just an arts program, more than just a sports program, more than just a reading program. It is helping youth and children establish that these program spaces are where they can connect to a trusted adult, develop healthy lifestyle habits and choices, and build healthy, secure friendships with peers their age. This healthy sense of belonging aligns with the city healthy strategies of being safe and included, cultivating connections, active living, expressing ourselves, healthy Hellman services, just to name a few. A safer community for youth needs to meaningfully include the voices of youth in order for it to be relatable and not just voices from adults. At South Vancouver Neighborhood House, we prioritize the voices of our youth and adjust our programs and services from their input on what they need, not just to survive, but to thrive to their fullest potential. This work is not temporary and also is ever-changing. There is a need for sustained support and a youth strategy in place, one that includes cross-partnership and ongoing communication between multiple elements of a youth's life, such as the local nonprofit community organizations they gather and volunteer at, their school, their city, and their families. So to wrap up, I support the Building Safer Community Sustainability Plan, and thank you for your time today.
Great, thank you. Next speaker is speaker 14, Khoi Nguyen. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
I also have to ask you if you're a resident of Vancouver.
No, I'm not.
Okay, thanks. Please go ahead.
So, good morning, Vancouver City Council. I'm Khoi Nguyen, a grade 12 from South Vancouver. Although I'm not currently a resident of Vancouver, I've lived here in the past and only recently moved away. I would like to start out by thanking you all for this opportunity to speak at the City Council today. And I'm here to advocate for the Building Safer Community Program Sustainability Program. I moved to Canada from Vietnam in 2021 and recently became a Canadian citizen in this past summer. And as a newcomer to Canada, the various youth programs offered at the South Vancouver Neighborhood House has been the medium through which I learned about life in Canada. They provided me with many opportunities to work with other like-minded youth to do amazing things, such as running an after-school program for elementary school students, host a mental health workshop, amongst many other things. The process of volunteering at the South Vancouver Neighborhood House has allowed me to expand my social network, make many lifelong friends in my new homeland, as well as taught me valuable skills that would prepare me to join the workforce that are not taught in school. If you told me a few years back that I would be speaking at the City Hall today, I wouldn't believe you. Yet the fact that I'm here at this moment advocating for this funding is a testament to the effect of youth program to empower people like me, youth and newcomers. The Neighborhood House and its youth program has allowed me to find my belonging in Canada and shape my identity as a new Canadian. The role of youth program is often taken for granted because it is such a normal part of our life in Vancouver. However, where I'm from, youth program, the way that it exists here in Canada, is simply not a thing. Youth like me in Vietnam does not get the same opportunity as I do here. And that is why I think that the Building Safer Community Program Sustainability Plan is so valuable, and I support that so other youth after me can have the same opportunities that was given to me. That's all from me today. Thank you for listening.
Thanks very much. We'll now go to speaker 15, Shana Delantar. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, City Council. First of all, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Shana Delantar, and I work and live in the South Vancouver area. The Safer Community Program is not just important to me, but it is deeply personal to me. As a mother of a teenage daughter, I am a strong advocate for creating safer neighborhoods in the South Vancouver. If I may add, the recent Lapu-Lapu incident has brought a deep sense of fear and discomfort to the youth and families in our community. Also, unfortunately, many of the young people lack voices in their own homes, making them feel unsafe again in their own homes, pushing youth to keep a secret to their parents. We need to build a community where everyone feels safe physically, mentally, and emotionally. And I think it would be good if even the parents will be included in the programs and this BSCP programs. We want the young generations to grow in a community where they can walk freely in the neighborhood, where they will feel safe and grow in a place where they feel supported, seen, and valued. To me, a safe community is more than just the absence of fear. It is a place where my daughter and other youth is heard, respected, and nurtured. It gives parents like me peace of mind to know that my child is safe in my community. And the last thing that every parent would like to worry about is the safety of their kids. Therefore, having a safe community for youth also provides positive mental well-being to parents. When a community is unsafe, parents become more cautious. Therefore, it hinders our kids to stay connected to their friends and participate in extracurricular activities, which promotes growth for them. With the recent Lapu-Lapu incident, it will take South Vancouver community a long time to emotionally recover. For example, my daughter used to take transit, but now my husband and I feel the need to drop off and pick her up from school just from this time. And also, just yesterday, my daughter was bullied by a parent. We need more activities. With that, I'm saying that we need more activities for youth and families, also parents, to help reestablish and sustain this sense of safety in the city. Long-term funding for organizations to do this work will help build trust, safety, and stability, sustainability, and also help youth find spaces in which they feel belonging and welcome and can get support, resources, and knowledge to better support their futures. With that, I am supporting the Building Safer Community program, and I am really hoping for a long-term funding for the other organizations in the South Vancouver area. Please know that we appreciate everything that you're doing, and as a parent who lives in the South Vancouver area, it gives me so much joy and confidence in our community to see these types of initiatives. And it's important that the funding continues and that we emphasizes these types of programs to our youth and preventative measures. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Next speaker is Speaker 16, Maya Casey Yang. Good morning, Maya. So you have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and City Council. My name is Maya Casey Yang, and I support the recommendations put forth. I am a student who both lives in Vancouver and attends post-secondary school at UBC on the unceded lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. I stand before you today to ask that racialized, at-risk, and low-income youth from my community in East Vancouver, who disproportionately face a number of systemic barriers, be guaranteed equitable opportunities to build belonging and therefore feel safe. Through the funding granted by the Building Safer Communities program, I spearheaded the Youth Empowerment and Safety Initiative, which allowed me to create accessible and equitable opportunities to support local youth-led activities and empower youth leaders in East Vancouver. This project not only allowed me to directly understand the correlation between belonging and safety in youth, but it helped me understand that when vulnerable youth have a community that they can rely on, the course of their life can change drastically. By supporting programs like the Building Safer Communities program, you support young leaders like me who stand before you today. I have been so lucky to have these opportunities to be the advocate and spokesperson I am today. But today, I am here not only for me. I am here because although I have had these opportunities, my peers, my classmates, the underprivileged and at-risk youth I have worked with across Vancouver have not had the same privileges to be where I am today. You say that you have goals to ensure youth have a place in the city and to strengthen the support base for youth in Vancouver. While I believe that it is important that these goals are achieved, I think it is even more crucial that the disproportionately marginalized, at-risk, and underprivileged youth are the primary focus within these goals. Growing up, going to school, and working with racialized, at-risk, and underprivileged youth who are vulnerable to violence has allowed me to recognize the significance of my belonging in community. I leave here asking you all, as decision makers for our city, who hold so much privilege, to think about the significance of how the opportunity for youth to belong can change the trajectory of a life. I ask you to consider a world where all youth have the opportunity to feel safe, no matter who they are or where they come from. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Speaker 17, Judy Jang. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Council. I would like to start by thanking you for this opportunity to speak at City Hall today and to advocate for the Building Safer Communities program. My name is Judy Jiang, and I am a high schooler and longtime resident of the South Vancouver area. As a dedicated volunteer at the South Vancouver Neighborhood House, I have seen firsthand how the support of the BSCP has allowed programs there to flourish. When the pandemic first hit in 2020, I was left to navigate high school independently with strict social regulations and little support from my school. As a way to connect with my peers, I started volunteering with the South Vancouver Neighborhood House online through Zoom meetings, where I would help lead activities for kids at home. Since I had been socially isolated for several months and had never had any leadership experience, I was extremely shy and unconfident. Through the support of the SVNH staff and the mentorship they provided, I began coming out of my shell and taking on increasingly active roles. When programs reopened again in person, the plethora of opportunities available allowed me to connect with people within and outside of my community and to expand my scope of possibilities. It was through programs like United Way's Schools Out program that I was able to develop my soft skills in a forgiving environment. Through programs like Inspired, where I was able to gain new experiences I would never have been able to fund myself. And through the unconditional regard of the staff, where I was able to get into programs such as VPD Cadets, Future Science Leaders by Science World, and into my dream post-secondary institutions. I can now confidently say, over a span of 5 years, without the different neighborhood houses across Vancouver, my family and I would not be where we are today. The South Vancouver Neighborhood House has helped many youth, including me, to feel a sense of safety and belonging in our communities. And it is imperative that spaces like these continue to receive the necessary support to help us youth prepare for our futures. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next speaker is Speaker 18, Christabel Tuding, or Tudding. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Council. Like said, my name is Christabel Tuting. When I was younger, I never really stepped outside alone until I was like 15? Not because I wasn't allowed, but because I was afraid. I was afraid of what I'd seen in the news, the violence, the disappearances, the tragedy, and even recently there was the incident with the Lapu Lapu Festival, which struck Filipino youth across Vancouver, including myself. Beneath all that, there's a deeper fear, that if something did happen to me, the world might not notice or care. And that fear is not unique to me. It sits quietly in the hearts of many young people across Vancouver. And that's why I think the Building Safer Communities program matters so deeply. The BSCP is not just a grant, it's a movement. Since its launch, it has reached over 33,000 children and youth, offering not only programming, but belonging, safety, and empowerment. Through program partners and many youth-led initiatives, the BSCP has created opportunities for youth to lead, to grow, and be heard in a city that can forget the ringing silence when youth voices are excluded. Programs supported by the BSCP are in every corner of the city, from neighborhood projects to youth-led initiatives that bring evidence and empathy together. They've trained peer leaders, built new collective strategies, and helped youth organize citywide forums with students across the city. Data conducted by our youth researchers and other youth in the programs tell us this, that young people in BSCP programs are reporting higher rates of safety, self-confidence, positive peer connection, and hope compared to youth citywide. Despite all this, 2026 will mark the end unless chosen otherwise. To let this program dissolve would be more than unfortunate. It would be a disservice. It would mean telling the thousands of youth who finally found community, leadership, and safety that it was all temporary. I believe that youth safety should never be temporary. Empowerment should not expire, and belonging is not seasonal. And that is why I ask you to act on it. I support the continuation of this program, specifically parts B and C. Develop that sustainability plan, extend the program. The city can be the place where youth don't just survive the city, and the youth don't just survive the headlines, and instead they write them. We don't build safer communities in 1 year, in 3, or even in 5. We build them in partnerships, in mentorship, and in persistence. Vancouver can still be the place where every young person feels not just protected, but worth protecting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is speaker 19, Orion North. Good morning.
Good morning, Council. My name is Orion North. I'm here today in support of all the recommendations. I speak as someone who's been directly involved in the BSCP program as a youth volunteer, and I want to share how it's impacted me and how it can also impact others. I've been involved in the program since 2022, not just attending the events, but also helping build them from within the program. It's not just abstract to me, and I've seen how it creates safe spaces and impacts the lives of many youth, and it allows youth, especially from marginalized communities, to speak, lead, and be heard. It's not just a feel-good initiative, it literally helps keep people safer, empower them, and make them more connected. And it's also a smart investment overall because every dollar that goes into it, you save at least $5 on policing costs and emergency response costs. I've supported many citywide youth engagement activities. I've seen firsthand how access to mentorship, leadership training, and community building reduces the likelihood of violence. And for many youth, programs like the BSCP are their first chance to lead something meaningful, to feel seen, and to have a purpose outside of survival. Being part of this program has changed me. It's given me tools that I now use in school, my other leadership, and also in day-to-day interactions. And it's very important that youth have this experience because City Council don't always get the ground level view of issues facing youth. They just get the data and the headlines. And programs like this also build real community resilience to any problems people face. We become more resilient the more connected we are and the more voices we have. And if it's cut or underfunded, it's not just numbers that suffer or the results, it's also relationships of youth and their lives. What I want you to remember is that programs like BCSP don't just prevent violence, they also build belonging. And I urge Council to listen to youth voices, not just today, but consistently for the indefinite future, and to act based on what we live and not just the data. If you keep this program alive, we'll keep building a safer city together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is speaker 20, Anissa Amadova. Morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anissa Abdulhamedova, and I live and go to school in Vancouver, the unceded and ancestral lands of Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish nations. And I'm here today to speak in support of the recommendations in this report. So I'm someone who's deeply involved in my community as a volunteer, youth leader, and especially through the Building Safer Communities program. Last year in Youth Action Committee, we executed accessible bus stop design competition and planned workshops focused on mental health and building a stronger community. Through this, I learned about and discussed youth safety and how to lead with impact. I gained skills in communication and leadership, and more importantly, I grew as a person. I remember how last year in March, I was sitting in a round table and there was a youth leader who was facilitating the discussions about youth safety. But this year in March, I was the youth facilitator who was sitting in a round table and leading the discussions about youth safety. And also this year, I'm serving as a youth ambassador, and I attended storytelling workshops, collaborated with peers, and interviewed youth in downtown East Side School about their experiences about safety and violence. And many of them shared that they did not feel heard. They did not feel like they were part of the decision-making process, and that they did not feel safe. And that really stuck with me. And it really showed the importance of bringing in youth voice into the decisions that shape their lives. So I turned those interviews into a video and shared in a youth forum. It was a powerful reminder that youth have so much to say. However, they do need the space and the support to start. Being part of the program helped me to understand the importance of amplifying youth voices, especially those that are often overlooked. And this program doesn't just create change, it also that this program doesn't just create safer communities, it also educates youth about the issues we face and empowers us to take action. I believe change begins with education and ends with action, and I believe this program really helps to bridge that gap for young people like me. And that is why I support the recommendations in this report. Extending the program beyond 2026 means the important work can continue. It means more youth will feel seen, supported, and safe. And that sends the message that their voices matter. And thank you for your attention and for your time coming out today. And I really hope this program can continue.
Morning, everyone. Good to see you all again. Thank you, Mayor Sim and esteemed members of Council. I would also like to acknowledge Councillor Orr and Councillor Maloney on your recent election. Congratulations and nice to be in front of you today. Really is a privilege to speak in front of all of you in support of the Building Safer Communities program and the recommendations that have already been made. My name is Angie Osachoff, and I'm the Director of the Canadian Programs for Equitas, the International Centre for Human Rights Education. It's a bit hard to follow all these amazing young people who've just spoken, so bear with me as I lean into some of the more organizational systemic things. Equitas is Canada's largest homegrown human rights organization. Since opening our office in Vancouver in 2007, we've worked very closely with the city and over 30 community partners to equip frontline staff with tools and training that strengthen their programs and help prevent violence by creating safer, more inclusive spaces for children and youth that lay the foundations for stronger communities. Nationally, we work with over 50 communities coast to coast and have been so impressed with the accomplishments and advancements that have been made by this program. Having been involved since the inception and observing the impacts, I come to you with some to reinforce the recommendations that have already been made. Firstly, the importance of collective action and a common vision. Until the BSCP and the Youth Safety and Violence Strategy, there has not been a youth strategy since perhaps 2002, as Lanny mentioned earlier on. For a city the size and complexity of Vancouver, the lack of a comprehensive approach to addressing the rights and needs of youth has been deeply disappointing. Without it, the sector has remained fragmented and uncoordinated. BSCP changed that and brought us all together under a shared vision and created momentum. I really strongly urge the city to build on this program by investing in the development of a comprehensive youth strategy, one that includes BSCP and goes beyond to support long-term inclusion and safety and well-being for young people in Vancouver. Staff leadership. One of the strongest outcomes of the BSCP has been the renewed staff leadership on youth in the city social policy team. You saw them today. Before, in 2020 or in 2010, Parks and Recreation had a dedicated lead for staff and youth who ensured coordination and consistency across programs. I got to work with him, Booth Palmer. He was amazing. When that role was cut, the city's leadership on youth declined, and the effects have been clear. I strongly encourage the city to commit to staff leadership within your infrastructure, regardless of BSCP. While there is a Children, Youth and Families Advisory Committee, we saw them during the proclamation this morning, and I too served on it for a while, it is not a substitute for staff leadership. The city has a strategic lead for aging and older persons, but why not for children and youth? Finally, I want to emphasize the critical importance of continued funding for organizations, and I understand that funding for this program comes from the federal government and that the new ministers are being appointed and mandate letters are being distributed. I ask you to proactively engage with them to advocate for this program and for youth workers. I would also be a disservice not to urge you as city leaders to closely examine how you can contribute additional funding towards this program. I'd welcome the chance to speak more about Equitas, but I know that I'm at time, and so I'm going to just reinforce that to uphold and adhere to the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the commitments made by the City of Vancouver, that you as duty bearers are entrusted with upholding these rights for children and youth, and I urge you to stand with us to ensure that the sector has consistent leadership, stable resources, and the city's ongoing support. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Angie. Speaker 22, Rusna Shergill. Good morning. And Rusna, are you resident of Vancouver?
No, I am not.
Okay, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rasna Shergill, and I support the Builder Safer Communities program, and I agree with all of the recommendations.
As of last year, I do not currently reside in Vancouver, but I have been a part of several youth initiatives and activities here. I am a youth community developer and have had the privilege to lead and support a large group of youth to bring light to how youth feel living in Vancouver. I am a current VPD cadet, and my life has changed for the better because of the many opportunities to grow. It is free because of generous donors. I've built so many connections, and life is easier just having more people to support me, but at the same time, not be a financial barrier. But since VPD Cadets is a program that is based off of acceptance, if we had more programs like the ones the BSCP currently funds that are free and have a wide range of variety and ages, more youth would have the same impact I had as a VPD cadet, a YCD, and a previous YBA. From my personal experiences as a youth community developer and a YVA member, being in adult spaces but still being heard as if my voice mattered was such a surreal experience, especially when I was able to co-lead the 2025 Youth Forum. My mental health, while being in these spaces, has gotten tremendously better. Knowing I have people to support me and I can talk to at any time, as well as helping me build on my skills, is something other children in Vancouver should have available to them. Our future in Vancouver is in front of you now, but you have the choice to help continue these children grow and be exceptional leaders, keeping children safe and happy. I am an example of why you should all support the BSCP, not just for us, but our future in Vancouver. When children grow up in safe, supportive environments, they become thriving adults. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you very much for speaking to council today. So that is the end of our speakers list. Thanks to everyone for coming to speak to the committee today. Would someone like to move motion? Okay, moved by Councillor Joe and seconded by Councillor Kirby Young. And I'm just noting the time, council. I'm just wondering if we need a motion from the floor to finish this item. Okay, moved by Councillor Dominato and seconded by Councillor Bly. All in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. Okay, so we will complete this item before we break for lunch. So committee members, is there any discussion? Please add yourself to the queue. Okay, Councillor Bly, please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Chair. And I just want to lend my voice of support to the report itself, the work ongoing, and just to the speakers, every single one that came in person and also called in to lend your voice to the work that you've contributed to bringing this report forward and the work with city staff, and just the importance and the personal stories of how you've been impacted in your communities. And I'm speaking specifically to the younger folks that are with us today, recognizing how nerve-wracking that is to be here and get up at the microphone and speak. As a parent of a 20 and 25-year-old, I can just imagine them standing up there and how they'd be feeling as well. And so to bring your voice despite that just shows how important it is that we hear your experiences and that we recognize that this is the beginning of very, very critical work for our city, particularly as we grow. And so do the challenges related to youth violence. And the words that stuck out in so many of your comments was around belonging. And when we create belonging, we create safe communities, particularly for young people. There's so much more I could say about this. So just to the adult champions that you all have around you that came to speak, as well as yourselves for making sure that this work is put front and center in our community, I just want to say thank you. I'm very happy to support this work and the ongoing requests, and noting the funding as part of the recommendations with the federal government to make sure that they know how important it is that this program continues beyond 2026. Personally, as president of FCM, I will be taking that to Ottawa at the end of May to make sure that meeting with the new ministers of whoever that cabinet is and what that looks like in the coming weeks knows how important this is, not just to our city, but to our region, our province, and to our country. So thank you for leading the youth in our country today. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Bly. Councillor Maloney.
Thank you very much to staff for your excellent presentation and work on this program. And thank you so much to the public speakers, especially the children and young people who came to present to us today. What strikes me most is that this is a prevention program, and a failure to fund prevention and instead only fund reaction is directly contrary to what I heard were the priorities of people in Vancouver when I spoke to a lot of people during the by-election campaign. I'd like to see this program expanded, as a lot of the speakers called for the expansion of this program, particularly into a focus on making sure that we're establishing facilities and public spaces for children to be and to feel welcome. You know, the benefit of this program is very clearly displayed in the skill and the articulateness of, I think that's a word, of the children and young people who spoke to us today. So thanks very much.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much. I'll be brief for my remarks. I want to, first of all, just thank staff for the work that's gone on here, but particularly the voices that we heard in the chamber today. I think I remember the first time I ever came to speak to City Council, it was about getting a laneway paved, and I was shaking like a leaf talking to councillors. To have all of you come up and speak so incredibly well with such passion about your own experiences is extraordinarily heartening to me. It gives me all the hope for the next generation of leaders in our community. I 100% hear you that this programming has been incredibly impactful throughout the city and probably the region, and it should continue. And so I think we need to put the foot on the gas on our own advocacy and make sure that the funding can be found with the newly elected government, as Councillor Bly mentions. They need to hear your voices and the voice of the city for that. So thank you all for coming in here today and for telling your stories. They were really wonderful to hear.
Thanks, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. I think the first time I spoke to council, I was on the park board, and it was also very scary at that time, I have to say. But I'm just going to be brief, and I just want to say thank you and express my sincere gratitude to all of the youth who speak, and no offense to the adults, but probably the most eloquently, because it's you speaking about initiatives and programs for you. And there was a couple of speakers that really stood out for me. They were all great, but I think one speaker talked about not being just involved, but trusted, and the benefit of that trust. And so, and what incredible feeling that is to have that space to do that. So that really resonated with me. And then I think another speaker said creating sort of spaces and places for youth where you're not just protected, but you are worth protecting, right? And so I think there was that notion of worth, and I really appreciated that. So thank you to all of the organizations that are here, Red Fox, Yobro, all of the good work. We had a number of VPD cadets. I had the pleasure of speaking at the VPD cadet graduation recently, and I can also attest that the youth speakers outshone the adults again. So I think our future is bright because we have articulate, poised and capable youth when you are given the chance and the opportunity. And I think that these kinds of programs are the ones that the city should be prioritizing and supporting, because they pay such dividends as opposed to sort of downstream efforts where people have already fallen through the cracks. It's like, let's give people the best opportunity and early start that we can. So thank you for all the work. And I'm looking forward to the vociferous advocacy that I know is going to follow. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Also want to thank all the speakers for speaking to council today. Also the amazing works from our city staff and also the community organizations. Again, I'm also gonna speak in strong support of this report and all these recommendations. I have a little one, 3.5 years old. I really hope that my kid could join the program when he grows up. I think safety, well-being, and the future of our youth are not just priority. They are also the responsibility that we all share. Reading this report very carefully, since the launch of this youth safety and violence prevention strategy in 2023 and the rollout of this building safer community programs, we've seen the real and measurable progress We heard a compelling story, touching story from our youth today. Thanks for sharing this story with us. I read this report seeing that over 33,000 youth have already been reached through the community-led program. This is an extraordinary figure that speaks to the scale and the reach of this work. It's amazing. And also, I really like the prevention part, because this program is upstream by design, not only waiting until the harm has occurred, but addressing the root cause early. Poverty, exclusion, trauma, and the marginalization. Sorry. Yeah, the collective approach taken here with youth-led engagement, trusted community partners, and public sector agencies, and also the formation of this HELP program, helping youth through prevention and empowerment. Those are all amazing programs. And also the current funding from the federal government, we all know is set to expire in March next year. So without the continuity of the support, we risk losing the momentum, partnership, and also the trust that has been built. So I fully support that. In this recommendation, the mayor read a letter to the federal minister of public safety, urging an extension of this program to 2030. So with this, I want to appreciate our dedicated staff from the ACCS and all the amazing community partners for the vision and the leadership. So with that, 100% support this program. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Zhou. Councillor Fry.
Well, I just want to echo a lot of the words and thoughts around our staff, of course, and all the work and all the advocates, and of course, to all of the young people who came and spoke to us today. Before I was a city councillor, I did a lot of youth work and convening in and around Raycam and Strathcona and Britannia community centers, and working at youth tables and helping to bring your voices forward. And I know for many young people it feels a bit daunting to come here and speak to council, but many of you'll be eligible to vote by the time the next election rolls around. So you have a role in building this city, and we like to talk about building the city we love. It's all of us, and we're building that city for you, for me, for them, for all of us. So we're working together, and so your voices and your advocacy is so critically important. Later today, we're going to be debating about the role the city can take in funding school programs, food programs for kids in primary schools, which is important work, again, building towards how we're supporting young people in our city. And everything we do when we talk about new infrastructure, housing, all the things that we're doing, we're building for the future. We're building for you. So I'm so honored that you all took the time to come and speak to us today and share your thoughts and share your aspirations and hopes. And I hope I think this, based on what everybody's saying, I think this is going to pass quite handily today. And I think we can look forward to even improving the kind of support and level of funding in the future. But I just want to thank you all for taking the time to come down here and really appreciate it and reminding us what we're doing this for, and it's for you.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I think you're going to hear similar reflections from all of us. And so as a starting point, yes, an immense thank you to all of the young people who came and spoke today. You're very articulate, and as many have noted, many of us were nervous when we first came and spoke to council and had different experiences in that regard. And really appreciate that. I'm a mom to 3 daughters, and so the importance of youth safety touches home for me. I was reflecting on the important role of safe, caring communities and the building blocks to that. And Councillor Bly touched on belonging. There's also inclusion, connection, role modeling. And as I was listening to you today, a couple of themes stood out for me around the importance of youth voice, of having a voice, of being heard, being engaged. And I think that we still have a lot of work to do in society around engaging young people and children and youth around different policy discussions that we have and making sure that you do have a voice. So thank you for reflecting that. And also, I was listening to both comments, spoken and unspoken, around the capacity building that this program and initiative has provided in terms of building your capacity as individuals, as good citizens going forward, but also to the organizations involved. And so that really resonated with me. And At the end of the day, ultimately, this is about prevention, but also early intervention as well. And so I'm very happy to support the report and the recommendations. And thank you again for being here and speaking with heart, with passion, with intention. And I wish you a good rest of the day.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Mayor Sim.
Should I just say ditto now, or it seems like everyone has the same talking points here? But it's funny because it's all coming from the heart. So first of all, I want to thank our incredible team for all the amazing work you do on this important issue. To the advocates, to all the organizations that are represented here today, thank you as well. It's a big deal, and it's so great to see. And to everyone, like the youth that have come in here today, like, first of all, incredibly courageous, super awesome, and I'm blown away by how thoughtful and articulate all of you are. And I know our future is in really good hands because of it. Like, having grown up here when I was a youth, way back in the 70s and 80s, having, been all over the city, East Van, South Van, even on the West Side, we were dealing with, it seems like, the same challenges back then as we are today. And so I just want to, thank you. Thank you for being a voice. Thank you for being a stand for all the other individuals, all the youth that aren't here today that are dealing with the same challenges. It's an absolute big deal. And, thanks for making the city a way better place to be. And I think it's pretty obvious I will be supporting it as well. So,
great. Thank you, Mayor Sim. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, I'm speaking because I didn't want to be the only one not to say something, so I thought I would jump on. And ditto, Mayor. I can't imagine what I was doing when I was your age. I certainly wasn't going to city council meetings and talking about this. I was kind of a bad kid. I also struggled with mental health illness and violence and bullying. So I definitely could have used a program like this. I almost did fall through the cracks, but look where I am now. So maybe you will be on council soon as well. But yeah, there's a lot of talk recently about root causes of violence, and I'm glad that this report is addressing that. So really good work there, and I appreciate the speakers, especially the speaker talk about like peer-to-peer support, how important that is. It's not this top-down kind of thing that adults are telling you what to do or something like that. It's you guys are doing it with each other, and that's so cool, and I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Orr. I'll turn the chair to Vice Chair Dominato so I can make some comments. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the speakers today. As mentioned, I know how intimidating that is, and you're very articulate, and many of you are fantastic public speakers. I really appreciated hearing from you and also from the organizations that are involved with the programs and initiatives funded by the Building Safer Communities program. It's really clear, as you can hear to council, that this money is well spent and that it supports critical community-based interventions, programs that reduce the risk factors associated with youth violence. This is really the upstream prevention that we all talk about and want to see more of in our city, and it helps us build a stronger city. So you have our full support. And as you've heard clearly here today, council is really united in supporting these initiatives, and you have our word that we will continue to strongly advocate to the federal government about the critical importance of this funding and the positive difference it's making for youth and also for our city. We're all benefiting from this funding and this work, so I'm really happy to support these recommendations, and we will strongly advocate to the federal government to ensure this funding is continued. Thanks. And I'll take the chair back. Okay, that's it for discussion. So I'll now call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen. And committee, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that passes unanimously. You can clap now if you want. Okay. And that completes report 1. We'll break for lunch and we'll be back at 1 p.m. Thanks everybody for coming today.
Hi, Cassia. Can you hear me?
Hi, Bonnie. We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I missed that. I was. All right, good afternoon and welcome to the Vancouver City Council Special Council meeting of Wednesday, May the 7th, 2025. This special council meeting was called by myself under sections 2.5A and 14.5 of the procedure bylaw for the purpose of considering a bylaw to amend zoning and development bylaw number 3575 to rezone an area to CD-1 and consequential amendments to bylaws. This special council meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the procedure bylaw. The City of Vancouver electronic meetings. As such, council members may participate in person or by electronic means. So clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Mayor Sim in the chair, Councillor Kirby Young, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Fry, Councillor Klassen, Councillor Montague is on a leave of absence for personal reasons all day, Councillor Meisner. Here. Councillor Joe.
Present.
Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney. This meeting has quorum.
Great, thank you very much. So we have 3 bylaws on the agenda for enactment. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone has a conflict of interest, if they want to disclose it, please do so now. Seeing none, council members who were absent for the meetings related to the public hearing enactment bylaws must confirm that they have reviewed the proceedings of the meetings, including the video clip, to be eligible to vote. Bylaws 1 through 3 were from the public hearing on January the 23rd, 2024. Councillors Fry, Meisner, and myself were absent for this item at the public hearing. Councillors Maloney and Orr were not on council at the time of the public hearing. Councillor Fry, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting? Great. Councillor Maloney? Councillor Meisner? Oh, he's not here. Councillor Orr? And I have not, and I will not. Bylaws 2 and 3 are subject to the approval of bylaw 1. Therefore, we will vote on bylaw 1 separately. Would someone like to move a motion to adopt bylaw 1? Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Kirby Young, I believe. Okay, see the names for record. Council, is there any discussion? Seeing no one on the queue. All those in favor say yay. Oops.
Sorry, just with that, can you confirm we actually have enough votes to vote on the bylaw? I just didn't hear that
Yeah,
with the number of people not able to vote.
I confirmed
We have
with city
6?
manager. It's just
Oh.
we just need majority.
Okay, okay. No, I just want to make sure we did. Okay.
That's a great question.
Thank you.
Unless it changed, city manager. Nope, we're good. Great. Okay. All those in favor say yay. Yay. All those opposed say nay. No, we can just say yay or nay. You can. Would you like to request? Okay. If we can please go to the voting panel, and a reminder for anyone who did not review, I think administratively, are we marked absent, or how does that work? So, like myself, Councillor Maloney, Councillor Fry, and Councillor Orr are not eligible to vote. So, yep, please take your time. Clerk. We're good? Okay. So we are voting on bylaw number 1, and just a reminder for anyone who's not eligible to vote, I guess we will just sit and see how the magic works. If you can please register your vote. Oh, it has. I'm sorry, on mine appears as I have to vote here, so I don't know what it looks like. Okay, can we please bring that up on the screen? Okay, there's a new column there. Awesome. So that vote passes. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Could the clerks just explain for the benefit of council and to the public that as we're voting on bylaws and we're an 11-member council, we're actually voting and passing these bylaws with only 5 members of council. And I don't think in any time I've ever seen us do that. And I'm just, I'd love a parliamentary explanation that is legal, and because I've never seen that before.
Through the chair to the clerk or the city manager.
We do have a law on the line, so we'll just ask Grant, do you want to respond to Councillor Dominato's question?
Certainly, it's Grant Murray with the Law Department. My understanding of it is this. We need quorum of 6 persons to be in attendance at this meeting, and we have 9 councillors. It's a simple matter of a majority of those present who have to carry the day, and so that in these circumstances is 5 votes. This is a little bit different. If the other members were in conflict, they're simply not eligible to vote. If they were in conflict, they would have to leave the room and we would not have a sufficient quorum. But in these circumstances, we have quorum, which is 9, more than 6. And the rule is that a majority of those present must vote. Bylaws can be enacted with the majority of those present, not with a majority of all members of council. So our understanding is that this is perfectly valid.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Great question. And, you know, we thought this was going to be kind of boring, but we've learned 2 things so far today. So thank you very much. Okay, moving along. Would someone like to move the motion to adopt bylaws number 2 and 3? Councillor Bly, seconded by, I think, Councillor Dominato got there first. Council, is there any discussion? Seeing Councillor Dominato, I see you on the... Okay. Seeing no one in the queue, we want to do the vote, register the vote again. Thank you very much. If we can please go to the voting panel, and once again, if you're not eligible to vote, just please sit tight. Okay. And then, clerk, I won't be able to see the results because I have to vote before it pops up, so. And it passed. Great, thank you very much. And if we can just get it put up there. Thank you. Okay, the approved bylaw can be found on the city's website. May we have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Claassen, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Fry. I saw you nod your head. Thank you. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay. Thanks, Mayor and Council. We're resuming our standing committee of May 7th, and we are undertaking member motions for the remainder of the afternoon. The next item up is motion 1, adding Sikh Heritage Month to the City of Vancouver's official observances is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Kirby Young. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest? Hearing no one, seeing no one. Councillor Kirby Young, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks to Council for the opportunity to introduce this motion, which is entitled Adding Sikh Heritage Month to the City of Vancouver's official observances. As many know, Sikh Heritage Month is a month-long celebration in April that highlights the many contributions Sikh communities have made to Canada. But really, I think essentially starting here in Vancouver, and particularly with some of the troubled history with the Kamagatu Maru, it was acknowledged federally. Officially in 2019, and then in recent conversations with community members at Vaisakhi and different festivals, we got into a conversation and said, why is it not an official observance for the City of Vancouver? And so while we have informally recognized it, we haven't formally. So I'm not going to sort of speak myself. I just want to take the opportunity to highlight some of the comments from some of the letters that have come in from community, and you'll hear from speakers. For example, the Indus Media Foundation says that this is an important opportunity to tell the erased stories of those that were denied dignity in their own time. And as a heritage and storytelling organization focused on restoring these overlooked and omitted contributions, they see Sikh Heritage Month as a vital instrument. The BC Khalsa Darbar Society also sees this as a meaningful step to honor the enduring contributions of Sikh pioneers and emphasizes the values of love, equality, and compassion that I'm sure we could all use more of in our city. The South Asian Community Hub, otherwise known as SAC, speaks to the fact that Metro Vancouver's population for Sikhs is now under 220,000. And that again, it was recognized by the Government of Canada, but not officially here. And as a proudly anti-racist nonprofit organization working to change that begins by changing attitudes. And I think when people are seen and heard and they feel understood, understanding actually fosters, I think, positive connections and inclusion in our city. The Punjabi Market Collective is also looking forward, if council sees fit to pass this today, to officially recognizing and being the first administration civically to do so in the city of Vancouver, and recognizes the work they've been doing in the Punjabi market area. Khalsa Wrestling Society and lastly the Khalsa Diwan Society also made some very, I think, articulate comments about acknowledging the sacrifices and contributions today so that our Sikh community can be the wonderful contributors that they are today. I have run out of time. I would like to share more, but I know that council has received a lot of these comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Caribbean. Seconded by Councillor Zhou. We will now hear from our registered speakers to this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition to the motion. Our first public speaker is Jagdeep Sangera, Vice President of the Khalsa Diwan Society. Is Jagdeep here, in person or on the line? He's not here? Okay, we can always come back. Thanks for flagging that. Our second speaker is Bob Sidhu on the phone. We have Bob? Okay, we'll just wait a minute.
Not on the phone.
Okay. Our next speaker, registered speaker, is Paul Beasla on the phone. Okay, Paul, can you hear us? Paul?
Folks hear me?
Yep. Go ahead, Paul.
Okay, thank you. Dear Mayor and Council, thank you first of all to Councillor Sarah Kirby-Young for bringing this motion forward and for recognizing the contributions of Sikhs here in Canada. My name is Paul Beasla. I'm calling on behalf of Punjabi Market Collective, and I am in support of this motion. I also want to recognize that I live in the area of Sunset, which is on Musqueam land. We also would like to thank the current mayor and council for being the first administration to officially recognize Sikh Heritage Month in the city of Vancouver last year with the proclamation, and again this year. Sikhs, with the support of other faith communities, helped found some of the pillar institutions here in our great city. Punjabi Market is one of them. We support this motion to create a lasting legacy of recognition for the Sikh community so that their contributions are not forgotten. The sacrifices of our ancestors should continue to be recognized so that the future generations don't take for granted the great achievements we have made as a community. Guru Gobind Singh Ji, our 10th Guru, said, quote, "Recognize all of the human race as one," end quote. With the foundation laid by our ancestors in this country and with the principles instilled in us by our faith, future generations of Sikhs can continue to build a better future for all. Our faith teaches us love and compassion. Some of our key tenets are equality, selfless service, and to meditate on God's name. These teachings combined are fairly universal and important to building an accepting and progressive society. These teachings can help us to continue to build a more vibrant city, and so it's fitting to be reminded of these qualities and what we are trying to achieve together. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate you calling in today. Our next speaker is Preeti Fadkot, also on the phone. Preeti, go ahead.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Hi there.
I am in support of this motion as well. This acknowledgement actually means a lot to our community. Sikhism taught us that we're all equal and there is one divine light in all, and that we must live with humility, truth, and service. It reminds us, Nam Japo, Kirat Karo, Vanchako, which means meditate on the divine, earn an honest living, and share with others. In that spirit, during the tragedy of Lapu Lapu Day, Sikh organization across the lower mainland, including the Khalsa Diwan Society, Guru Nanak's Free Kitchen, and many gurdwaras, they all came together to provide food, collect donations, and stand in solidarity with those who were affected. This is the heart of Sikhism, to serve selflessly, stand for justice, and love for all. I sincerely want to thank the Mayor and the Council, Sarah Kirby-Young, for thinking of this community and honoring us. This has never happened in the city of Vancouver and not in this council before, so really appreciate all of you guys' effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in today. Our next speaker is Raj Singh Bandal, Representative Speaker, Curator of the Wanjara Nomad Collections. I understand that you are representing others. Can you just confirm that they're either in person with you or on the line? I have, and I apologize if I don't pronounce this correctly, Dr. Jasjot Singh Man, Suni Dardi, and Dr. Tajinder Singh. Okay. Okay, so they're just yourself today then? So you'll have 3 minutes to address council in that case, and you're welcome to come up to the lectern, and we'll adjust that for you. And welcome.
Is it good?
That's perfect.
Oh, thank you.
Go ahead.
And I'll try to make it as brief as I can, so thank you. Honorable Mayor, councillors and steward of civic truth, Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. My name is Raj Singh Pandal and I speak on behalf of Wanjara Nomads, a Sikh Canadian collective rooted in memory, clarity and conviction. We rise today in full support of motion to recognize April as Sikh Heritage Month in the city of Vancouver. This motion is not merely symbolic, it is structural recognition. It offers inclusion grounded in integrity. It affirms identity with precision. And by making space, it honors a presence that has always been here. April holds unmatched meaning in the Sikh Canadian experience. In 1699, Vaisakhi marked the revelation of the Khalsa of Anandpur Sahib, a sovereign path of courage, equality, and sacred duty. It dismantled entrenched social division and upheld the promise of dignity, justice, and shared humanity. This motion honors that legacy and reflects the city's commitment to truth, recognition, and belonging. When this honorable council restored the name Guru Nanak Jahaj, you did not simply revise history, you rectified it. You acknowledged the vessel that has sailed as the first floating Gurdwara Sahib. By speaking its true name, you upheld sanctity and you inspired truth telling beyond your jurisdiction. This act now stands as a catalyst towards completing the federal apology of May 18, 2016, anchoring it in accuracy and reverence. For this, we extend our sincere and heartfelt thanks. In April 1915, Bhai Meva Singh stood in the courtroom in this very city with clarity and without compromise. He upheld the Guru's hukam. His ardas entered the blood of this land, reminding us then and now to speak when silence would be easier and to stand when truth must be seen. This honorable motion carries that legacy forward. Sikh Canadians are integral to this nation. We are present with resolve, and I will say this with respect, we are not South Asians, we are Sikh Canadians. A name that is whole, an identity that is exact, a presence that endures. This motion recognizes, it affirms, and in doing so, it strengthens the shared civic ground on which truth stands. We stand in affirmation, we stand in continuity, and above all, we stand in Chardi Kala. On behalf of Wanjara Nomad and proud Sikh Canadians, we thank you all for your clarity, your courage, and your commitment to naming things rightly. May Waheguru bless us all. May Waheguru bless our Canada. And may Waheguru bless Maskium, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughtful words. Thank you for coming in today. Our next speaker on the list is Amy Gill. I understand she was going to be in person. Is Amy here? I don't see her in the room, but in the event she's in the foyer. No? Okay, we'll come back just in case. Next speaker, Parveen Mangat, also in person. I don't see Parveen. We'll come back. Is she on the line? Okay, fantastic. Is Amy online too? Okay, we'll start with Amy if Amy's online. Amy, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Amy, you have 3 minutes to address council.
Perfect, thank you. My name is Amy K. Gill. I was a Liberal candidate for Vancouver Kingsway in the last federal election. I'm a finance professional and I'm actively engaged in the community. Thank you to Mayor Ken Sim and Council for having us here today to speak in support of adding Sikh Heritage Month to the City of Vancouver's official observances. I would like to start by acknowledging that today I'm on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, and we must continue the important work of reconciliation to build truly inclusive and robust communities. The legacies of Sikh heritage in Canada is rich, deeply rooted, and spans over a century, marked by deep contributions to the social, cultural, political, and economic fabric of this country. The first Sikhs arrived in Canada in the late 1800s, primarily from Punjab, India. Like my own father, who immigrated here 50 years ago, many worked in BC's forestry, railway, and agriculture sectors. The Kamagata Maru incident in 1914 is a pivotal moment in Sikh Canadian history, where a ship carrying mostly Sikh passengers was denied entry to Canada due to discriminatory immigration laws, highlighting the racism faced by early settlers. Early Sikh immigrants faced frequent obstacles, including voting and property ownership restrictions and difficulty bringing families. Determined advocacy and resilience of the community has led to gradual policy reforms. Today, there are dozens of gurdwaras across Canada, and Vaisakhi parades here are some of the largest in the world outside of India. The Sikh values of seva, which means selfless service, equality, and justice, have greatly influenced community work and volunteerism. The advocacy that got us to where we are at today must persist through continual education and awareness. Events such as recognizing Sikh Heritage Month as an official observance will help to continue highlighting Sikh history, values, and contributions through exhibitions, festivals, lectures, and community events. Thank you.
Thanks, Amy, for calling in today, and thanks again for your community service and candidacy. We'll move on to Parveen Mangat. Is she on the line? No? Okay, we'll circle back. We'll move to speaker number 9, Taj Johal, President, Sikh Heritage Month, Vancouver. Welcome, and you have 3 minutes to address council.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mayor Ken Sim. Good afternoon, sorry. Good afternoon, Mayor Ken Sim, councillors, and members of the Standing Committee. My name is Taj Singh Johal. I'm honored to speak today as the President of Sikh Heritage Month, Vancouver. I'm here on behalf of our entire team, including our Vice President, Simran Kaur Bagri. We are in full support of this motion to officially recognize Sikh Heritage Month as a part of the City of Vancouver official observance. Our team lives in Vancouver, and we are deeply committed to the community and the future of this city. The Sikh community has been a part of this city's story for 125 years. Our ancestors came to Vancouver with hope, resilience, and a desire to build better lives, not only for themselves, but for others. They worked in lumber mills, on the railroads, and sawmills along the Burrard Inlet. They built families, places of worship, and community networks that are still thriving today. But they also faced serious barriers, systematic racism, inclusion, and discrimination. One of the most painful examples is the Guru Nanak Jahaj, also known as the Komagaramru incident, 1914. 376 passengers, including Sikhs, Muslims, and Hindus, passengers were denied to enter Vancouver and forced back, despite being British subjects. The passengers named the ship the Guru Nanak Jahaj because they believed their journey for fairness, dignity, and justice was inspired by the teachings of Guru Nanak Dev Ji, the founder of Sikhism. Guru Nanak Dev Ji taught us that all human beings are equal regardless of caste, class, gender, or background. He taught us that the values of seva, selfless service, and of standing against injustice. These teachings remain at the heart of the Sikh identity and continue to guide our contribution to the city. Today, Sikh Canadians are educators, health workers, artists, business owners, and government workers. And many of us, like our team, are working year-round to promote awareness, unity, understanding through the Sikh Heritage Month programming. April is recognized as Sikh Heritage Month in Canada and in several provinces, including British Columbia. For Vancouver, to join them, send a powerful message, one that says our city is not only acknowledges Sikh history, but actively values Sikhs' contributions and community building in the present and future. On behalf of Sikh Heritage Month Vancouver, we support this motion. This is an opportunity to deepen inclusion, reflect truthfully on our shared history, and celebrate the diversity that strengthens the city. Thank you so much for your time and your ongoing commitment to more equitably inclusive Vancouver. Thank you very much, City Council and Mayor Ken Sim.
Thanks very much for coming in today and speaking. Our next speaker, I believe on the phone, Sukhvinder Sangar, member of the Akali Singh Sikh Society. We have Sukhvinder on the line? Nope. Follow through, come back. Next speaker, Navpreet Boyal. Is Navpreet on the line? Navpreet?
Good afternoon.
Hi, Navpreet. Can you just confirm, or you already did confirm a residency. You have 3 minutes to address council.
Sure. Good afternoon, Mayor Ken Sim, City Council members, and distinguished guests. My name is Navpreet, and I am here today representing the Sikh Heritage Society BC, a volunteer-driven non-for-profit organization committed to preserving and celebrating Sikh culture, heritage, and history in BC. I am here in strong support of the motion for adding Sikh Heritage Month to the City of Vancouver's official observances. This motion is just more than just a recognition. It's an acknowledgement of the lasting contributions of Sikh Canadians that have made to the social, economic, and cultural fabric of our city, province, and country. As we know, the history of Sikhs in BC dates back to 1897 when the first Sikh pioneers arrived on the shores of Vancouver. Despite facing significant barriers, and including discrimination and exclusionary laws, these early Sikh pioneers persevered, contributing to the development of industries like logging, railroads, and agriculture. Their resilience led to the establishment of the Khalsa Diwan Society, marking the creation of the first Gurdwara in North America, showcasing unity and community spirit. Since 2018, our organization has proudly been the leading organization at the forefront of Sikh Heritage Month celebrations here in British Columbia. What began as a grassroots initiative has now grown into province-wide celebrations, shining a spotlight on Sikh culture and its deep roots in our communities. The history of Sikh Canadians, though, is one of a national story. On April 30th, 2019, the Government of Canada officially recognized Sikh Heritage Month, designating April as a time to honor Sikh culture across the nation. This national acknowledgement highlights the significance of Sikh contributions to Canada's diversity and collective strength. However, for our organization, it's not just about the celebration. It's also about the education and the community aspect. Through the support we garner from our community and the relationships that we have built, we have established a multifaceted education project where we are now providing scholarships, lesson plans aligned with the BC curriculum, and a workshop for educators. By adding Sikh Heritage Month to Vancouver's official observances, the city would not only be just taking a bold step towards inclusivity and celebrating a community that has helped shape the city for over a century, but they'll also be opening doors for future partnerships and collaborations with the city, with the Sikh community in Vancouver itself. It would send a message that the city of Vancouver truly values its diversity and honors the contribution of the Sikh people and diaspora, and taking the first step to genuinely build partnerships with the community here in Vancouver. I respectfully urge all City Council members to support this motion, recognizing the legacy and contributions of Sikh Canadians for generations to come. Thank you.
Thanks very much for calling in today. Our last speaker, Speaker 12, has withdrawn, just for the council's information. We're going to go back through the speakers list. I understand that speaker number 1, Jagdeep Sangara, is on the line. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
Good afternoon, Jagdeep. You have 3 minutes to address council.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, council members, and fellow community advocates. It is an honor to stand before you today as the Vice President of Khalsa Diwan Society, organization that has proudly served the Sikh community and the broader Vancouver society for over a century. Since its founding in 1906, Khalsa Diwan Society has been a beacon of faith, service, advocacy, not only for the Sikh Canadians, but for all who believe in equity, justice, and community building. Today, with a membership exceeding 15,000, our society remains committed to strengthening Vancouver's multicultural landscape and ensuring the contributions of Sikh Canadians are recognized and celebrated. The Sikh community's roots in Vancouver run deep. The early Sikh pioneers who arrived here to face immense challenges from social discrimination, unjust policies, to barriers in employment, housing. Despite these struggles, they work tirelessly in the industry like lumber, construction, and transportation, and build institutions that continue to serve Vancouver today. Sikhs were instrumental in labor movements pushing for fair treatments and workers' rights, and have been forefront of social justice initiatives. Our community has never just existed in Vancouver. We have been actively shaped in it. Sikhs have served as elected officials, educators, entrepreneurs, frontline workers, contributing to every aspect of city's growth, whether it's through charitable efforts, disaster relief, simply the daily practice of seva, selfless service. Sikhs have embodied values of compassion, collective responsibility that makes Vancouver a better place. In 2019, the Government of Canada officially recognized Sikhs as a Heritage Month, a step that acknowledges immense contributions of Sikhs Canadians. Vancouver proudly suited by declaring April as a Sikh Heritage Month, a single milestone in honoring our presence and contributions. Now, the Council has the opportunity to take this recognition a step further by making Sikh Heritage Month as a official city observance, firmly embedding into Vancouver's civic celebration. This step is important. The recognition matters. Officially designating Sikh Heritage Month a month sends a strong message not only to Sikhs but to all communities in Vancouver that diversity is more than acknowledged; it is embarrassed. It creates opportunity for education, celebration, reflection, ensuring that the generations to come understand profound impact of Sikh Canadians in shaping this city's history. Khalsa Diwan Society and its 15,000 members have wholeheartedly supports the motion. We appreciate city's continuous commitment to inclusion. We look forward to partnering in meaningful ways to ensure Sikhs Heritage Month is celebrated with dignity, enthusiasm it deserves. Let's recognize this testament as spirit of Sarbat Dapala, a well-being for all, a principle that guides Sikhs in the service to humanity. That Vancouver stands as a leadership in multiculturalism, ensuring that our shared history is honored and celebrated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for calling in today. Clerks, just checking to see if we have any of the other speakers that were missed on the line right now.
No other speakers on the line.
Thanks, clerks. And so that brings us to the end of our speakers list. Thank you, everyone who called in, and to those of you in chambers. We are now going to move on to debate and discussion. And so please, councillors, please put your names, put yourselves on the queue. Councillor Claassen. Sorry, there you go.
Thanks very much. These are final comments. So
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. So I'm extremely proud to be supporting this motion to formally recognize Sikh Heritage Month as an annual observance to the City of Vancouver. And I'd like to thank all the speakers, but I want to recognize Taj for coming in. I saw him downstairs, waited patiently all morning, and you came in and your words were excellent. The Sikh community has contributed profoundly to the social, cultural, and economic fabric of our city for over a century, from public service to entrepreneurship, from cultural leadership to humanitarian work. Sikh Canadians embody values that strengthen and enrich our civic life, values like compassion, equality, and community service rooted in the teachings of Guru Nanak Dev Ji. The naming of Canada Place as Kamagata Maru, also called Guru Nanak Jahaz. The place was also another fine moment that happened during this term of council. By officially observing Sikh Heritage Month every April, we not only honor the vibrant Sikh heritage, but also reaffirm our commitment to building a city where diversity is celebrated and inclusivity is a core value. And as someone who is born and raised in Vancouver and grew up on the south side in a community rich in diversity and cultures, where the Sikh community was always a part of my world, I'm so pleased that we can take this important step to formally recognize the community and the collective work of all of its members in building Vancouver. So thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young, for the motion, to Council, and to the community leaders who have long championed for this recognition. Vancouver will be a better city for it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Claassen. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm practicing. I'm going to see how this goes. I'm going to say Waikiki Kakalsa Waikiki Fate. How did I do? Okay. I was not born and raised in Vancouver. I was actually born and raised in the UK. And so I am a British subject, and it is not lost on me that it was actually my ancestors, right, or my heritage that played that role in turning away the Kamagata Maru. And did many other things, as I'm often reminded by my better half, who comes from a different cultural background. But sort of joking aside, I just want to say very quickly and simply that it's an honor and a privilege to bring this forward to formally recognize Sikh Heritage Month in the city of Vancouver. I think it's appropriate, given the meaningful history of Sikhs coming to these shores and coming to Canada, that we do this here in the city of Vancouver. Others have spoken far more eloquently than I can. I think it was Raj that said to stand when truth must be seen. We often talk about proud Sikh Canadians, but I think we have incredibly proud Vancouverites. And I think it was well articulated that this is more than symbolic. It is a meaningful gesture and a recognition of both the contributions that the Sikh community continues to make generously and selflessly to the city of Vancouver, and we saw that recently. We continue to see it. We saw it most recently with the Lapu Lapu Day tragic events. It's a chance to celebrate the culture and all of the work. And I think to foster understanding. I think the more that we bring cultures and people together, the less challenges that we have around perceived differences, because I think we see that there is far more that unites us than divides us. So I'm grateful for the chance to bring it forward, and look forward hopefully to support from Council in getting this passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. And I see now Councillor Fry on the queue, so I'll advance Councillor Fry. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And Wahe Guru Ji Ka Khalsa, Wahe Guru Ji Ki Fateh. And just to lend also support to this, I mean, I think it's an important acknowledgement of, and many people don't understand that Sikh people helped build this city and this province. And of course, the first Gurdwara was down in Kitsilano over 100 years ago. And I think this is a great opportunity to celebrate some of the history that helped make who we are collectively. I was very honored to, in the last term, bring forward the resolution that was unanimously passed to celebrate the Punjabi market's 50th anniversary. And unfortunately, that celebration was derailed by COVID-19, which happened at that very same time. But the history of Punjabi market, the history of it being the largest South Asian market in North America, is a significant thing that we should celebrate, and as a notion of our diversity and who we are as a city. And so, and just to share that, similar to Councillor Kirby Young, my father's a white guy from England, and his father served in World War I with a Sikh regiment, and he was always, it was a great source of pride. And I have also these fantastic family photos of Sikh British military Sikh men who went and fought on the front lines in World War I in Europe, and how brave they were and how spectacular they were. So, Sat Sri Akal, thank you for bringing this forward, Councillor Kirby Young, and I think it's a great motion, and look forward to celebrating Sikh Heritage Month.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. I don't see any other speakers on the queue, so I am now going to call the vote. Please vote online. Just did, or did you not come? Just give us a moment, Council. Thank you, Council, and that motion passes unanimously. Thanks again. Thank you again for coming in and speaking. We're very appreciative. Okay, Council, thank you. That completes motion 1. We are now moving to motion 2, prohibiting the sale of gun-shaped lighters and calling on the province to explore legislation to ban GSLs. The next item is motion 2. I believe it's being introduced by Councillor Claassen. You'll be introducing it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest? Seeing and hearing none, I'll turn it over to you, Councillor Claassen, to introduce your motion. You have 2 minutes. I can give you a minute, just so I know we're... Yes, there you go.
Thank you, Chair. So, Council, I'm bringing forward this motion today in response to an urgent and growing public safety concern in Vancouver, the proliferation of gun-shaped lighters, or GSLs, throughout the city. Over the past year, Vancouver police have responded to 162 calls related to GSLs, with nearly half of them in the downtown east side, another 39% of them in the downtown core. These objects are designed to look like real firearms. To the public, they are indistinguishable from a weapon, and as a result, they are triggering priority weapons calls to 911. More than half of these calls involved an elevated police response, with officers deploying resources that includes tasers, less lethal shotguns, and in some cases, even drawing firearms. 10 calls resulted in criminal charges ranging from an assault to robbery. In 6 cases, GSLs were used during a violent offense. Perhaps the most alarming is that 32 calls required a dispatch of 10 or more police units. That's over 60 officers. On average, each GSL call consumes 2.5 hours of police time. This is costly and a dangerous drain on our emergency response system. Despite this, there are no federal, provincial, or municipal regulations preventing the sale or possession of these items. Police can't seize them unless they're used in a crime, and yet they continue to show up in increasing numbers on our streets. These are not novelty items, they are public safety hazards. So today I'm asking Council to support a motion that will ban the sale of gun-shaped lighters in the City of Vancouver. This is a practical and proactive step that we can take to protect our residents, reduce unnecessary strain on police resources, and prevent a tragic incident before it occurs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clausen. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Fry. We do not have any speakers to this item, so we will be moving directly to debate and decision. And I do see Councillor Fry on the queue, so I'll advance to you.
Yeah, just speaking in support of this, I think, you know, I had at first blush thought, oh, but they're those tiny little mini guns that shoot flames. It's not a big deal, is it? And then I actually looked into it a little bit, and some of these gun-shaped lighters are actual, they look like real guns. Like you would not know I wouldn't know the difference, certainly. And they are being sold in shops in areas like Granville Street and Hastings Street. And I think that they likely are being used for nefarious purposes. Certainly, I can appreciate the draw that it puts on police resources, the risk it puts onto individuals who may be intimidated by these guns. And I think it's a shame that there is not some kind of legislation from senior governments to prevent it. But I think in the meantime, this is a good approach, similar to the approach we took with bear spray and bear bangers to prevent their sale for misuse in public. So. Happy to support this and happy to second it. Thanks, Councillor Clausen.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Any other speakers? I don't see any. So in that case, unless Councillor Clausen, you want to close further on your motion, I will call the vote. Otherwise, I'll advance you if you do.
All I will say is one remark is that in relation to this motion, I started to hear back a lot about Council's past decision to ban the permanent butane lighters, the ones that are lock. And I gather that we're hearing at this early stages that it's having a notional impact on the reduction of those fires. And so, again, very similar in spirit, working in the fire department in that case. So, but thank you very much for your words, Councillor Fry.
And thank you for that, Councillor Clausen. And that brings us to the end of the motion. I will call the vote. Please vote online. Thank you, Council. That motion passes unanimously. That brings us, that completes motion 2. We are now moving on to motion 3 on our agenda. That is, next item is opportunity for a cultural precinct in the heart of downtown, and is being moved and introduced by Councillor Kirby-Young, and I understand will be seconded by Councillor Zhou. Before we begin this item, is there any conflicts of interest? Seeing, hearing none, I'll turn it over to Councillor Kirby-Young to introduce the motion. You have 2 minutes, Councillor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think 2 minutes will be a challenge to get in how excited I am about this and provide an overview. I think we have an unprecedented opportunity to develop a vision for cultural precinct here in the heart of Vancouver. I want to co-submitting this with Councillor Joe, the current liaison to the Civic Theatres Committee, and I've served as an ongoing trustee for the Vancouver Art Gallery. And I want to appreciate Councillor Meisner for supporting the first phase of this work. What we're asking here is for Council to have some vision to take the advantage of what is a very rare opportunity to actually take advantage of a site in the heart of downtown and create a cultural district. I traveled myself at my own expense in the last year and a half to 2 different cultural districts, the Quartier des Spectacles in Montreal, and attended a cultural tourism conference, as well as in Hong Kong to the M+ development. And they have a similar vision for co-locating visual and performing arts all together. And it is an incredible opportunity, I think, for the City of Vancouver to look at doing the same. It will be an economic boost, a cultural boost, and provide a legacy. There are 26 organizations that have come together that are driving this vision forward, which I think is an incredible superpower to have the industry, or in the sector, I should say, speaking as one voice. The Vancouver Concert Hall Theatre Society, this motion aligns with the release of the first phase of the work. And I think that continuing that to offer a cultural dynamic entertainment destination, again, in the heart of downtown Vancouver, and create a cultural legacy is an opportunity that's unprecedented, and that I think the council would not want to miss. Arts brings us together. It provides us with respite and relief. It's worth saying that on the Saturday night of the Lapu Lapu, I think we're having the, should I pause, Chair, during the?
There's a test of the emergency alert system, so that's what's, we'll give you an extra 30 seconds there. Go ahead.
Do you want me to continue now? Okay.
Okay.
It's worth noting, I know one of the representatives you're going to hear from tonight is from Dance House, and I was actually at the Dance House performance on Saturday night. It was a 70-minute show. I went in at about just after 8 o'clock. I was running a little bit late. And I came out 70 minutes later, and the world had changed in Vancouver. Sorry. And I had about 60 messages on my phone, but arts is really important in bringing us together. So I think that we all need the opportunity to celebrate our cultures and come together and celebrate and have a little bit of joy. And I think that Vancouver deserves a dynamic cultural destination like this. And I would really encourage us all to take up the enthusiasm of exploring this. I think it is an unparalleled chance to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. I know it's been a difficult time for all at this point. Acknowledging that. Councillor Joe, I think you were going to second this as co-submitter. Okay, fantastic. We're now going to hear from registered speakers, and we do have speakers for this item. Just confirming that we do want speakers to indicate if they're in support or in opposition, and also that if you didn't note, if you're a resident, we will ask confirmation of that. I did hear our first speaker is, registered speaker is Jim Smith, but I understood there might be an interest in, I'm looking to those of you who are in person around moving the order, and I'll seek council's guidance as well. I understand that potentially Speaker 3, Suzanne Anton, would like to speak first, and would, as long as your colleagues are okay with that and council is okay accommodating just a change in the order, that we would start with Suzanne. Okay, well, we will do that then, and welcome Suzanne, former councillor and former MLA to our great city. You have 3 minutes to present, and I understand you have a PowerPoint.
I do, thank you, and I wonder if it could get called up.
Is it up? Okay, it's coming. So we'll just wait for it to come up. So
There we are. Thank you. And I'm going to go through it very quickly, and I'll just quickly mention the slides as I go. Mayor, Chair, and councillors, thank you very much. It's a real pleasure for myself and our team to be here today.
We're just going to get a pause for 1 sec. It's a lot of testing of systems today. Okay, go ahead.
The Vancouver Symphony Orchestra, of which I'm a board member, asked me some time ago if I would re-look at the long-standing desire to have a new concert hall in Vancouver. It became apparent fairly quickly that we needed to do it in a broader context. Can I get to slide 2, please? And which is to put it into a cultural precinct. Slide 3. So we decided to have not just the symphony looking for a concert hall, but a team approach. And we now have, as Councillor Kirby-Young mentioned, we now have 26 performing arts groups working together. And Councillor Joe, just a couple of days ago, introduced us to some more potential members, so that there has been great interest amongst these groups. All of them, every one of them, needs new or better facilities in the city of Vancouver. Slide 5, please. That's 4, I think, next. There we are. So what we are proposing is a plan which will build new where needed, but only where needed, and to consider renovations of the current facilities. And that piece of work, considering renovations, will be in part 2 of our current phase of our project. Next slide. So our process, very careful research and planning, very careful cost control. We've got experienced leadership and an on-budget track record. We are determined to make sure that everything we do is well supported before we move forward to a next stage. Next, please. And so these are our stages: coordinate, measure, etc. We are now on the measuring stage. Can I go to slide 9? And these are our first insights. We have, you will be interested to know, but maybe not surprised, the lowest seat count for music in Canada and comparable cities, and all of our venues are at capacity. section 10, or slide 10, that we surveyed all of our users and determined their demand, number 11. And we determined, again, that all of our venues, just looking at the statistics from Vancouver Civic Theatres and from our users, all of our venues are well over capacity. Slide 12. If you look here, the pink dots are what people need. The yellow dots are what we have. You'll see that none of them match. And this slide is in your book that we just gave you. Next slide, please. And you'll see what we're attempting to do is match up the facilities with the needs. So that's the goal of our project. Slide 14, please. Next one. Next, keep going. I just want to show you the pictures of where we're proposing to go. There we are. Next one. 3 possible sites we're looking at. One is at the Queen Elizabeth Theatre itself. Around that site, there's room on Hamilton Street and there's room in the plaza. Next slide. Sharing 1/3 of the site with the Vancouver Art Gallery. Have a look at these when you have more time, but you'll see the theatre at the back of the site. Next one. Sharing half of the site with the Art Gallery and putting a recital hall into that space. But you see what we're proposing is a new music hall, a new recital hall, and then renovated facilities is our goal. Section 21, slide 21 rather.
Suzanne, I'm just noting we're at 3 minutes 30, so.
Yeah, okay. If you just go right to the very end, there we are, that one there. One up. Vancouver's time to take center stage. This is where we want to go, and this is, I think, what Councillor Kirby-Young was mentioning. A new cultural precinct to really be a dynamic, fabulous institution in the heart of Vancouver. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suzanne, and thank you. I know we've got handouts so we can take a closer look at what you presented. We are now going to move back to the beginning of our speaker list to Jim Smith, co-founder, artistic executive director of Dance House, which I know Councillor Kirby-Young referenced in her comments. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
To address council.
Thank you, Mayor, Chair, and councillors. For those I haven't had the pleasure of meeting, my name is Jim Smith, and I'm the Artistic and Executive Director of Dance House. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this motion. Vancouver is home to a vibrant, growing community of artists and cultural workers. The city's rich artistic landscape, supported by a diverse mosaic of performing arts organizations, helps define Vancouver's unique identity and enhances the quality of life for all who live here. But despite this wealth of talent and ambition, serious infrastructure gaps persist. Recent research conducted by Diamond Schmidt confirms what many of us in the sector have long known. The lack of appropriately sized and equipped performance venues is hampering the development of our cultural ecosystem and, by extension, the social and economic growth of Vancouver. We are fortunate to have many homegrown performing artists who are celebrated on the international stage. Since I work in dance, I'm going to share a couple of them. First, Emily Molnar, the former artistic director of Ballet BC. Emily lived and worked in Vancouver for many years, first as a dancer, then leading the company through a period of remarkable growth and acclaim. She is now the artistic director of the Netherlands Dance Theatre, a world-renowned contemporary dance company. This is a remarkable achievement that she's arrived at this position, one that should fill us all with pride. Yet, despite her international success and her deep roots in Vancouver, we are unable to welcome her company here. The Vancouver Playhouse is too small, the Queen Elizabeth Theatre is too large. As a result, Vancouver audiences must travel to Montreal, Ottawa, Toronto, or abroad to experience the work of one of our own. Crystal Pite is another Vancouver-based artist of global stature. A Ballet BC alum and founder of Kid Pivot, Crystal has won multiple international awards, including her 4th Olivier Award this past April, the UK's equivalent to the Tonys. Thanks to Kid Pivot's mid-scale format, Vancouver audiences can still access some of her work locally, but her creations for companies like the Paris Opera Ballet, the Royal Ballet of London, amongst many others, are beyond our reach, again, because we have a lack of appropriate venues. These are not isolated cases. They are symptomatic of a broader issue that our city does not have the infrastructure to support the scale and ambition of the talent that lives here. Nor are we able to consistently welcome international artists whose work could inspire and challenge us. At Dance House, part of our mission is to connect Vancouver to the global dance world. But I ask you to consider, what impression do we make when international artists arrive at our aging, technically limited venues? And how many extraordinary works never make it to Vancouver simply because we don't have a space appropriate to host them? If Vancouver truly aspires to be a world-class city, and I believe it does, then surely we must invest in the infrastructure that supports cultural exchange, artistic excellence, and the public access to the arts. That begins with performance spaces that meets both the needs of our local artists and the international community with which we engage. Thank you for your time, and I hope you'll consider supporting this motion.
Thank you very much for your remarks. We're now going to move to speaker number 2, Leela Getz, founder and artistic director of the Vancouver Recital Society. And Leela, I think you have a PowerPoint presentation, but I'm just going to confirm that with the clerks. No. Do you have a PowerPoint, Leela?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors. My name is Leela Getz, and I'm the founder and artistic director of the Vancouver Recital Society. We started up in 1980 at the Arts Club Theatre on Granville Island, but in 1984 moved to the Vancouver Playhouse, where we became a resident company with Sunday performances. I became a member of the Mayor Gordon Campbell's Advisory Committee on the Arts back in the late 80s, along with Donna Spencer, Carol Taylor, and Gordon Smith, among others. By that time, the VSO had moved into the Orpheum, but there was still talk of the need for new concert spaces. A concert hall committee was formed, and several studies were carried out by a series of consultants who wrote reports which seemed to have disappeared in the bowels of City Hall. Then there was the promise of Cole Harbour, which instead became the convention center. Make no mistake, the current city-owned venues in downtown Vancouver are far below par in comparison to performance spaces in other cities. The VRS brings world-renowned performers from all over the globe, and for these concerts, we use the Orpheum and the Playhouse. The Playhouse was originally designed as a theater for which acoustics are set up differently from music. The dressing rooms are downstairs below ground level and are reachable by a steep staircase only. The rooms themselves are drab and uninviting. Last season, when I took one of our performers to his dressing room, I opened the door and he said, "Oh my God, this looks like a prison cell." In the late 80s, when we presented Dame Kiri Takanawa in recital at the Orpheum, and I took her to her dressing room backstage, she looked inside and said, "Tacky, tacky, tacky." 2 years ago, when we presented the world-renowned pianist Yevgeny Kissin at the Orpheum, he was taken to a dressing room downstairs, which had a couch and 2 chairs, from which peeling faux leather pieces were falling off onto the ground, and there was nowhere for him to hang his suit. Neither the Orpheum nor the Playhouse has elevator access to their dressing rooms, which are on lower floors. We have a beautiful city here and wonderful audiences. Surely the audiences, performers, and cultural organizations in this city deserve better. The city has grown, and so has the number of presenting arts organizations. It is near impossible to present a series of performances in a season unless one books 3 years in advance. We desperately need more venues, and they need to be purpose-built so that the lively arts in the city can flourish. And finally, please, I feel like I'm biting the hand that feeds me. We get rental grants from the city. Don't strike us off after what I've said. Thank you.
Thank you, Leila. We always appreciate hearing from you. Thank you for your comments. We're going to move to speaker 4, George Lavrock, board member, Vancouver Youth Choir and Vancouver Youth Symphony Orchestra. Welcome, George. And
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors, and buongiorno, Chair Dominato and Mayor Sim. My name is George Lavrock, and I'm here representing the Vancouver Youth Symphony Orchestra and the Vancouver Youth Choir, 2 organizations for which I serve on the board of directors. These 2 organizations have more than 860 families involved in performing arts, and they both struggle to find rehearsal and performance spaces. I hope that some of you will come to concerts that are happening next weekend on the 17th and 18th at the Orpheum, where both of these organizations will be performing. The youth orchestra, which has actually 4 orchestras, will be performing on the 18th, and believe it or not, it is the 95th anniversary of that organization. So we have had a youth orchestra since 1930 in Vancouver. I have been an executive member of the Vancouver Concert Hall and Theatre Society for the past 23 years, and this is the parent organization of the Cultural Precinct Advisory Committee. I was involved in this effort to enhance performance spaces back in 2002, when the site on the waterfront in Cole Harbour that was designated for a new concert hall was appropriated for the new Vancouver Convention Centre, which needed more space than originally planned. Now, my family has actually been in Vancouver since 1905, and I've always looked on the city as a pioneer city. You know, some of you may not know this, but back in the early days, a lot of famous people came to the Georgia Auditorium, which was right at the gates of Stanley Park. And famous people like pianist composers, Sergei Rachmaninoff came to the Georgia Auditorium 6 times. And even the composer Maurice Ravel played in the Georgia Auditorium. Of course, that's long gone, long scrapped. And many other halls in Vancouver are long gone. Anyway, I am here today to say I'm tired of Vancouver being a pioneer destination, and I think it's time that we became a mature, sophisticated metropolis and a cultural and entertainment mecca. We are very behind other cities, as you've already heard, in this respect, and our performing artists need expanded and improved facilities in order to thrive. For me, it's an issue of quality of life. Simply put, if you wish to improve the quality of life for both Vancouverites and tourists, please vote for this motion being presented today. Thank you.
Thank you, George. And our final speaker for today is Gloria Wong, former executive officer and present volunteer with the BC Chinese Music Association. Is Gloria in person or on the line? On the line?
I'm on the line right now. Yeah.
Hi, Gloria. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes to address council.
Good afternoon. My name is Gloria Wong. I am representing the BC Chinese Music Association, and I am a resident of Vancouver. As a professional musician and a music educator in traditional Chinese music for over 20 years, and as former executive officer at the BCCMA, I support the report recommendations. There are 3 reasons why the city should go ahead with the recommendations. 1, through this plan of retrofitting existing venues and building a new cultural precinct, the city is simply staying on top of demand for world-class performance venues in our downtown core. I have interacted with many international musicians who have toured Vancouver, and I have received comments about the poor condition of performance venues. As a music manager, I would like our city to put our best foot forward to show visiting artists that we are serious about maintaining a vibrant arts scene in our downtown core through state-of-the-art facilities. This benefits Vancouver residents and creates income for Vancouver businesses when we attract world-class names and keep them coming to perform on our stages. Secondly, world-class venues help to support developing young musicians. When I first entered my Bachelor of Music degree at UBC in 1996, I took part in the inaugural concert at the newly built Chan Centre. Since then, I have performed at the Chan Centre hundreds of times, and the venue has played an essential part in my development as a professional musician. The old adage, we shape our buildings, thereafter they shape us, is very much true. I have seen countless students rise to the occasion when given the opportunity to perform in a world-class space. The mid-size concert hall that is proposed in the new Cultural Precinct project will be an ideal space for developing young musicians to hone their skills and to launch their careers. Finally, the Cultural Precinct project will open up new affordable venue possibilities to historically underrepresented musical traditions and will play an important part in the continued preservation and innovation of musical traditions in Vancouver from around the world. Please vote yes for this motion for a Cultural Precinct. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria, for calling in today. Council, that brings us to the end of our speaker list for this item. And so we will move into debate and decision. And so please put yourselves on the queue if you want to speak to this motion. Councillor Zhou, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and also thanks for all the speakers. Thanks for all your efforts and advocacy in these many years. I'm so excited to be able to submit this motion with Councillor Kirby Young together. As the seconder of this motion, of course, I'm in full support of this motion. I think it provides a very good opportunity to shape a bold cultural vision for our city. Vancouver is a home to a vibrant and diverse performing arts community. Yet, I think we are falling behind when it comes to the infrastructure that supports our artists and our cultural life. As we can see from this feasibility report, Vancouver has only half of the numbers of performing arts seats per capita compared to Toronto. And I think we are only 1/3 of the number compared to Melbourne and other cities. So I think, there's so many things we should do. And the gap is not only about statistics, it's about a lost opportunity. I think we have a chance to fill the gap today. It means fewer stages for our artists, fewer world-class performance for our residents, and fewer cultural experiences that make our city more exciting, livable, or also we are missing we're losing a lot of young talented and maybe the tourism coming to Vancouver as well. So Vancouver Concert Hall and the Theatre Society is supported by, as you heard, 26 major music and performing arts organizations so far. I'm pretty sure the list will be growing up as well. So, they have come together with a unified vision to create a cultural precinct in the heart of our downtown core. It's a legacy investment that we can serve generations to come. Also, the new theater is so important for our cultural community, which were, traditionally underrepresented in our community. Many organizations in our cultural community are struggling to find affordable places to perform or to do their rehearsal. We heard from the Cantonese Opera Association, the Chinese Choir Association, the Chinese Orchestra. So there are many groups in Chinatown. They were struggling to survive in this very tough financial situation. And we also know that in this motion, we mentioned about the mixed use. We know the power of mixed use. If we have done this correct, a precinct at Larville Park or any other place can integrate housing, hotel spaces, public gathering places, and all those will unlock ours as a driving force for renewal and our civic pride. This isn't just about the culture, it's also about economics, placemaking, belonging. Art and culture are how we express our identity, share our story, and connect across generations and communities. It's also very critical to reconciliation, to tourism, to economic recovery, and to the soul of our city. This motion really ensures that we stay at the table.
Zhou, you're over time. Oh, no, sorry, you're not.
5 minutes, yeah.
You have 5 minutes.
No worries, yeah.
Keep going, sorry.
No, that's fine. So this motion also ensures that we stay at the tables as partners. It asks our staff to continue working with the society to shape the phase 2 of this feasibility study. It opens the door to meaningful engagement with our indigenous community and other stakeholders, especially what I mentioned from our cultural community, to co-create this vision for generations to come. I think it's very important to invest the future of Vancouver as the global cultural destination, which we are, I think. And let's give our artists the stage they deserved and give our residents and visitors the experience that make our city unforgettable. So with that, I really hope that we have a unanimous support for this motion from Council. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Zhou. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for the presentation and this very fancy presentation here, this book here. It's very nice. I hate to be that guy, but I am concerned a little bit about the sort of the optics of this when so many Vancouverites are struggling during an affordability crisis. This is kind of a higher end kind of programming here. Don't get me wrong, I'm a musician. I've been evicted from 10 different rehearsal spaces myself in the last 10 years. I've seen upwards of 20 of my favorite music venues close in this city recently. It's a struggle for many artists. I'm just worried a little bit that we're kind of putting all our eggs in this one basket, a little, so to speak. I would be definitely supportive if there could be some kind of guarantee that we would be putting a lens of equity around this in terms of essentially making sure that equity deserving communities would be able to gain access to this, like maybe setting aside a certain percentage of tickets for low income individuals to be able to attend. That's something that I would be happy to support if council would allow that. So those are my concerns. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Orr. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Chair. So, I appreciate previous comments, and I think that's, sort of a thoughtful consideration from Councillor Orr, just to recognize the diverse population in Vancouver and our ability to ensure that the arts is accessible for everybody. And I have seen examples of that. I think the VSO is a good example of that, where making some of those programs, especially to underprivileged youth, accessible. And so I think that we can do both things. I think we can support a precinct like this, and I think that we can then leverage it to ensure that programs are funded and subsidized so that they're accessible for all residents in our city. And I will note there's this emerging trend of adults who are learning new skills, learning new instruments, learning doing dance for the first time. I'm noticing that across the city. And so I think there is such an opportunity here to unite the residents and also visitors to our city around a cultural precinct like this. So I'm happy to support and really do appreciate the level of transparency and thoughtfulness that's come into this presentation. And I just want to do a quick shout out, because I know our colleague, Councillor Peter Meisner, is in camera right now on a Metro committee that has truly been the champion for this precinct and ensured that there was a priority around the feasibility, the funding required to do the feasibility. And so while he can't be here himself, I know he'd appreciate just a shout out and being a leader on this for council. So, and of course, along with Councillor Kirby-Young and Councillor Zhou, and what I hope will be a unanimous support for this, or at least the majority of support for this precinct. And really just thinking big picture in terms of the future of our city, tourism, and underserved groups that can unite around this common vision. That's what I see in the list of organizations that are part of this work. So I'll leave it there. I know we've got lots of people who will want to make their comments. There's more I could say, but just to say that I'm happy to support and look forward to how this work continues.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. Councillor Maloney.
I am really supportive of this. I think the arts are really important. I echo the comments of Councillor Orr about equity, and I'm particularly concerned that we also support smaller arts venues being provided in all areas of the city. When I didn't have much money behind me myself, I really enjoyed the availability of a program in my hometown of Melbourne called Half Ticks, where we used to be able to show up and buy very heavily discounted tickets to arts events, and I certainly made the most of that. But I also can tell you what an incredible arts precinct does for a city. Melbourne, Australia has an incredible arts precinct with a beautiful concert hall and playhouse and I was lucky enough when I worked for the Environment Protection Authority in Melbourne to be based at South Bank with all that right on my doorstep. And one of the great things about Melbourne's Arts Precinct is that it's close to transit, Flinders Street Railway Station, and that causes people mostly to arrive and leave by train and allows people to make the most of the restaurants, the small cafes that are between the arts venues in the arts precinct and the transit. And I know that there's another very large concert venue, I think maybe in LA or New York, that made the mistake of building a very large parking garage under its concert venue. And what that means is that people get straight into their cars and leave without ever making the most of the street life that proliferates around other concert precincts. So I hope that hopefully should this project go ahead, that we really think about how to make the most of enlivening our concert precinct with pedestrianised areas and good access to transit to bolster small business in and around the precinct. So thanks for your presentations today.
Thank you, Councillor Melody. I'm just going to advance myself. I'll keep my comments brief, but just simply to say, I have to see the chair, sorry. Who's acting mayor at this time? Is it Councillor Bly? Okay, I'll cede it to you. Thank you. Just in the interest of time, I want to say thank you to the presenters and the speakers, and really appreciate the amount of work and detail that's reflected in here in terms of the feasibility study and the analysis. I think that really helps us and guides us in this work, is having that evidence, particularly where the gaps are. And as I was reflecting on this motion in terms of an arts and culture precinct, it was sort of twofold, is that we know that we are already an attractive destination to many people. We know there's, in terms of projections, our communities are going to grow. More people are becoming to live in this region, but also come to visit this region. And we don't want to be an arts and culture desert. We want to, when people go to visit, and I think many of us have traveled around the world, there are many things that attract us to cities. That part of it is the arts and culture and entertainment. And so I think we need to be thinking long-term about what are we going to have here that's going to attract people, which ties into Councillor Zhou's comments about the importance of tourism in the economy. But also, I think to a comment that was made by either Jim or George, is around having a strong arts and culture presence in the city presents an opportunity for our young people. It's a starting point and can be a catalyst for them to advance their artistic talents and their careers. And so I think we have to think about in that context as well. And so I'm happy to support the motion, but I just wanted to reflect a couple of those thoughts. And with that, I will take the chair back from Councillor Bly, and I will advance Councillor Claassen to comment on the motion.
Thanks very much, Chair. You have my unqualified support for this. Thank you very much. I'm really excited to be supporting this opportunity to try and create a cultural precinct for the city of Vancouver. Also would like to thank Councillor Kirby-Young for bringing this forward, and for Councillor Meisner's being on the ground floor, working very closely with you all. So I'd just like to recognize Suzanne, Anton, Leila Getz, and all the speakers. It is incredible the collaboration that you've forged with so many groups to try and bring this together. This is only just this lovely presentation, I think, is only just a tip of the iceberg, the amount of work that you've done in terms of trying to help the public to understand and realize this beautiful vision for our downtown. The work of the Concert Hall and Theatre Society and the 26 arts groups, organizations, again, represents a unique and powerful collaboration that our city will benefit from. I think this will, without question, revitalize parts of our downtown. I can only imagine what business operators and residents and the Downtown Vancouver Association must be thinking about this, sort of seeing the potential it would bring for that energy. And of course, the future of downtown, especially around Georgia Street, I think is starting to really kind of take shape in our minds is an incredible untapped opportunity with the transformation we're seeing around the Post, the talk about what might happen at the Hudson's Bay building, the Bay Parkade site, for example, and of course, Laurel Park. So we're all very excited to see that turn into really the great potential that exists right there on all of those blocks. So I'm also very grateful for the efforts around the ongoing partnership with the Indigenous partners as well, and I think that's really key to the success. So I think that we are at the beginning of something that is unfolding. It comes at a time of some economic global uncertainty that exists right now. That always somehow can chip away at your confidence a little bit. But I know just from the strength, your bench strength, if you're a team, that you represent some of the strongest leaders and the strongest arts organizations in our city. And from that can only come very creative and powerful solutions. So again, very pleased to be able to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Clausen. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. And thank you, Councillors Kirby Young and Joe, for bringing this forward. And also, yes, thank you to Councillor Meisner in absentia, who I know who's been doing a ton of work on this. And thank you to the team here. And as I reflect how long Peter Meisner's been working on this, I'm like, I feel like I talked to Suzanne Anton about this last term. And then as I look back through maybe going back to when you were a councillor, you've been a champion for this. So I really appreciate the thoughtful kind of impetus behind this. And, you know, as they say, one door closes, another door opens. And I think the opportunity with the rethink of the current art gallery proposal is a great opportunity to do just that. And this seems like the right time, right place. So very supportive of this. I think it's a great opportunity for Vancouverites, but also for tourism. And I really do appreciate Councillor Orr for highlighting also the role of like making sure that it's accessible and equitable and accessible to all Vancouverites as well as we move forward, so that we're creating something for everybody. I think that's a wonderful notion to include in this. And anyway, I just thank you everyone for bringing this forward. I'm really excited about the opportunity and possibility that this brings forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. First of all, I want to thank everybody for the leadership and the passion on this one. And there's a lot of folks that have been involved, but it does take a village, in this case, a bit of a symphony playing together. I'm so excited by the possibilities that we have in front of us. And I think the opportunity is an incredible one to create a cultural precinct right in the heart of downtown Vancouver. And as we know, that heart is shifting. As we see that work sort of develop and down the Georgia corridor, and the chance to co-locate a new performing arts facilities together with the envisioned new Vancouver Art Gallery is a momentous and a significant one. A cultural precinct would support unmet space needs for music and performing arts organizations, create a lasting cultural legacy that would help our arts sector thrive, support a vibrant city, boost our economy, help to make Vancouver a performing arts destination, and provide incredible experiences for residents. The City of Vancouver does our best to support our arts community currently, and speaking to some of the comments that were raised around the table with respect to the smaller venues, I believe that our current arts and culture strategy is really grounded and rooted in equity, and it's also in cultural diversity, and it's also rooted in enabling and supporting a lot of those institutions that really require that level of support. And you've seen it both in the cultural strategy as well as in the Making Space for Arts and Culture. I think it's about, I'm going round numbers, about $13 million, for example, the City of Vancouver puts in annually into operating grants and support. And that includes things like theater grant rentals. I'm trying to remember all the appropriate acronyms so that their access to the space and the cost of the space is not a barrier for different arts groups using it. On the equity piece, I know a lot of the arts organizations from my work as the past director marketing at Destination Vancouver, and also sitting on the VAG board as one of council's trustees, do all have equity programs. And that principle of access, I think, is embedded in the DNA, quite honestly, of arts organizations to ensure that everybody has a chance to attend. And so they all have programs that support that as individual organizations. It was also referenced, I think, the half tickets service in Melbourne, and some folks may not know about the Tickets Tonight service that we had here. I was actually at Destination Vancouver. We started that in partnership with the Alliance for Arts and Culture. It operated out sharing space with the Visitor Information Center so that locals could access it, but so could visitors, with the idea that that inventory is perishable. And it was better to put somebody in a seat at half off, for example, than to have that seat go unsold. And it provided a chance, great experience for an easy way for visitors to come in, but also for locals to be able to see performances. So I'm not, I have no concerns that equity will not be grounded in part of this. And I think, just to kind of provide some context, this is an early days exploration with respects to siting space. So this is, well before the road of whether or not we would get to the point of agreeing that it feasibly makes sense at this site. The organization would have to do fundraising. The city would have to have a relationship and an agreement. And to, similar to the art gallery strike, an agreement with the representative organization for use of the space, and that would have conditions attached to it in terms of realizing it, equity, and other pieces. So just in terms of sequencing, that's typically sort of how these things work. What I do want to say is that we need to support the arts now in this moment, but I also think this is cathedral thinking. This is actually about building a city and a cultural destination, because once this land is built out, you cannot get it back. And it is at a real premium in the heart of Vancouver. It's, I want to also appreciate the fact that I think that the approach is really grounded in data. It's an entire sector coming together. It's grounded in data. We're hearing some very specific facts about the types of performances we cannot accommodate due to the venues being too big or too small, kind of like Goldilocks a bit. It's grounded in comparing us in terms of seat count, what's appropriate and right sizing for Vancouver, and looking ahead to the future. I think there's a stat in there about our population will grow in a generation by about 60% cumulatively over time. So I think that's important. And the one thing that this motion referenced in the whereas but stayed away from in the resolutions is recognizing that there is an opportunity for mixed use on this site. Particularly, there's the current zoning sort of enables and contemplates commercial. Council and other forums and other motions and can consider other uses. I think a mixed use development is healthy here. Arts and culture organizations will fulfill the commercial FSR on the site, as will hotels. And I think that would be just a beautiful sort of coming together of similar and shared uses. So that's going to be my time. But as you can tell, I'm wholly enthusiastic, and I do really appreciate all of the work that has been done and the work that is to come.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. And Mayor Sim.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for all the work you do to support the arts in the city of Vancouver and BC and in Canada for that matter. I'm going to keep this incredibly short. There were some comments brought up about smaller venues, and I totally agree. And I think this is not, either or. This is a yes and so we will do a lot of work to support other groups as well. That adds to the vibrancy. Speaking of vibrancy, when I look at this motion and all the work you're doing and what we're trying to achieve here, it brings vibrancy, it brings opportunity, it brings jobs, it brings opportunity, and it brings a swagger and just a vibe to our city. And that's the stuff that makes the city incredible. It makes life worth living. And as you can tell, I will be enthusiastically supporting this motion. So thank you very much to Councillor Joan, Councillor Kirby-Young for bringing it forward. And once again, thank you for all the work you do to make this place an incredible place.
Thank you, Mayor Sim. I see a few more councillors popped on the queue. Okay, and I'm going to advance Councillor Orr.
Yeah, just wanted to make notice that I did move an amendment.
Okay, I'm going to move you to an amendment queue, and if you could just put yourself back on.
Spirit of what I was mentioning, just an additional, just to make sure that the equity. I understand your comments, but just maybe this is too early in the process. But just to get this in there at this stage.
And that is seconded by Councillor Fry. Any debate on this amendment, the main motion? Okay, well, seeing none. Is there anyone? Oh, I see Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. Is this an amendment queue or anything?
Amendment queue, we're in.
Okay, great. Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at the language here. I mean, directing staff to include a provision to consider equity deserving communities. Yeah, I'm happy to support this. I mean, I think at the end of the day, it keeps it pretty open-ended. It's just making sure, and I actually don't have any doubt, like the arts are for all people. And I think that's sort of what underpins the wonderful nature of this project. So I'm happy to support this. I think of other events that we host in our city, all the way from the smallest event to some of the biggest, the Olympics, FIFA. There is consideration, right, to ensure that people can access these transformational opportunities for our city from all walks of life. So I'm happy to support. I'm not hearing any sort of alarm bells that this would sort of thwart the effort so far. So yeah, I'm going to support, and I look forward to seeing what comes back.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bly. Councillor Claassen.
Yeah, just more of a comment and question, I suppose. I appreciate and understand the intent, and I know just how many arts organizations not only are very profoundly connected with diverse communities and have their own sort of policies and practices in the work that they do in supporting those communities. I'm looking at the original motion itself, and I just feel like I think this is, again, well-intended, but my only kind of question is this add an additional layer of work that might otherwise already be happening, or may potentially sidetrack the efforts established? Maybe I'll kind of direct that question to the mover of the motion, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I mean, my response through the chair to Councillor Claassen is that, yeah, and I remember crafting language. You get a lot more experience when you've been sitting in the chair a bit longer. So it says a provision, but I mean, I could say a provision in what? Because the motion itself asks staff to work with the Concert Society with respects to the feasibility of having a cultural precinct there. So including a provision in what, I guess, is sort of the question. But I think nobody is averse to the spirit of it. So, and as I said, I think that's a commitment that's already there. It'll come in at the appropriate time, but it's not. I think it's an overlying principle that's already there, but I don't think we're going to see any material outcome from this at this point, because this is essentially a sizing financial feasibility exercise of putting the real estate on the site, and does it work in conjunction with other uses, and what would that look like, and all of those kinds of things. So I think it's an important principle. I don't think we're going to see sort of a tangible outcome back at this stage. I think we're going to see it when we get to the stage of what does it actually make sense to put this here, and then we would start talking about what are the expectations of the city in citing it. So it's a little bit early, but it's a principle, I suppose. Right?
Yeah, I see that as well. And perhaps through you, Chair, I might question the city manager. Just what are the policies that drive our arts and culture policy making and granting and support? Surely they're bound by some of the principles of equity and fairness and affordability and the things that I think are in here. And again, I think that the intention here as well, I just want to be really clear in how this wraps around this initiative.
Go ahead, City Manager.
Thanks, Chair. So certainly the city's, the foundation of the city's arts and culture strategy is the culture shift strategy, which very much does include equity as a core principle. This project is not explicitly referenced in that strategy. So to that extent, it is a new, I guess, consideration or piece of work. But the notion of equity is definitely consistent with the city's approach to arts and culture, 100%. And
sorry, one more question to you through the chair. knowing the resolutions that are put here, does the Councillor Orr's amendment potentially create an additional frame for which this work would have to be seen through, or is it something that would probably just naturally dovetail with the work eventually anyway?
Thanks, Chair. I mean, it certainly provides clarity from my perspective. It would provide clarity in terms of council's intent, both for staff and for the proponents of the initiative, that this would be a core element of what council would be looking for in any future assessment of this proposal. So I don't see it as inconsistent, but again, it's a signal of intent in relation to this specific piece.
All right, thanks very much. Those are my questions, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Clausen. Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I think Councillor Kirby answered some of my question, but I really want to hear this question from the city manager. So a point of information through you, Chair, to the city manager. So regarding the provision to the equity deserving community, what do we mean by there? How do staff interpret this? It's about the procurement, about the operational, or what do you mean by that?
So maybe to the chair, I think if there's a question around intent for the motion, my recommendation would be that question is directed to the mover.
Okay, yeah, so
I was similarly thinking it might be best directed to the mover of the amendment.
Okay, sure. I'll ask the mover of the amendment. Thanks, Chair. Mike.
Oh, sorry. We'll get your mic on. Is it on, Clark? I can do it.
I can click it on. It's on now. Yeah, I would say more in operational capacity in terms of just allowing like blocking off like tickets, available to low income people. Essentially, that's my intent. Sort of just having a percentage of tickets blocked off at any event.
100% support that in principle. But, my only concerns is we are still very early. So if we can build this theater in 5 years, I will be really, really happy. So I'm not sure that it's the time to talk about the operational details yet for that new theater. But again, I want to ask this question to the city manager as well, because this is direct staff to include a provision. How do staff interpret this? Operationally or?
Through the chair, so I think as Councillor Zhou has indicated, this is very early stages. Yeah. I think, for example, one potential implication would be that in the development of business plans for the proposed facilities, that there would be accommodation for the type of access that Councillor Orr has described. So again, it's at this stage, it's not clear what the specific implications of this would be at this stage, but as this project proceeds down the track towards more kind of detailed planning, this would be an indication of the type of thing that council would be looking for that business plan to address.
Okay, so let me ask this question in a different way. So if we pass this amendment, what are the implications for this stuff? What are they going to do for this?
I think at this stage, it's very early. We haven't even taken a look at the feasibility study. So,
okay.
That would be the first step. I think this would be just a question of informing future work and future discussion with the proponents.
So basically, what I'm hearing is if we pass this amendment, this amendment is not necessary at this stage because we can't do too much things anyway. We are not there yet at the operational stage.
I mean, again, it's hard to know where this project will go, what future decisions council would make. So it's obviously council's discretion whether to include this or not at this time.
Okay, so again, 100% support this in principle, but I'm still thinking, if it is the right time to talk about this operational decision at this stage, since we're still at a very early stage. Yeah, I'll leave it here.
Thanks, Councillor Zhou. I think you have a couple. We still have others on the queue, so I'll advance Councillor Clausen.
Yeah, Chair, I just realized that when I gave asked my question, so I didn't sort of remark that I plan to support this amendment because I'm satisfied based upon the questions that I asked that it doesn't present a challenge to moving this project forward, and I generally believe that these kinds of principles are already embodied in how a lot of the arts organizations operate in terms of providing opportunities for performances and what have you. So that's all. I just wanted to add that remark. Thank you.
Thank you. I just added myself to the queue just in the interest of perhaps clarity is, in my comments is what I see in this proposed amendment, and Councillor Orr, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but is the importance of applying, oh, sorry, I have to hand the chair over to the acting mayor. Apologies. What I see in this amendment is your desire to seek that there be an equity lens applied to these efforts as we advance potentially an arts and culture precinct, that we apply an equity lens to that work. So unless I'm speaking out of turn, that's how I interpret it. I think that's how it would be interpreted. And so in that vein, I'm prepared to support it. So I see you nodding, so I'm going to take that as a yes. And I'll take the chair back from Councillor Bly, and I'll advance Councillor Maloney.
I also support this amendment. It's very general language. I don't think it's going to contradict any efforts that staff would already be taking in moving this forward. And, you know, I did notice that there is very general language to do with accessibility there. And we did hear that some of the arts venues don't even have lifts and are completely inaccessible to wheelchair users. So the broad language, I think, says all the right things and is a worthwhile addition.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. I don't see anyone else on the queue, and so I am going to call the vote. And again, just to be clear, we are voting on the amendment put forward by Councillor Orr, and it is an amendment to the motion. So we're in an amendment queue, so if you could please vote online. That, I'm being, I think, told that did that pass unanimously? Yes, that amendment passed unanimously. Now we're going to go back to the main queue into the amended motion. And is there, Councillor Orr, you still have the floor? Anything further?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. Yes, is there any other comments on this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote on the amended motion. And that passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to Councillor Kirby-Young and Councillor Zhou, and to all of our speakers this afternoon. Thanks for coming in. That completes motion 3. Before we move to our, I believe, our last motion as part of the standing committee, I'm just going to flag for council, we will do motion 4. Then we will take probably a 5-minute recess to give everyone an opportunity for bio breaks, because we have staff coming in to complete 2 public hearing items that were unfinished business. So just letting you know, we're going to continue with motion 4. And that motion is sustainable school funding. And it is being moved and introduced by Councillor Bly and seconded by Councillor Fry. Before we begin, I'll just let people say their goodbyes. We'll pause there for 2-minute recess. How about that? Just
Okay, hi everybody, welcome back. We will now move on to motion 4. This is sustainable school funding, school food funding, that is. So this motion, sustainable school funding, or school food funding, apologies, is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Bly and seconded by Councillor Fry. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, so Councillor Bly, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. So please go ahead.
Great, thanks very much, Chair. I'm pleased to bring this motion forward today, co-submitted with Councillor Fry, because the need is urgent and the responsibility is clear. Across Vancouver, more and more families are struggling with the rising cost of living. We are hearing directly from educators and school communities that too many kids are coming to class hungry. It's not just a nutrition issue, it's a barrier to learning, to well-being, and to equity. School food programs are a proven solution. They support physical and mental health, improve academic outcomes, and build a sense of community and belonging. These programs have been systemically underfunded or simply unfunded at a time when demand is growing. This motion calls on Council to support the restoration of that funding that the City has committed to over the last decade, and to commit to working with partners including the province, the federal government, school board, Vancouver School Board, and community organizations to build a sustainable long-term model for school food in Vancouver. Every child deserves to start their day with a healthy meal. Kids cannot learn when they are hungry, and this is about protecting health, supporting learning, and standing up for equity. This is one of the most direct, effective investments we can make in our city's future, which, calculated out, is about 46 cents a year per resident. I urge Council to support this motion so we can fix this funding cut and continue our collaborative work.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bly. And that was seconded by Councillor Fry, the motion, I believe. Yep. Okay. So we will now hear from registered speakers for this motion. Public speakers should state whether they're in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it's not noted on the speakers list. So our first public speaker on the public body representative list is Trustee Victoria Young, Board Chair at the Vancouver School Board. Good afternoon. We will turn you on. So please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Victoria Young, and I am the chair of the Vancouver School Board. I'm here today to speak. I am a resident of Vancouver, a proud resident. I'm here to speak in support of Motion 4, Sustainable School Food Funding. Through various food programs, the Vancouver School Board feeds almost 4,000 students every school day. Thank you to those councillors, Fry, Bly, Dominato, Maloney, all those who have visited some of our school food programs. These programs are essential for the well-being, academic success, and mental health of our students. In 2024, 23% of Vancouver youth did not eat breakfast on school days, higher than 2018's 14%. It is especially meaningful for me to be here to speak to you today on Youth Mental Health Day. Nutritious food is not only crucial for physical health. We all know it's also crucial for mental health of young people. Proper nutrition supports brain function, decision-making skills, emotional stability, and overall mental well-being. When students have access to healthy meals, they're better equipped to concentrate, to retain information, and to perform academically. Food insecurity can lead to stress, anxiety, depression, all of which can erode a student's ability to succeed in school and ultimately in life. But more on what's at stake in a moment. The funding we currently have is spotty. We rely on the support of Vancouver City Council. When news broke that Council was cutting funding, I heard from concerned parents about what it would mean for their children who rely on these programs. Any shortfall from budgeted estimates means the reduction of the number of meals the school district provides directly to students. I humbly ask City Council to support this motion and reinstate funding. and to do it at levels consistent with inflation and the growing need. Before I go, I want to come back to the idea of what's at stake. This isn't an expenditure. It's not a cost. This is an investment. To feed a belly is to nourish a brain. And it gives our kids a good shot at succeeding in life. But blocking this funding is an impediment to their success. The kids who go hungry, sure, they'll grow up. And studies say they'll also need much more supports down the road. So, if we want to ultimately reduce the strain on our social safety net, this is the way. Believe me, that cost will be a lot higher later than the price of a lunch today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is from the regular, actually, just taking a look here. We have public body representatives, but I've seen we have some trustees in the regular list as well. Okay. I see. That's because Victoria is the chair of the school board. So we'll now move to the regular list of speakers. Speaker number 1, Trustee Janet Fraser, who I believe is on the phone.
Yes, hello, good afternoon.
Hi, Janet. Please go ahead.
So my name is Janet Fraser, and while I have the privilege of serving as Vice Chair of the Vancouver School Board and one of its 9 trustees, I'm here today, as you said, as a regular speaker and an advocate for the thousands of Vancouver children who rely on school meal programs. Today, Mayor and Council, the decision is in your hands. You have the ability to end school food funding, but I ask you to find it within your hearts to continue supporting this essential service. At the Vancouver School Board, we are proud to have a dedicated food services team working from commissary kitchens in secondary schools, daily preparing meals for breakfast and lunch, as well as managing the logistics of deliveries to schools. The funding we receive covers food supplies, as well as staffing costs and renewing equipment. The impact of our meal program is undeniable. When children have access to healthy meals, they can concentrate in class, focus on their learning, and fully contribute to their school communities. They are not held back by hunger. They are given the opportunity to thrive. I know during election campaigns it's easy to make sweeping statements. We must work together for our city, we must support the next generation, we must protect the most vulnerable. But now you have the power to turn those words into action. And I ask you to stand by your principles and support this motion so that Vancouver's children can pursue their dreams and not be held back by hunger. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go to Speaker 2 to withdraw. So Speaker 3 is Selena Bendorf on the phone as well.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Selena. Yes, we can. So please go ahead.
Oh, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Sim and Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak here today. My name is Selena Bendorf. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I'm here representing the Vancouver District Parent Advisory Council in support of the motion. I'd like to start by thanking Councillor Bly and Councillor Fry for this motion. Before I continue, please note that although the PowerPoint document before you, that you hopefully have before you, is 17 pages long, fear not, I'll only be presenting pages 2 and 3, and the rest of the document is just provided for Council's reference. So, beginning on page 2 of the document, the DPAC would like to note that whereas 1 in 5 Vancouver children come to school hungry, and whereas Canada is obliged under international law to use the maximum of available resources to progressively achieve the right to food and provide the minimum amount of food to be free from hunger, and whereas Canada is the only G7 country without a universal school food program, and whereas economic burden and preventable cost of nutrition-related disease in Canada costs $13.8 billion annually, and whereas U.S. school meal programs cost $18.7 billion per year, but provide approximately $40 billion in human health and economic benefit. Next page, please. And whereas the Vancouver School Board's food framework vision is that every student has access to nourishing food at school, and current funding only meets a small portion of those needs. And whereas the City of Vancouver's food strategy states that food is a basic human right, all residents need accessible, affordable, healthy, and culturally appropriate food. Children in particular require adequate amounts of nutritious food for normal growth and learning. Therefore, the Vancouver DPAC recommends that the City of Vancouver support this motion and reinstate its funding for school food programs. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to speaker 4, Tomoni Suzuki, on the phone.
Hello.
Hi there. Good afternoon. We can hear you okay.
Good afternoon. All right. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Tomomi Suzuki. I'm Mount Pleasant resident, a mother of a kindergartner at Simon Fraser Elementary, and a member of the DPAC Food Framework Working Group. I'm here to speak in support of this motion. When I became a parent in Canada and our son started school, I was shocked to learn there is no school lunch program, and that I needed to prepare lunch every single day. This was unimaginable to me because, as you might guess from my name, I'm originally from Japan, where all public school children receive school lunches. That was my frame of reference. In Japan, I received a nutritious meal every school day, prepared by a central food facility and delivered to each school. Some schools with proper facilities even cook meals on site. Certified dietitians create monthly meal plans which are distributed to students so family could coordinate breakfast and dinner accordingly. While not entirely free there, these lunches are very affordable and incredibly beneficial. As I repeat former speakers, they provided a nutritious hot meal daily. Parents are relieved of stress and received both financial and nutritional support. All students ate the same meal together, creating a family-like environment and building close relationships. Teachers use mealtime as an educational opportunity to introduce seasonal food, regional cultures, home cooking, and even table manners. It creates casual moments for brainstorming and discussion in a comfortable atmosphere. And naturally, everyone had a full stomach for afternoon classes. From my observation, the absence of school lunches has negative consequences. In today's society, most families have 2 working parents juggling careers, parenting, household responsibilities, and community roles. Many must rely on commercial packaged meals and snacks. These highly processed options are typically high in sugar, salt, and fat, containing low-quality artificial ingredients. While they may satisfy hunger temporarily, they don't provide the nutrition necessary for developing healthy bodies and minds. This creates a circle that ultimately impacts future healthcare costs for the government. I wish to see a well-balanced school lunch program implemented not just for my son, but for all school children in Canada. I hope you can recognize both the importance and urgency of establishing a real food school lunch program, and this motion brings one step forward to do so. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for calling in today. We'll now go to speaker 5, Ian Marcuse.
Hello.
Hi, Ian. Please go ahead.
How are you? Thank you. Hello, Mayor and Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of Councillor Bly and Councillor Fry's motion to restore city funding to VSB school food programs. My name is Ian Marcuse, and I'm the umbrella coordinator of the 15 Vancouver Neighborhood Food Networks. I'm also an organizer with the 50-plus Vancouver Food Justice Coalition, including several school food organizations, and both of which are members of the National Coalition for Healthy School Food. First off, kudos to all levels of government who are making important steps towards the creation of a universal school food program in Canada. Canada's newest national school food program will have immensely positive outcomes on students' health and educational outcomes, as countless studies have shown and as others today have stated. We have long recognized Vancouver's positive commitment to various school food programs, some of which are ongoing, namely the highly successful Strathcona Breakfast Buddies and the Fresh Roots Growing Chefs Lunch Lab school food programs. Progressively working towards the long-term goal of universal school food access is a key social policy for the right to food to be realized in Canada, where Canada is a signatory to such international agreements, including the Declaration of Human Rights and the Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, recognizing the fundamental right of everyone to be free from hunger. Furthermore, food security, along with concurrent community resilience and societal well-being, must be viewed within a broad, comprehensive population health perspective, inclusive of school food programs. Despite the positive steps seen, we still have a considerable way to go to become universal, ensuring that all students have access to a healthy lunch program free of stigma and exclusion. The Vancouver School Board itself has recognized the need for a universal school food program, but based on my crunching of this year's funding numbers from all levels of government, we're still only feeding roughly 10 to 20% tops of the 50,000 VSB students at a reasonable $6 a meal. Given the shortfall in school food funding at this time, we see no rational reason to eliminate any school food funding, which will further increase the gap in school food access. This is an unnecessary step backwards and the wrong choice that will only hurt our students. The Coalition for Healthy School Food has always advocated for a cost sharing amongst all levels of government. In closing, I urge you to support this motion and unite in our call and advocacy work with all levels of government for appropriate funding to ensure, as is written in this motion, quote, equitable, appropriate, and sustainable funding to support VSB students. I know that it's a cliche, but the youth are our future. Let's get them off to a good start. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Ian. We'll now go to speaker 6, Randy Pewter, in person, I believe. Not sure if they're in the gallery. Withdrawn? Okay. So that speaker is actually withdrawn. Speaker 7, Bill Thielman. Disconnected. We can come back to them. Let's try speaker 8, Mark Schutzbank.
Hello.
Hi, is that Mark?
This is Mark.
Hi, Mark.
Nice job on it. Schutzbank. Not an easy one.
Thank you. Sorry about that. So please go ahead when you're ready. You got 3 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing this to the table. And I hope that all counselors are able to help Pete Fry and Rebecca Bly pass this motion on the fly. Kids, teachers, and parents will all be so grateful. And when someone comes to my home, the first thing that I do is I offer them something to eat and drink. This welcomes my guests into my home and helps them feel comfortable and ready to be a part of my life, which mostly is playing with my children these days. And if you've ever been around kids and probably adults, you know that snacks really save relationships. A hungry kid, or for that matter, a city councilor or a doctor or a lawyer, it can be pretty hangry if they're not well fed. And you certainly don't want to have a surgeon who is hungry working on you. Think about what it means to be a learner, what it is to be at school while you're also hungry. It's true in the classroom. What's true everywhere else is that when we're hungry, we're usually pretty miserable. When we think about food, is that it's enabling learning. The two are, you have to be able to be well fed in order to learn, as so many of the people have spoken to today. And it's also a deep place of cultural and social tradition by which we have the opportunity to recognize not only the land that we're on as part of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, but also the places that we all come from and the food and stories that we bring along with it. Any kid who forgets their lunch at home, they find their cupboards bare as food prices increase along with rent, or who chooses a granola bar over a nutritious meal, all those kids are hungry and probably hangry. And a granola bar does not a meal make. And so I'm asking you to support this motion, and I'm also asking you to continue working to create opportunities for youth to cultivate, cook, and eat together all throughout the schools here at the VSB, which I know council is not necessarily regulating, but can work in partnership with the VSB. The VSB has an incredible school food vision that I encourage you to take a look at, which really deepens the way that learning and food can tie together. And as part of my work, I'm a director of Growing Chef Society. I was a founder and long-term executive director of Fresh Roots, and I sat on the Vancouver Food Policy Council. And I just am so grateful for all the work that has gone into helping make our city less hungry and more engaged when it comes to food. So I have 3 asks for you. 1, please vote in support of this motion. And 2 is to continue exploring additional funding measures. As Ian spoke earlier so eloquently around the Coalition for Healthy School Food and the cost sharing between the federal, provincial, and local governments, we all have a role to play, including parents, but also including the Vancouver City. And the last piece is that part of this motion is to continue to advocate at the provincial and federal level. And there is an opportunity here for us to really be leaders in the programs that we have. Lunch Lab is a national gem, and it's right here in our school district. And it's a real opportunity for kids to be able to grow and cook food for 200 of their peers, which is an incredible thing. And so the advocacy that we can do, that you can do,
Sorry, Mark.
is a very important component.
Quite a bit over time, but thank you very much for calling.
Sorry.
No worries. Thanks so
Yeah,
much.
thank you.
Okay, have a great day. We will circle back to Speaker 7, Bill Thielman on the phone. Do we have them? No? Okay. That is the end of our speakers list. Thank you, everyone, for speaking to the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities. And I see many councillors in the queue for discussion, so I'll go to Councillor Fry first.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. As always, a pleasure to work with Councillor Bly on this motion and co-submitting. And I really want to acknowledge the speakers and Trustee Janet Fraser, who called in, and in particular, School Board Chair Victoria Young, who's been here since this morning. And I think that speaks to some of the dedication that folks in our school system have towards the kids. And I think the thing that really jumped out at me the most in Trustee Young's comments was 1 in 4 kids in our city don't have breakfast. Like that, I think that's shocking. And I think today we've talked a lot about youth. We've talked about youth violence. We've talked about, appropriate interventions and where we can all lean in. And I think this is one of those places where we are obliged to lean in. We know that these sort of upstream investments will yield downstream dividends in a big way, because hungry kids are not primed for success. Hungry kids, in my neighborhood right now, we're seeing a real problem with kids dropping out and getting into gangs and drug trade in and around Strathcona. And it's a real problem that I think speaks to some of the under-resourcing that they're experiencing through a variety of means. But I think this is one of those pieces where we can support healthy outcomes, support their education, support their belonging, create a positive, nurturing environment where they at least know they can get some food. Of course, this isn't our immediate purview. I was around when I was doing youth work in Strathcona when then Mayor Gregor Robertson introduced funding for the Strathcona Backpack Program. And it was a big deal to see that level of government investment in something that was really being cobbled together by well-intentioned people, volunteers, philanthropists, industry that was coming together, but there was no sustainability there because there wasn't that sort of commitment from the government. And so when the city stepped in and supported the backpack program and the breakfast program, the breakfast club at Strathcona, it made a huge difference. And I saw that difference that it made. So of course, this isn't our immediate purview as City of Vancouver local government, but our responsibility and the oath of office we took is to take care of the people in our city. And this is a big part of taking care of the people in our city, because kids are people too. Boy, did that sound cheesy to say that, but kids are people too. And I mean, like, the reality is that this is the right thing to do. And I think what's great about this motion is that we're not only acknowledging the problem, putting our money where our mouth is, but we're also moving forward to press other levels of government and tasking the mayor to go out and ask for that support and reevaluation. So thank you for, I'm hoping, support from all of our colleagues here, because this is an important thing. And it's, as was pointed out to me, it's less than 50 cents per taxpayer in the city of Vancouver. So it's very much money well spent for a positive outcome. So.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I wonder if I could ask, unfortunately, we don't have a chance to ask questions of speakers now, so I wonder if I can ask a point of information through you, Chair, to the city manager.
Sure.
I'm trying to get a sense, because this is a really important topic, and everybody's, I think, agreeing that kids need to be fed.
Actually noticing the city manager is not present.
Oh, is he not behind me? Sorry. They are not.
We'll
Can you stop my time?
Yep, we'll stop your time. The clerk is just going to grab the city manager. Okay, great. Please continue, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. Yeah, no, this is a really important topic, and I think there's widespread agreement on kids need to be fed. But my question through you, the city manager, is I have had a devil of a time trying to get clear information in the information flying back and forth and daylight what's going on. So, like, I've got one piece of paper here that talks about a food services summary, and I'm just wondering if our staff can clarify when the City of Vancouver has been providing this grant. Is this, for example, I've got a document here, it says figure food services summary. Is this for all the food services for the school district, which shows a gap of about 300,000, or is this specifically for the school meal component for those folks that are in need? Because it's very unclear on the information or how the allocation, and I can't in any of the VSB information that we received, I know we got an email, understand the overall food programs, and we've been to some fantastic ones, like seeing TJ Conway at Lord Roberts, and you know how they teach kids about healthy food and that, but I can't understand any specific financials around the universal food component. So do we ask that, and does our grant go specifically towards that? Because all I'm seeing is overall food services financial numbers, and I can't get it clear.
Through the chair, so the document that Councillor Kirby-Young you're referring to there, so far as I know, was not produced by our staff. I believe it's VSB data. So we can certainly clarify with the VSB staff the specifics of this. And I want to be careful about not speaking to their budget information. The City of Vancouver grant is framed relatively broadly. So it's provided for school food programs. How it gets allocated on the VSB end, we would have to seek further clarification.
Okay, so a follow-up question, if I may. So do we get any line of sight into must it be spent on food or food services versus salaries, benefits, capital programs? I know in other document I got, it talks about some of the funding from the federal programs being spent on capital items. I'm trying to figure out, like, how do we ensure that the bulk of the funding is getting into food for kids, actual meals?
So that's a great question that I will seek to clarify and confirm with staff. My understanding right now is there are the parameters for use of the funds in terms of the way the city grant is provided are very broad. It's school food programs. But let me double check that with staff and I can
Okay, and then the last follow-up, but we're not getting clear financials from VSB around this?
We have not sought, I mean, there has been discussions over time. Certainly, I don't think there's any uncertainty that the funds that the city has provided have been spent in the school food program. But in terms of specifically what type of expenditures, I don't know. And it may not be even managed that way. It just may go, so we'd have to see clarification of that.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there to save time. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So, first of all, I appreciate Councillor Bly and Councillor Fry for bringing this motion to council. Also appreciate Trustee Victoria Young and Janet Fraser for speaking to council. This is a very important topic, and we need to make sure that our kids at school, they have enough food to support their food insecurity families. So I got some question here. So because this is such an important topic, we need to make sure that we have all the facts right. So I guess I have a point of information through you, Chair, to the city manager.
Sure.
So I think there's a narrative saying that that this council, including everyone, well, most people here, we cut the funding. We cut the money for the food program. I remember we discussed this city budget in December or November last year. I don't remember we talked about specifically about cutting this funding. I don't even remember Councillor Fry or Councillor Bly talking about this when we passed the budget or end of last year. Can you, city manager, clarify what exactly going on at the budget last year?
Through the chair. So prior to the budget process last year, council received a communication from staff indicating that this 3-year grant was coming to a conclusion, that we were, the draft budget that we were preparing did not contemplate that it would be extended on the basis of our understanding of senior government funding transfers to the Vancouver School Board to cover school food. So that was the information that we provided to council mid-year in 2024. And then when the budget came forward, I would concur with your recollection that there was no specific discussion of this item. Certainly at that time, we also had, though, communication with the VSB staff to let them know and double check or confirm that they also knew that the continuation of the grant was not included in the city's 2025 operating budget. So that was transparent to the VSB as well at the staff level. And that's what's our 2025 operating budget just contemplates the continuation of the grant through to the end of the school year.
Okay, so after we realized there's a change in terms of the allocation because of the formulas, have we done any reach out to the Vancouver School Board and discuss any potential mitigation strategy for this issue?
So the information regarding the allocation of the federal government funding only came up recently. We've certainly had lots of conversation with the Vancouver School Board staff around that amount and making sure that we understood what it was. The question, though, in terms of any decision for council to change or extend the grant, that would be direction that we would be seeking from council.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, it is just because of reasons we are aware of the change of the allocation because of the formula, and then we realize there's a funding gap for the program. It's only happened recently.
Well, I think the question of a funding gap, again, councillor, isn't, I mean, that's not, we haven't been considering this in terms of a funding gap. I think our analysis was based on looking back in time to when the city began this food grant. The amount of funding that the VSB receives from both the province and now through the province from the federal government is significantly higher than what was in place at that time. So there's significantly more senior government funding being provided now. And the city's food grant was always contemplated that it was a stopgap pending senior government funding. So given that rationale and how it was originally configured or contemplated for the city, that was the rationale for us assuming that it wouldn't be continued, or at least putting that forward to council as our working proposition for the 2025 operating budget.
Okay, and for many years, City of Vancouver, we have been working with Vancouver School Board and collaborating with them in terms of this food program.
We have been providing a grant since 2014, I believe.
2014, okay.
2015, sorry.
My last question is, I think the narrative saying that this council, we cut the funding for the food program. From what you are saying, it's not accurate. We are not cutting the funding. It's because of there's already a funding from the federal government. And now we realize the funding relocation is different because of the formula. So now we realize there's a gap. It's not we cut the funding.
I think that the characterization of the gap is coming from the Vancouver School Board. What we understood is that there was senior government funding available to the school board that was not previously available when the city committed to this grant. The grant was for a 3-year time frame that was ending. Therefore, the rationale for it originally being provided no longer existed. I think the VSB is now indicating that there still is a gap in their school food program. But yeah, so that is information. Of course, we didn't know what the allocation of the federal funding would be at that time. So there is a whole bunch of new information here for sure.
Okay, thanks. That's all my time.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Sim.
Yeah, thank you very much. I guess I have a couple of questions, a couple of comments. Maybe I'll go through my comments first here. And it sets up my questions here. So first of all, I want to thank Councillor Bly and Fry for bringing this to our attention and state the obvious. Food insecurity is a real thing It affects how kids learn, and just, the effects going on in life are incredibly significant. I've never shared this story with anyone here, but I'm going to today. Our family dealt with food insecurity when I was growing up. My mom was actually arrested for stealing food and had a probation officer. I knew him as Uncle Roger. My mom was really proud, and she never told us. Oh, she didn't tell. I was too young at the time. But I would see the fear on my mom's face. And so it's a real thing. And make no mistake about it, as long as I can only speak for myself, as long as I'm mayor of the city of Vancouver, regardless of whose responsibility it is, kids, families experiencing food insecurity will always be supported in the city of Vancouver. And in fact, as an aside, and this is a bit of a plug, before all this stuff came up, we've been working with Vancouver Firefighter Charities. We're hosting a mayor's party to support Vancouver Firefighter Charity. We've already raised over $2 million, and a significant, more than half of the amount we raised is actually going to the Snacks for Kids program. So we're living this. We completely support it. I have one question, and we're going to be filing an amendment here. So if, I guess this would be a question for our city manager. If the school board felt that there's a gap, why wasn't the problem flagged back in November before, when we were, like, it's my understanding we had communications both verbally and in written form on this topic before we finalized the budget? My question to you is, was there any inkling of this being an issue back then?
Just to confirm this question through the chair to the city manager.
Sorry,
Yep,
sorry.
no worries.
To the chair, to the city manager.
Please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. So there certainly was communication verbally and in writing. At that time, there was an acknowledgement of the fact that the grant would be expiring at the end of the school year. And that is essentially the extent of the communication.
Okay, so it wasn't highlighted till just before a by-election. Okay. I want to file an amendment to this.
I'll take us to amendment queue. So just a moment. Thank you. Let me just set that up for you, Mayor. Okay, please continue. And that was seconded by Councilor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. And I do support the substance of the motion, and very thankful once again to Councillor Bly and Fry. So I'm moving an amendment which I think strengthens the motion by addressing the broader long-term funding issues behind the current shortfall in school food programs. My amendment calls on the province to address and fully fund the Vancouver School Board's program shortfall, especially given the significant federal and provincial dollars now being invested in school food programs. It also asks for transparency from the province about how these funds are being distributed across BC's 60 school districts. Vancouver needs to receive its fair share, particularly when early indications suggest possible disparities compared to other large districts like Surrey. This amendment reconfirms Council's support for a universal healthy school food program and commits us to advocating clearly and directly to senior government on this issue. Finally, this amendment directs our team members to engage with the Vancouver School Board to better understand how school food funding from all three levels of government is being allocated and spent. No child in Vancouver should have to learn on an empty stomach. This amendment will help push for the structural changes that we need to see to make that a reality. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So that was seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Klassen to the amendment.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thank you, Mayor Sim, for the amendment. First of all, just a couple of foundational points here that I consider to be true. That is that school meal programs in response to food insecurity are successful and important to the lives of thousands of children, both in the city and obviously millions in other jurisdictions. So they are important. We need to fund them. Senior levels of government are largely are the funders of these programs, but there are also other donors. And so the money needs to be there to provide support for these programs. Since we've been talking a little bit about our own experiences here, I was able to go in the spring of 2023 from a counselor, a newly elected counselor to my left, who was a civilian then, and toured the lunch lab at Lord Roberts Elementary, which was a delightful experience. And you can see what they do there is impactful to that community. And also, Ian Marcuse spoke earlier, but he hosted a Vancouver Food Justice Coalition City Council joint meeting, which I spent the afternoon. I think I was one of maybe 2 or 3 councillors who were there that day, and also found that to be very meaningful as well. I'm also been curious about sort of the questions around the timelines around this, and the fact that this funding was being phased out because it was intended to be a stopgap with other senior levels of government. And then what's become more clear is that we don't really fully understand and appreciate how the formula exists for the funding. And perhaps my chair, I would like to maybe through you, maybe put a question to staff who might know a little bit more about this formula and might be able to help sort of succinctly explain how the funding formula has been allocated in contrast to the Vancouver School District and other school districts in the province.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Sandra Singh, Deputy City Manager. So we are aware that the council, the province based its allocation of the National Food School Funding Program, National School Food Program funding on a complex composite index of various indicators called the Social Economic Status Index. What we don't know is how that was actually applied to the allocations to school districts. We were surprised when we learned the relatively small amount of money that came to Vancouver in relation to for other communities, given the high level of the great number of children that are living below the poverty line in Vancouver. So it was surprising for us. We will be following up to see if we can learn more about that allocation. The previous Feeding Futures funding that the province allocated in 2024 was more approximate to enrollment. So it seemed to better match kind of the number of students in various school districts across the province.
Okay, thank you. And I guess we have this motion brought by Councillors Bly and Fry is a catalyst for us to better understand this funding, which I appreciate. I think we're going to be stuck with more questions and answers today. That clearly this change was done in the public. Notifications, I gather from a memo that I've received from staff, were given to the school district back in the fall, and the budget was ultimately passed in December. But clearly, at some point along the way, we discovered that the additional funds would go a long way to trying to continue to make this a very strong program for young people going to school in our city. So I guess without really being able to get any clear answers as to how the funding formula works, we're going to have to just take it on faith that the first step we need to take is to supply the money and continue to probe for more answers from the province as to why the City of Vancouver, notwithstanding the fact that we are stepping up and filling that gap, are still not receiving the kind of funding I think that we probably should be getting proportionate to other jurisdictions in the province. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Klass and Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I'm happy to support the amendment. I think that it's fairly reasonable. I think that at the end of the day, and it's the part where sort of restates B in the resolutions that's been crossed out from what I can tell and just restated as A, which is to reaffirm the city's strong support for a universal healthy school food program. And if we actually really look at what that's saying, It's a universal school food program, which sort of transcends all this discussion around formula and how much money's coming from where. And it's to make sure that the program is available to all the kids in the school, that we're not having to do means testing or make sure that we establish whether or not a child is of a particular need and therefore they qualify or not. That's actually part of the problem right now. There's an enormous amount of stigma that comes along with programs that are underfunded, because we then are wanting to ensure that they're accessible to those that need it most, which we know with kids, when they're in school and they're separated from their peers because of things they can't control, like hunger, like learning disabilities, like other things, those are the sort of core memories that create outcomes in a kid's life that becomes adult outcomes that are quite significant, and they're not positive. So what we're trying to do here is fully fund a universal school food program. And it's been 5 years, 6 years that I've been at this as a city councilor, recognizing this is not the city's jurisdiction, quote unquote, but it is something that matters to every single person I speak to in the city, transcends political divides, and is a priority. So why this matters is because it is probably upwards of $35–40 million to fund a universal school food program in our city. So now we're trying to figure out, well, there's $5 million from the province, there's only 100 and some odd thousand from the federal government. We thought there was going to be more. We're talking about 325,000. We have to understand that none of these amounts come even close to funding a universal school food program. So while the amendment from the mayor states a reaffirmation that the city's strong support for a universal healthy school food program, that is the key element to this amendment. I'm going to support that because that underpins everything else that we do. And right now we're in this moment in time where we are looking for sort of incremental improvement in the way we address feeding kids in schools. We've got a long way to go. The BC Coalition for Healthy Food in Schools, that's the BC chapter. There's a national coalition for healthy food in schools. This is where the real work is happening. The more they get the odd council and municipality and school board and province to start to show up to those tables to negotiate what really impactful funding looks like, those are the conversations that matter. So what this really does is just keep us at the table to make sure that we're part of the solution. We're part of the future that invests in kids where they need it most. So I 100% support the amendment. I just don't want to get distracted by all this sort of commentary around, why didn't it come up 3 months ago? And lots of decisions happen as a mayor and council that are not debated in a budget. I won't bring up one of them now. We know what that is. So let's just keep focus on what we're trying to do here, which is solve a funding gap that is just a drop in the bucket to address the actual need.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I saw in the mayor's amendment, there's something about a clear explanation from the province about how the funding is distributed. So, I'm a problem solver, in the vein of what Councillor Bly said. I just really want to understand what's going on here. So I have a question, a point of information through you, Chair, to the city manager.
Sure.
Or deputy city manager. So, when the province using this formula to allocate this funding, is there any communication with the municipalities? Why I'm asking these questions, I saw the table from you. Thank you, Sandra. So only $13 per student for Vancouver. I'm looking at the Burnaby, only $2 per student. Now I'm looking at city of North Vancouver and the city of West Vancouver, where they have almost 4,000 students under the poverty line, but they didn't receive any money. So what's going on there? Is there any communication from the province to the municipalities?
Thank you for the question. We have not had communication, but with the council direction, we'll reach out to learn more.
Okay, so is there a way we can advocate for changing the formulas so we have more equitable allocation? Do you need the council direction for that, or?
think it's covered in the motion before you.
Okay, so you're going to reach out, have a clear explanation, also advocate for changing the formulas. I didn't see that in the amendment.
I think maybe what I would suggest is that council's direction around advocating for a universal school food program would take care of the how that is actually delivered. So I would see that as incorporated.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Sandra. This is very clear now. Okay, that's all my question. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Joe.
I support this amendment, by the way.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of reflections on the amendment, and then I'll speak to the motion when we get back into the main queue. It's just appreciating, obviously there's some interest, what I'm hearing is obviously questions about how this formula works, the allocation to Vancouver. I personally don't have any objections to seeking that information. I think that's reasonable. I did appreciate, I do think there are times when the public, on issues like this, they don't really care who the taxpayer is or who the government agency is that funding it. I think sometimes that is a factor in people's minds. They're not looking at, well, is the city funding it, is the province funding it, the federal government funding it? Albeit, I think it is, largely recognized that when it comes to some of the broader taxation powers, that the provincial, federal governments have a greater ability to fund and resource these programs. But I do appreciate, staff daylighted, was the fact that, this grant had been put in place when there hadn't been significant provincial federal funding, and that has changed, and I appreciate that this was embedded in at that time. Council was advised that it was the staff were looking to sunset this. It was embedded in our operating budget, which I think was, aside from the policing issues, was supported unanimously by this council in December. But I just want to highlight, and Councillor Bly touched on this, is the while it may not necessarily be the city's jurisdiction, that the issue of food security, insecurity, meals for kids transcends all of our political divides, is I think was the language he used. But I think we also, what I'm seeing right now in the public realm by one civic party is that they are playing politics with this issue. And so we're talking about how important this issue is, and we shouldn't be playing politics with this. Facts matter. And to lay this decision or around the grant on one organization, one civic party, isn't being transparent, because that's not actually the case. It's been made very clear that staff were looking at this in the context of provincial and federal funding that was coming in that had not been there. I think I support the amendment, I support the motion overall, but when I see that in the public realm, that we're playing politics with kids, we're playing politics with this issue, it upsets me. And so let's just stick to facts. And I think those facts have been daylighted in this dialogue today, but I am happy to support the amendment, and I'll speak to the motion at the right time.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Maloney.
I just want to echo our goal as being a universal school food program, and the reason why that's so important. I mean, I know Councillor Klassen mentioned that I invited almost all of you to lunch lab at Lord Roberts Elementary when I was the chair of the PAC, and that program only operates twice a week. But I can tell you that the beauty of it is that it doesn't differentiate between different kids. All kids come and eat lunch together. Kids get to learn how to prepare the food. They eat together with staff and the other kids from different age groups, and they help clean up. And they eat foods that they normally refuse to try at home because they're eating it with their peers instead of something that parents dish up. And I can tell you that it's not only good for not differentiating between kids in different socioeconomic groups, there's no singling out of poor kids. And that's the crucially important element of it. And it also assists parents, because a lot of parents are struggling to put food on the table and to have time to do their 2 jobs plus their extra jobs half the time to pay for their housing. So it provides a huge service to relieve busy parents as well, who shoulder a lot of burden in our society. So, you know, there's nothing I disagree with in this amendment, except that however we do it, we really do need to provide universal food program for all kids that attend VSB schools. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Sim.
Yeah, just two really quick comments. One, yes, stigma is a big deal in terms of kids that are facing food insecurity. It doesn't matter where you are on the perceived socioeconomic spectrum. There are kids that are going hungry, and there are also kids that look like they're doing incredibly well, but behind the scenes, they are not. And the stigma of going out there, it's awkward at the best of times. Just being a kid, dealing with food insecurity, you come up with excuses like, oh, I don't have a lunch because I have a really big breakfast at home, as an example, or I'm going out, or we're having dinner as a family later on. You make up stories. The other comment I wanted to make, Councillor Joe, is the fact that we have sent letters to the province asking how the province is allocating funds. So just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mayor Sim. I was going to make some comments, but I see Vice Chair Dominato is not here, so I would pass it to, I guess, the acting mayor, which is currently, oh, she's back. Okay. Hi, Vice Chair Dominato. I was just hoping to make some comments. No worries. Back just in time. Thank you. Okay, just want to say thank you to Councillor Fry and Councillor Bly for surfacing this extremely important issue. And to our school board chair, Victoria Young, and Janet Fraser, trustee, for speaking to council today, and for Mayor Sim for the additional amendment regarding really the answers we need from the province as to the specifics around this socioeconomic index that was used to allocate money. There are a lot of unanswered questions, and I just want to be clear that I was here on council when this originally came to council last year, and nobody really batted an eye because we were reassured that this new significant federal funding that was incoming to be distributed by the province was really going to fill that gap and then some, and that was a really great news story at the time. So to Councillor Dominato's comments around politics, it's unfortunate. Nobody wants to see kids go hungry in Vancouver. And it is unfortunate to see politics being played with this. I'm glad this has been brought to our attention. And we all understand that kids can't learn when they're hungry, and every kid deserves a meal, a healthy meal, and that these are essential to their health and well-being. So I'm going to be supporting the amendment. I'm going to be supporting the original motion as amended, if that passes. I just want to be clear that, this is not what we were expecting. This is a funding formula that we need answers on from the province. And in the meantime, we're going to step up and fill the gap as we did previously and ensure that every child in Vancouver is receiving a meal. So thanks. And I'll take the chair back. So seeing no one else on the queue to speak to the amendment, we'll now go to the vote. Clerks, if you could please take us to the voting screen, and council, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel on the amendment. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. So we'll now go back to the main queue. We have lots of people on the queue, so I'll just check and see if you had any more comments. Mayor Sim, any more comments?
No, thank you very much.
Councillor Klassen?
Not for now, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Orr?
Oh, I just was going to speak in general in support of the motion, and to sort of just like bring in some personal experience as well. But I'm glad that we clarified the comments around it being universal, and I also I appreciate the idea around the means testing as well. And the idea that these are core memories. And I want to thank the mayor for his story as well. That was very good. And I think that there's a public safety component to this as well in terms of shoplifting, preventing shoplifting. I was lucky enough to have breakfast growing up. But I do remember not having enough for lunch at the cafeteria and actually having to panhandle at the cafeteria, and like having to deal with that stigma and being bullied. And further to the presenter, the first Victoria Young's comments around behavior, I was not having that nutrition. I was almost slipped through the cracks and ended up being having a lot of problems. This program is very interesting too in terms of the lunch lab, and from what I'm learning in terms of it being teaching others and having that peer support. I have a nephew that is neurodivergent and has lots of learning difficulties, and he's recently found cooking, and that has enabled him to open up and really come out of his shell, and that's just something that he lucked into. So I appreciate that component of this program. And I'm really glad to support this motion. It's incredibly important. And thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And so just a couple of remarks. I'm grateful that we're having this conversation because I do think, as I said earlier, that I think you'd be hard pressed to go out and talk to someone on the street and say that there shouldn't be some sort of universal food program for kids in schools and that no kid should go hungry. There is an immense amount of research and study around the connection between food, nutrition, learning, behavior. And so I think, again, I don't think there's anything to dispute in that. I think that one of the things we've talked about is the food insecurity and the implications for learning. And but the other aspect of this, and Councillor Maloney mentioned some of the programs we visited. I visited a number of programs and I was a school trustee as well, is that it's not just about, obviously people need food to live, but it's actually also about nutritious food and learning good habits for the future, which is what some of these programs do as well. And we don't want stigma associated with with children who are lacking food at home. And so that's another element of this as well I wanted to highlight. And so I think that the conversations that we're seeking to have with the provincial government, I think is worthwhile. But at the end of the day, I'm happy to support this motion, recognizing that it will fill that gap. And obviously, we want to support all residents in our city.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Maloney.
Thanks. I'd just like to briefly acknowledge the incredible work of DPAC's Food Framework Working Group. They worked tirelessly on this topic and others in supporting healthy food in schools. This program is another preventative program, and we really need to be investing in prevention rather than reaction right across the work of the city, and that's why this is really important. And one of the reasons for the funding app, I can tell you right now, is that need is increasing. You know, what would have done the job in terms of financial investment in this school lunches previously just won't do the job now, and that's why a universal food program is required. And at the moment, the beauty of this is that all levels of government are funding it finally, and I don't think that's a bad thing. So I'll support this motion enthusiastically.
Great, thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I'm happy to close and just provide a couple of brief remarks. So first of all, just want to thank everyone for the thoughtful discussion today. A day where we have, as a council, has centered the health and well-being of youth in a number of our discussions. I'd also like to thank VSB Chair Victoria Young and Trustee Janet Fraser, Vice Chair, for speaking to Council today and for helping daylight and also inform us all in terms of what's happening with food programs, food funding, and it's a moving situation. With all these new announcements from federal governments, it's a very exciting time. We may have stated what support we were hoping to get, and so now we know what conversations we need to have. So I'm really feeling quite hopeful that we have new funding from the provincial and federal government, so the door is open for those discussions. I have to quote Chair Young for their comments that funding food programs isn't an expenditure, it's an investment. And I suspect if asked, residents would opt to contribute more than, let's say it's the 50 cents per year this motion's asking for. And if it had passed, I would double it today just to add that much more funding to a sort of envelope that's much bigger than what we can handle right now. Because the priority of feeding kids in our community and schools are where kids tap into community and tap into society every single day. And that's why working with schools and school boards on the issues of kids that go beyond academics is just such an opportunity for everybody, for every level of government, to recognize that it's frustrating sometimes. We at council here are wrestling with a lot of social challenges, and I just am always wondering, where can we go upstream far enough to figure out how to connect with the people in our city at an age where we can really make that difference. And this is just one of those many ways. So I look forward to continuing to collaborate with the school board and our food policy council and the DPAC and all of the groups and Fresh Fruits and Lunch Lab and Growing Chefs. Like, these are just organizations that need us to champion the hard work that they've been at for decades on this particular issue. So just to say thank you for all of that work. Restoring this funding is really just about protecting that dignity, creating equity, and supporting the success of every young person in our city. And it's a step toward a more sustainable and coordinated approach. And it was already mentioned, and I've heard comments today and text messages and direct messages from people who are talking about their experience of where they lived. We heard from Tomomi, who came from Japan, where they had a universal food program. I heard from someone else who grew up in Sweden and now lives here, and they had a universal school food program. It really is a bar that we need to set for our country, and I'll continue to push that in every way that I possibly can. And I know that I'm not alone in that, and I know that there's broad support here for that work as a council, and I'm deeply appreciative. So I'm hoping that we'll have the support for this motion. It'll send that clear message that we stand with students, families, and educators, and that we're committed to building a city where food insecurity is identified as all of our responsibilities to solve, and that we'll continue to push the levers we can as a council to make sure that we're seeking solutions collaboratively and doing our very best to close the gap of food security for every resident that lives in our city, and for today within our school system. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll now call the vote on the amended motion. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen. And committee, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that passes unanimously. And that completes motion 4. So the standing committee portion of this meeting is now complete. We'll now convene in council with Mayor Sim as chair to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's committee meeting. So over to you, Mayor Sim. We'll get your mic on.
Thank you very much. We will now convene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting and other items on the agenda. Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Mayor Sim and the chair, Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly, Councillor Fry, Councillor Klassen, Councillor Montague is on a leave of absence for personal reasons all day. Councillor Meisner.
Present.
Councillor Joe.
Present.
Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney. This meeting has quorum.
Great, thank you very much. Now, we do need a motion to adopt the committee's recommendations for reports 1 through 4 and council member motions 1 through 4. Councillor Blythe, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Dominato. All those in favor say yay. Okay, all those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Sorry, Councillor Dominato, you're on the up. Yeah. And then, so I think what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick 5-minute recess. Yep. I don't have control of the screen, by the way, so I can't.
It's okay. I just, because we are resumed in council, I'm hoping I can move that LOA amendment at this time. I think I could do that after I'm finished. I can't do it now. Okay, I'll wait till then if I'm still here. Okay, thanks.
Great. Thank you. So we'll take a quick 5 minutes. Thank you very much. 1 rezoning 1551 through 1581 West 7th Avenue. At the public hearing on April the 22nd, 2025, Council heard the team member presentation, asked questions of team members and the applicant, heard from the public, and closed the speakers list and receipt of public comments, and referred further questions to the team, debate, and decision to the council meeting following the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting on May the 7th, 2025 as unfinished business. Okay, so we deferred debate and decision. Great. Council members who were absent for this item at the public hearing will need to confirm that they reviewed the proceedings they missed and are therefore eligible to participate in debate, discussion, and decision. Councillors Bly, Meisner, Montague, and myself were absent for this item. Councillor Bly, have you reviewed the proceedings you missed, and will you be participating in debate, discussion, and decision? Great, thank you. Councillor Meisner, you're online.
I have not, and I will not.
And I have not, and I will not. I would also like to remind council that at the public hearing on April the 22nd, 2025, Councillor Fry declared a conflict of interest on this item under section 145.22 of the Vancouver Charter, citing personal relations with the architectural firm. Council members, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of our team. Nope. All right, we will get rid of that. You will not have time to ask any questions. That out as well. Okay. Can someone move a motion?
So Mayor, I'd like to move the recommendations along with the 2 yellow memos from April 7th and April 22nd.
Okay, great. Do we have a seconder?
Second.
Great. Councillor Kirby-Young. Great, thank you. Okay. I'm just going to rewind. I'm going to put something on the record here. I'd like to remind council that we will need to move recommendations for unfinished business, item number 1, together with the 2 yellow memos. The first memo was dated April the 7th, 2025, entitled CD-1 rezoning, 1551 through 1581 West 7th Avenue, and the second memo was dated April the 22nd, 2025, entitled CD-1 rezoning, 1551 through 1581 West 7th Avenue, conditions of approval in Appendix B. And we have moved the motion. So is there any discussion? Councillor Dominato, you still have the floor. Are you? Here.
Control it. Yep. My clock's at three minutes. I haven't spoken for 3 minutes.
Restart.
So just flagging that. And I don't know if there's going to be points of information, so maybe I'll just get started just with a bit of a refresh. That this was referred at the time of the public hearing so that council could go in camera and to get legal advice. That has taken place. I also want to note, because I've had a number of emails and phone calls subsequent to the public hearing, or voicemails, and just to those who may be either online or who are present here in chambers, I did not respond because we are advised by our legal team that it's a quasi-judicial process and that we cannot engage with applicants or other members of the public once the speakers list is closed. And so I just wanted to put that out there because I think that there was some, in the last 24 hours, I was getting phone calls and emails on the subject. So and maybe I will just comment. I've had time to go back and review the recommendations and the referral report, as well as to consider the legal advice obtained through our in-camera deliberations. And on balance, I am of the view that this is supportable, this application. And I just want to acknowledge, for those who are also following along, we've had a couple of different applications of late that are quite complex. There's issues that are emerging as part of the public hearing, and it's actually been quite unique. And I think Councillor Kirby-Young might echo my comments in that after 6 years, almost 7 years of dealing with public hearings, there's been very few where we've had to pause to refer to in camera so we can get legal advice. And that is really us trying to do our due diligence on these applications. And we can only consider the information that we are presented with as part of the public hearing. And so that is part of the reason that it's taken a little bit longer on this. But on balance, I think that this project delivers some much needed housing, but also amenities. And I know there were questions raised around whether it is compliant with our policies. My understanding is it is. There is a distinction between whether we're dealing with regulation versus policy. Also that we do have the authority as council to authorize these rezonings or not, but that authority does rest with us. And so I guess I'll leave my comments there, but I am prepared to support it at this time after considering all of the information that was presented at public hearing as well as legal advice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I was getting my head back into this after a full council meeting and sort of the delay. And yeah, I will echo Councillor Dominato's comments that with the Broadway plan and then also with sort of increasing population growth in the city, we are having more intersections in different policies and land use, and when we try to maximize it for the best benefit to the city, which is really our regulatory role and our role with respects to housing, land use policies, and zoning in general, which is how do we support for the greater benefit of citizens, which includes housing, public amenities, so on and so forth. And so that's kind of really council's role here. I'll make a couple of general observations about the project and then just to speak to a couple of the comments I heard. This one is interesting, is directly located within the Broadway plan. It's probably one of the first strata projects that we've seen come forward in a long, long, long time. We've been so focused on driving rental housing successfully because we've had unprecedented amounts of rental housing approvals delivered that we haven't seen that. But I know there's still a market for that and people still want to have the option to have homes. But where there is a benefit as well, in addition to providing homes, and sometimes they're lived in directly, sometimes they provide secondary rental, is that enables the provision of a number of public benefits. And so here we have the La Maison de la Francophonie cultural center renewal, including a theater, the multi-purpose space to remind people what's in here, a retail space. Many of us spoke of Le Café Salade des Fruits. I might have had a couple meals there myself, providing the nonprofit office space and so on. And that's included as part of the community amenity package, but it also generates a very significant DCL of $6.5 million that can go into supporting other programs per the DCL bylaws, housing, public amenities, park space, and that as is mandated through the legislation. So I think in terms of overall context, it's an important project and it will provide security of tenure for the nonprofit component and sort of a hub and a home for the French and Francophone community here. The second thing that I'll say is that we heard understandably questions, if I can put it that way, raised by neighbors around, well, what does that mean in terms of our particular sites? And the Broadway plan, I can observe generally policies are policies, they're guidelines. They're sort of different than bylaws, but they contemplate general land use. Each site, as we're hearing, is unique and has unique specific considerations. This one is, near the bridge, the park, many other things to think about. And we did put some flexibility into the Broadway plan policies with things like frontage. So while the guideline is around 150 feet, there's opportunity for relaxation up to 99 feet, et cetera. And so any future considerations that adjacent neighbors might want to do through coming together through land assembly or otherwise, they can sort of, look at the context of their particular sites and sort of any flexibility around those policies as I've described based on what it is that they may wish to bring forward in the future. But it was good, I think, to have a chance to sort of digest some of this. We're getting a lot of feedback, a lot of questions on this as some of these projects are rolling out. But I agree with Councillor Dominato. I think that for the reasons stated, this one is supportable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'm now going to call a vote. Clerk, can you please take us to the voting screen? Council, please register your vote on the voting panel if you're eligible to vote, that is. Okay. I'm just waiting for that to come up here. And it looks like it passed. Do I say unanimously or of the people that are able to vote? Yes. Great, thank you. Okay, great. That concludes unfinished business item number 1. The next item is number 2, CD-1 rezoning 461 through 479 East 16th Avenue. We have some edits here. Great. Thank you for bearing with me. There's a little bit of Tetris going on here. Okay, so at the public hearing on April the 17th and 23rd, 2025, Council heard the team member presentation, asked questions of team members and the applicant, heard from the public and closed the speakers list and received a public comments and asked questions of our team members and referred debate and decision to the council meeting following the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting on May the 7th, 2025 as unfinished business. Council members who were absent for this item at the public hearing will need to confirm they review the proceedings they missed and are therefore eligible to participate in debate, discussion, and decision. Councillors Bly, Meisner, Montague, and myself were absent for this item. Councillor Bly is not here. Councillor Meisner, have you reviewed the proceedings you missed, and will you be participating in debate, discussion, and decision?
Hi, I have not, and I will not.
Thank you very much. And I have not, and I will not. Just a reminder that this was moved by Councillor Kirby Young. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we have quorum still. Oh, there we go. Okay, we will give it a couple of moments. Great, thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to remind council that we will need to move the recommendation for item number 4 together with the yellow memo dated April. It's already been moved. Go ahead. Okay, we'll try that again. I'd like to remind council that we will need to move the recommendation for item number 4 together with the yellow memo dated April the 7th, 2025, entitled CD-1 rezoning 461 to 479 East 16th Avenue. Council, is there any discussion? Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm prepared to move the recommendations and the yellow memo dated April 7th, 2025.
Okay. Can we have a seconder? Great, Councillor Joe.
And I'll come back on to speak to the recommendations. Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you very much. Councillor Maloney.
I would like to move an amendment to that condition of enactment 2.9 be added to Appendix B, conditions of approval. I've sent the text of that around. Thanks.
Please, great.
So the purpose of this amendment to the peer review clause that was already added in by amendment is to make sure that the scope of the peer review does include consideration of potential impacts on adjacent properties and considers whether any extra monitoring or other risk mitigation measures on adjacent properties are warranted. And this is to reassure both council who are concerned about making a responsible decision and adjacent landowners and residents that the geotechnical be thorough and peer reviewed to make sure that this development does not have adverse effects on either the structural integrity of the building itself or on neighbouring properties.
Great, thank you very much. And that was seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. I'm just going to move us to the amendment queue if there's any comments on the amendment. So if anyone has any comments on the amendment, seeing none, why don't we put the amendment to a vote then? If you can please go to the voting panel and only vote if you are eligible to vote. Great, and make sure. Great, and the the amendment passes unanimously with all the people that are able to vote. Thank you very much. So I'll go back to the main queue. Councillor Maloney, did you have any other comments?
Not at this time.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clausen.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Maloney, for the amendment. I actually didn't comment on it, but I think it's pretty straightforward. That this is this project is going to require building trust and working with community closely. And having language of this kind in there, it asks our staff and the people behind the review to make sure that they are kind of doing that kind of consideration in their work. So this project has really been very interesting. The presentations and the debate have been quite unique in this one. I don't think in any time that I've sat in this chamber in the last 2.5 years that I've heard such a detailed dissection of the details around this site and this project from members of the public, community members. And those things sort of were very strongly in my mind in terms of making sure that we really did all of our due diligence in terms of working with staff, asking important questions, and then finally recommending the geotechnical peer review as part of this process. And the reason is simple for that. This is a part of the city that I know very well, and then I know that it is subject to ground conditions that are almost unique across the city. There are pockets, but nothing quite is this large as that particular part of Mount Pleasant. And I do think it's really important for us to have the strong trust in the process and in the hydrological expertise to try and make sure that they can see that this project is going to work. This is one of approximately 3 high-rise development sites that are going to be in this community right now. And none of them are at the stage yet of doing any deep excavation. So I think we're going to begin to learn very quickly how projects are going to proceed in this community. But as it stands, the development being proposed complies with the Broadway plan policy. It will, but again, it is going to take some very careful consideration and a lot of work of experts to make sure that the trust of the community is built up and that this project is going to be a good one that will benefit the whole community.
Thanks very much.
So I will be supporting it. Thanks, Mayor.
Sorry, I jumped the gun there. Thank you very much, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. And yeah, I'm gonna. You'll hear some similar remarks to the previous application because I think again it's important to anchor why we took some more extra time with this. I really appreciate we have really engaged citizens, and we did hear that as part of the public hearing. A number of residents came out, a number of neighbors, and made some very thoughtful presentations to council about areas of concern that they had, questions they had. At that time, we also referred this application to seek legal advice and to do our due diligence, which again is part of our role. And I want to acknowledge that at the time of the public hearing, the applicant came back and also reported back on concerns they had heard from the community, and I think that speaks to the applicant themselves, who has Fabric Living has a good reputation within the city, but being responsive to what you were hearing. And so all that to say is that sometimes, again, we have to take extra time because we get these unusual applications or we get a feedback that we need to consider, and we need to do our due diligence. And so we did take some extra time with this. With that, I have to say I am satisfied with the information I have received both in public hearing and in closed, that I am confident I can support this application. And I do want to note, and Councillor Klassen touched on this, is that as the city is changing, and it is changing, and it will continue to change, this area is changing, and this application falls within the Broadway plan and corridor, but we are already seeing other applications that have either come to council already or are coming. It is actually quite close to rapid transit, to the Broadway corridor, to the station at Main. And so I think that ties into our broader strategy of adding density where there's access to rapid transit and public transit. And we're seeing this in other municipalities. You look at Burnaby, you look at Coquitlam, and that was one of the agreements that when we agreed upon having the Broadway line. And I think we also need to remember that what this delivers, and I know because I've been talking to members of the building community, this does deliver not only rental, but 20% below market, if I recall, in this building. And I understand that that is increasingly hard to achieve in this market, and it's quite fragile. And I've been having a lot of different conversations with a lot of different builders, large and small. And so I think we do need to acknowledge that as an amenity, is that increasing not only the rental supply, but the below market supply. So I'll leave my comments there, but I do want to acknowledge the complexity and around this issue. And I do appreciate the amendment from my colleague, Councillor Maloney, around that additional peer review around the geotechnical, because we did hear a lot of concerns about the soil and ground considerations. And I'm not an expert in that. Probably most of us are not geotechnical experts at this table. So I appreciate that additional condition being added, but I am happy and prepared to support this application.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what Councillor Dominato said, but have similar observations. What I will say, though, is that there were some really real concerns raised. And one thing that I've learned at Council is that, we're not subject matter experts in a lot of different things, but we have to synthesize a lot of information. And I think that the concerns were really valid with respects to conversations around nearby stream, around the sort of solidity of the ground, sort of the stability, the peat bog, et cetera. I think that I have more comfort with the amendment that was made with respects to requiring the peer review and assessment, and that essentially means that extra due diligence has to be done to ensure that there isn't impact on the neighboring properties, and that the work can't move forward until that due diligence is done. right? And so I think that that is in response to the very valid concerns that we heard there. I know there was questions around, for example, where they were taking samples on the site, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm trusting that in that peer review, some of those specific comments that were raised would be addressed in terms of some more robustness around the sampling and the other components. I'm confident that the applicant wants to build something that is solid and stable, right? And is, putting their reputation on this piece of it and wants to be a good neighbor. But I also recognize that the neighbors fairly would want to have that confidence if you are living in that neighborhood and you've seen through the impact with streets that are sort of buckling, right, and that are coming up, and some of the impacts of that. So I think it's in everybody's best interest to ensure that that solidity, if I can use that word, and foundation is foundational work is done to ensure a strong foundation for the building. So hopefully that direction is well received by the applicant, and that provides some comfort to a lot of the residents that came and really, I think, very clearly articulated very valid concerns. And I appreciate hearing from them. And I think that's an important part of the job, is for council to ensure they're heard. And that's why we took the time, as was referenced, to duly consider that and look at what the options were and do the due diligence. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Echoing everybody else's comments, and just to reiterate in the plainest of English, I think, and many of the comments that we received from members of the public were after and outside of the public hearing context, and we couldn't respond to them. We couldn't really address them. So I think that's also important to contextualize. We did get a lot of correspondence that was outside of the scope of the formal quasi-judicial process that is a public hearing. And none of us here are experts on subterranean hydrogeological conditions, but certainly that was a concern that we heard loud and clear. And I appreciate that Councillor Maloney's amendment here is what gives us the confidence, knowing that prior to any development permit being issued for this project, there will be that due diligence and there will be that peer review to ensure that neighboring properties are not adversely impacted, and that we're looking for any of those conditions and ground variations or what have you. And I think that's an important piece to address this. And I do want to say that on the whole, outside of the conditions of the soil and the subterranean hydrogeological, this is an excellent project. We get lots of projects. This is one of the better ones, I would say. And as Councillor Dominato succinctly alluded, it delivers on that below market housing, which we increasingly are seeing not delivering at that kind of level. So I think that's also an important piece to reflect on this entire condition. So this amendment gives me the confidence knowing that we are doing our due diligence and that we are ensuring that adjacent properties aren't necessarily being left hanging in this uncertainty. And I think that this should give neighbors and residents confidence as well. So happy to support this project with this amendment. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor. With that being said, why don't we go to the voting panel? And please vote only if you can. Great. And that passes unanimously with everyone who is eligible to vote. So thank you very much. That concludes unfinished business item number 2. Request to speak. Perfect. Okay, so urgent business. Council, are there any items of urgent business? For instance, are there any leaves of absent requests needed prior to the next meeting cycle on May the 20th, 2025? A reminder that these requests should be submitted in writing to the clerks through the amendment distribution list. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to move an LOA in my name for Thursday, May 15th, 7:30 p.m. onwards for civic business.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All of those opposed say nay. Okay, great. Carries. Is there any other business? Councillor Dominato, was that it? Okay. Seeing motion to adjourn by Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Klassen. All those in favor say yay. All
Yay.
those please be quiet. No, say nay. The motion carries unanimously. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.